Hello everyone, and welcome back to BookWaves, your cozy corner for timeless stories. Today, we're so excited to share something special, the full version audiobook of Elizabeth Gaskell's classic novel, Cranford. This is for everyone who wants to settle in and experience this charming world from start to finish, all in one go. We'll dive right in from the beginning, getting to know the incredible women of Cranford and their very particular set of rules. We'll be there for the arrival of Captain Brown, follow the town through its ups and downs, navigate a crisis that changes everything, and finally, arrive at a truly heartwarming and peaceful ending. At its heart, this is a beautiful story about kindness, dignity, and the power of a small community looking out for each other. Before we begin, I want to let you know that after uploading this video, I'll be taking a short break. I'm truly sorry about that. Sorry, really sorry. Thank you so much for your understanding and for always being here with me. If you enjoy spending time in Cranford, it would mean the world to us if you'd support the channel with a like and subscribe. Hitting the notification bell means you won't miss out on what's next. And sharing this video helps us bring more of these classics to everyone. Alright, find a comfortable spot, and let's begin the complete story of Cranford. Chapter 1. To begin, the town of Cranford was in the possession of the Amazons. The holders of all houses above a certain rent were women. If a married couple ever came to settle there, the gentleman would somehow disappear. He might have been frightened to death by being the only man at the evening parties. Or perhaps he was accounted for by his duties, with his regiment, his ship, or his business. He would be occupied all week in the great commercial town of Drumble, which was only 20 miles away by railroad. In short, whatever became of the gentlemen, they were simply not in Cranford. And what could they possibly do if they were there? The surgeon had his 30-mile route and slept in the town, but not every man could be a surgeon. The ladies of Cranford were entirely sufficient for all the needs of the community. They kept the gardens perfectly trim, filled with choice flowers and without a single weed to be seen. They were quick to frighten away the little boys who stared wistfully at those flowers through the railings. They would rush out at any geese that occasionally ventured into the gardens if the gates were left open. The ladies decided all questions of literature and politics without bothering with unnecessary reasons or arguments. They kept a clear and correct knowledge of everyone's affairs in the parish. They also kept their neat maidservants in admirable order. They showed kindness to the poor, even if it was somewhat dictatorial. And they offered real, tender services to each other whenever they were in distress. As one of them once remarked to me, a man is truly just in the way inside a house. The Cranford ladies only had an occasional, small quarrel. It was usually expressed in a few peppery words and some angry jerks of the head. This was just enough to prevent the steady rhythm of their lives from becoming too flat. Their manner of dress was very independent of fashion. As they often observed, what did it matter how they dressed in Cranford, where everybody already knew them? And if they traveled away from home, their reasoning was equally convincing. What did it matter how they dressed in a place where nobody knew them at all? The materials of their clothes were generally of good quality and simple design. Most of them were nearly as scrupulous about cleanliness as the late Miss Tyler was known to be. and I can personally attest that the very last giggle sleeve and the very last tight and scanty petticoat worn in England was seen in Cranford, and it was seen without anyone even smiling. I can also testify to a magnificent family heirloom, a red silk umbrella. Under its shelter, a gentle little spinster, the last survivor of many brothers and sisters, used to patter to church on rainy days. I often wonder if they have red silk umbrellas in London. We had a local story about the first one that had ever been seen in our town. The little boys had surrounded it and given it a nickname, a stick in petticoats. I imagine it might have been the very same one I described. It was once held by a strong father, protecting his large family of little ones. Now, the poor lady, the sole survivor, could scarcely carry it herself. Then, there were the strict rules and regulations for visiting and for calls. These rules were announced to any young people who might be staying in the town. They were delivered with all the solemnity of the old Manx laws being read once a year on the tin-walled mount. A friend might send a message, inquiring how a young lady was feeling after her 15-mile journey in a carriage. They would assure her some rest for the next day. But on the day after that, they would certainly call. Therefore, she was told to be at liberty after 12, because the hours from 12 to 3 were the official calling hours. After a call had been made, another set of rules came into play. A young lady would be reminded by her hostess that a return call must never be delayed by more than 3 days. It was a lesson her mother had surely taught her. Furthermore, she was instructed never to stay longer than a quarter of an hour. I once asked how one could possibly know when the time was up without the rudeness of looking at a watch. The advice was simple. One must simply keep thinking about the time and never allow the conversation to become so absorbing as to forget it. Since everyone, whether visitor or hostess, held this rule firmly in their minds, no deep subject was ever discussed. We confined ourselves to short, simple sentences of small talk. And we were always punctual. I came to imagine that a few of the gentlefolk in Cranford were poor and had some difficulty in making ends meet. But if they were like the Spartans, concealing their hardship behind a smiling face. We never spoke of money. That subject felt too much like commerce and trade. And though some of us might have been poor, we were all aristocratic. The Cranfordians possessed a kindly corporate spirit which made them overlook all deficiencies in success when one of their own tried to conceal her poverty. For instance, when Mrs. Forrester gave a party in her tiny baby house of a home, a curious scene unfolded. The little maid would interrupt the ladies on the sofa with a request to retrieve the tea tray from underneath it. Everyone took this novel proceeding as the most natural thing in the world. We would all carry on talking about household forms and ceremonies, as if we truly believed our hostess had a regular servants' hall and a full staff, instead of the one little charity school maiden. Her short, ruddy arms could never have been strong enough to carry the tray upstairs if she had not been assisted in private by her mistress. And that same mistress now sat in state, pretending not to know what cakes were sent up. Yet she knew, and we knew, and she knew that we knew, and we knew that she knew that we knew, that she had been busy all the morning making tea bread and sponge cakes with her own hands. This general but unacknowledged poverty, paired with a very much acknowledged gentility, had a few consequences that were not at all unpleasant. Indeed, they could be introduced into many other social circles to their great improvement. For one, the inhabitants of Cranford kept early hours. They clattered home in their pattens under the guidance of a lantern-bearer at about 9 o'clock at night. The whole town was abed and asleep by 10:30. Moreover, it was considered vulgar, a truly tremendous word in Cranford, to give anything expensive in the way of food or drink at the evening entertainments. Wafer, bread and butter, and sponge biscuits were all that the Honorable Mrs. Jamieson ever gave. And she, the sister-in-law to the late Earl of Glenmire, practiced this elegant economy with pride. I found myself falling back into the phraseology of the town, using the term they referred to as an elegant economy. In Cranford, economy was always considered elegant, while spending money was seen as vulgar and ostentatious. It was a philosophy of pretending to dislike what one cannot have, and this mindset kept us all very peaceful and satisfied. I will never forget the dismay that rippled through the town when a certain Captain Brown arrived. He spoke openly of his poverty. It was not done in a whisper to a close friend behind closed doors, but right in the public street in a loud military voice. He even cited his poverty as the reason for not taking a particular house. The ladies were already moaning over the invasion of their territory by a man. He was a captain on half pay, connected to the neighboring railroad that the town had so vehemently petitioned against. And now, on top of his gender and his ties to that obnoxious railroad, he was brazen enough to speak of being poor. It was decided that such a man must be sent to Coventry. Poverty, like death, was a true and common thing, yet no one ever spoke of it aloud in the streets. It was a word not meant for polite ears. We had all tacitly agreed to ignore that poverty could ever prevent our equals from doing as they wished. If we walked to a party, it was because the night was fine and the air refreshing, not because sedan chairs were expensive. If we wore simple prints instead of summer silks, it was because we preferred a material that could be washed. We continued in this way until we had blinded ourselves to the vulgar fact that we were all people of very moderate means. It was no surprise, then, that we did not know what to make of a man who spoke of poverty as if it were no disgrace. Yet, somehow, Captain Brown earned their respect. He was called upon, in spite of all resolutions to the contrary. I was surprised, on a visit about a year after he had settled there, to hear his opinions quoted as authority. My own friends, who had once been the most bitter opponents of visiting the captain and his daughters, now accepted him. He was even admitted during the tabooed hours before noon. True, it was only to investigate a smoking chimney before the fire was lit. But still, Captain Brown walked upstairs, undaunted. He spoke in a voice too large for the room and joked like a man who was perfectly at ease in the house. He had been entirely blind to the small slights and the omission of trivial ceremonies that had met his arrival. He remained friendly, even when the Cranford ladies were cool. He answered their small, sarcastic compliments with simple good faith. His manly frankness simply overpowered the shrinking hesitation that greeted him as a man unashamed of his poverty. In the end, his excellent masculine common sense and his knack for solving domestic dilemmas had earned him an extraordinary place of authority among the ladies of Cranford. He continued on his way, just as unaware of his new popularity as he had been of their initial disapproval. I am sure he was quite startled one day when he discovered that a piece of advice he had given in jest was being taken in sober, serious earnest. This very advice was given on the subject of an old lady and her Alderney cow. She looked upon the animal as a daughter. One could not pay the short quarter-hour call without being told of the creature's wonderful milk or its remarkable intelligence. The entire town knew and kindly regarded Miss Betsy Barker's Alderney. Therefore, there was great sympathy and regret when, in an unguarded moment, the poor cow tumbled into a lime pit. It moaned so loudly that it was quickly heard and rescued. But in the process, the poor beast lost most of its hair. It came out looking naked, cold, and utterly miserable in its bare skin. Everybody pitied the animal, though a few could not restrain their smiles at its droll appearance. Miss Betsy Barker herself absolutely cried with sorrow and dismay. It was said she even considered trying a bath of oil. This remedy might have been recommended by someone she consulted, but the proposal was thoroughly dismissed by Captain Brown's decided opinion. He advised her to get the animal a flannel waistcoat and flannel drawers if she wished to keep it alive. Then he added that his ultimate advice was to simply kill the poor creature at once. Miss Betsy Barker dried her eyes and thanked the captain heartily. She set to work, and soon the whole town turned out to see the spectacle. The Alderney cow, meekly making its way to pasture, was now fully clad in dark gray flannel. I have watched her myself many a time. I often wonder if one ever sees cows dressed in gray flannel in London. Captain Brown had taken a small house on the outskirts of town, where he lived with his 2 daughters. He must have been upwards of 60 at the time of my first visit to Cranford after I had ceased to live there. But he had a wiry, well-trained figure and an elastic, springing step. With the stiff military set of his head, he appeared much younger than he was. His eldest daughter, however, looked nearly as old as he did, betraying his true age. Miss Brown must have been 40. She wore a sickly, pained, and careworn expression, as if the gaiety of youth had long since faded from her sight. Even in her younger days, she must have been plain and hard-featured. Her sister, Miss Jessie Brown, was 10 years younger and 20 shades prettier. Her face was round and dimpled. I recall Miss Jenkins once declaring, in a fit of passion against the captain, that she felt it was time for Miss Jessie to leave off her dimples and not always try to look like a child. There was, in truth, something very childlike in her face. I suspect there always will be, even if she lives to be 100. Her eyes were large, blue, and wondering, and they looked straight at you. Her nose was rather unformed and snub, and her lips were red and dewy. She wore her hair in little rows of curls, which only heightened this youthful appearance. I never decided if she was pretty or not, but I liked her face, as did everyone else. And I do not think she could help her dimples. She had a touch of her father's jaunty manner, and a keen female observer might have noticed a slight difference in the sisters' attire. Miss Jessie's was more expensive than Miss Brown's by about £2 a year. In Captain Brown's annual budget, £2 was a very large sum. Such was the impression the Brown family made upon me when I first saw them all together in Cranford Church. I had met the captain once before on the occasion of the smoky chimney, which he had cured with a simple alteration in the flue. In church, he held his double eyeglass to his eyes during the morning hymn, then lifted his head high and sang out, loud and joyful. His responses were louder than those of the clerk, an old man with a piping, feeble voice. I believe the old clerk felt quite aggrieved by the captain's sonorous bass, and his own voice quivered higher and higher in consequence. On leaving the church, the brisk captain paid the most gallant attention to his two daughters. He nodded and smiled at his acquaintances, but he shook hands with no one until he had helped Miss Brown to unfurl her umbrella. He relieved her of her prayer book and waited patiently as her trembling, nervous hands gathered up her gown for the walk through the wet roads. I found myself wondering how the Cranford ladies would manage Captain Brown at their parties. In former days, we had often rejoiced that there were no gentlemen to attend to or find conversation for at the card parties. We had congratulated ourselves on the snugness of our evenings. In our love for gentility and our distaste for mankind, we had almost persuaded ourselves that to be a man was to be something vulgar. So when my friend and hostess, Miss Jenkins, announced she was having a party in my honor and that the captain and his daughters were invited, I wondered much what the course of the evening would be. Card tables with their green baize tops were set out by daylight, just as usual. It was the third week in November, so the evenings closed in around 4 o'clock. Candles and clean packs of cards were arranged on each table. The fire was made up, and the neat maidservant had received her final directions. There we all stood, dressed in our best, a candle lighter in each hand, ready to dart at the wicks as soon as the first knock came. Parties in Cranford were solemn festivities. They made the ladies feel gravely elated as they sat together in their finery. As soon as 3 guests had arrived, we sat for a game of preference, with me as the unlucky 4th. The next 4 arrivals were immediately put down to another table. Presently, the tea trays were brought in. I had seen them set out in the storeroom that morning, and now they were placed in the middle of each card table. The china was a delicate eggshell, and the old-fashioned silver glittered from polishing, but the eatables were of the very slightest description. It was while the trays were still on the tables that Captain Brown and his daughters came in. I could see at once that, somehow, the captain was a favorite with all the ladies present. Ruffled brows were smoothed and sharp voices were lowered at his approach. Miss Brown looked ill and seemed depressed almost to the point of gloom. Miss Jessie smiled, as she always did, and appeared nearly as popular as her father. He immediately and quietly assumed the man's place in the room. He attended to everyone's wants. He lessened the pretty maidservant's labor by waiting on ladies with empty cups or those in need of bread and butter. He did it all in such an easy and dignified manner, as if it were simply a matter of course for the strong to attend to the weak. He was a true gentleman throughout. He played for 3-penny points with as grave an interest as if they had been pounds. Yet, in all his attention to the other guests, he always kept an eye on his suffering daughter. For I was sure she was suffering, though to many she might only have appeared irritable. Miss Jessie could not play cards, but she talked to those who sat out and who, before her arrival, had been rather inclined to be cross. She also sang, accompanied by an old cracked piano that I believe had been a spinet in its youth. She sang a song called Jock of Hazeldean, a little out of tune. But none of us were musical, though Miss Jenkins beat time, completely out of time, by way of appearing to be so. It was truly very good of Miss Jenkins to do this. I had seen, only a little earlier, that she had been quite annoyed by Miss Jessie Brown's unguarded admission. Speaking of Shetland wool, Miss Jessie had mentioned that her uncle, her mother's brother, was a shopkeeper in Edinburgh. Miss Jenkins tried to drown this confession with a terrible cough. The Honorable Mrs. Jameson was sitting at the nearest card table, and what would she think to find herself in the same room as a shopkeeper's niece? But Miss Jessie, who had no tact, as we all agreed the next morning, simply repeated the information. She assured Miss Pole she could easily get the required wool through her uncle, who had the best assortment of Shetland goods in all of Edinburgh. It was to wash the taste of this vulgarity from our mouths and its sound from our ears that Miss Jenkins had proposed music. So I say again, it was very good of her indeed to beat time to the song. When the trays reappeared with biscuits and wine, punctually at 8:45, there was a buzz of conversation, a comparing of cards, and a talking over of tricks. But by and by, Captain Brown introduced a bit of literature. He asked if anyone had seen the recent numbers of the Pickwick papers, which were being published in parts at the time. He declared them to be a capital thing. Now Miss Jenkins was the daughter of the deceased rector of Cranford. On the strength of his many manuscript sermons and a fine library of divinity, she considered herself literary. She looked upon any conversation about books as a personal challenge. So she replied that, yes, she had seen them. Indeed, she might even say she had read them. The captain exclaimed, asking what she thought of them, and were they not famously good? Being so urged, Miss Jenkins could not but speak her mind. She stated that she did not by any means consider them equal to the work of Dr. Johnson. Still, she allowed, perhaps the author was young. If he would only persevere and take the great doctor for his model, who knew what he might become? This was evidently too much for Captain Brown to take placidly. I saw the words forming on the tip of his tongue even before Miss Jenkins had finished. He began by explaining that it was quite a different sort of thing. Miss Jenkins returned that she was quite aware of that, and that she was making allowances. The captain then pleaded with her, asking to be allowed to read a scene from that month's number. He had only received it that morning, he explained, and he was sure the company had not yet had the chance to read it. Miss Jenkins settled herself with an air of resignation, telling him to do as he pleased. The captain then read the account of the soiree which Sam Weller gave at Bath. Some of the guests laughed heartily. I did not dare to join them, being a guest in the house. Miss Jenkins herself sat in patient gravity. When he had finished, she turned to me. With a mild dignity, she requested that I fetch her the book, Rasselas, from the bookroom. When I had brought it to her, she turned to Captain Brown. She proposed to read a scene of her own, so that the present company could judge between his favorite, Mr. Boz, and her own Dr. Johnson. She then began to read one of the conversations between Rasselas and Imlac. Her voice was high-pitched and majestic. After she had ended, she declared that she imagined she was now justified in her preference of Dr. Johnson as a writer of fiction. The captain screwed his lips up and drummed his fingers on the table, but he did not speak. She, however, seemed intent on giving him a finishing blow or two. She stated that she considered it vulgar and beneath the dignity of literature to publish works in serial numbers. In a low voice, one I doubt Miss Jenkins heard, Captain Brown asked how The Rambler had been published. But she continued, proclaiming Dr. Johnson's style to be a model for young beginners. She explained that her own father had recommended it to her when she began writing letters and that she had formed her own style upon it. She finished by saying that she recommended it to the captain's favorite author. The captain replied that he would be very sorry for Mr. Boz to exchange his style for any such pompous writing. Miss Jenkins felt this as a personal affront in a way the captain could not have dreamed. Epistolary writing was what she and her friends considered her specialty. I had seen many a copy of her letters, written and corrected on a slate, before she would seize the half hour just before post time to send them, and Dr. Johnson was, as she had said, her model. She drew herself up with great dignity. She replied to the captain's last remark only by stating, with marked emphasis on every syllable, that she preferred Dr. Johnson to Mr. Boz. It was said, though I cannot vouch for the fact, that Captain Brown was heard to mutter a curse upon Dr. Johnson under his breath. If he did, he was certainly penitent afterwards. He showed this by going to stand near Miss Jenkins's armchair, endeavoring to draw her into conversation on some more pleasing subject, but she was inexorable. And it was the very next day that she made that sharp remark I mentioned earlier about Miss Jessie's dimples. Chapter 2. It was impossible to live for a month in Cranford and not know the daily habits of each resident. Long before my visit was over, I knew a great deal about the entire Brown trio. There was nothing new to discover about their poverty, for they had spoken of it simply and openly from the very beginning. They made no mystery of the need for their economy. All that remained to be discovered was the captain's infinite kindness of heart and the many ways in which he showed it, often unconsciously. Little anecdotes about him were talked about for some time after they occurred. Since we did not read much, and all the ladies were well suited with servants, there was a general shortage of topics for conversation. We therefore found ourselves discussing the time the captain took a poor old woman's dinner right out of her hands one very slippery Sunday. He had met her returning from the bakehouse as he came from church and had noticed her precarious footing. With the grave dignity that marked all his actions, he relieved her of her burden. He then steered her along the street by her side, carrying her baked mutton and potatoes safely home. This act was considered very eccentric. It was rather expected that he would pay a round of calls on Monday morning to explain and apologize to the Cranford sense of propriety, but he did no such thing. And so it was decided that he must be ashamed and was keeping out of sight. In a kindly pity for him, we began to remark that, after all, the Sunday morning's occurrence had shown great goodness of heart. It was resolved that he should be comforted on his next appearance. But then he came down upon us, completely untouched by any sense of shame. He spoke as loud and deep as ever. his head thrown back, his wig as jaunty and well-curled as usual. We were obliged to conclude that he had forgotten all about Sunday. Miss Pole and Miss Jessie Brown had formed a kind of intimacy built upon a shared interest in Shetland wool and new knitting stitches. It so happened that when I went to visit Miss Pole, I saw more of the Browns than I had while staying with Miss Jenkins. My former hostess had never quite recovered from what she called Captain Brown's disparaging remarks upon Dr. Johnson as a writer of light fiction. During these visits, I discovered that the elder Miss Brown was seriously ill with some lingering, incurable complaint. It was the pain from this illness that gave the uneasy expression to her face, an expression I had mistaken for simple crossness. And cross she certainly was at times, when the nervous irritability from her disease became too much to endure. Miss Jessie bore with her sister during these episodes even more patiently than she bore the bitter self-upbraidings that invariably followed. Miss Brown would accuse herself not only of having a hasty temper, but also of being the reason her father and sister had to pinch and save to afford her the small luxuries that were necessities in her condition. She longed so deeply to make sacrifices for them and to lighten their cares that the natural generosity of her spirit actually added a sharpness to her temper. All of this was borne by Miss Jessie and her father with more than placidity. It was borne with absolute tenderness. It was when I saw her at home that I forgave Miss Jessie for singing out of tune and for the juvenility of her dress. I came to perceive that Captain Brown's dark Brutus wig and his padded coat, which was too often threadbare, were the last remnants of the military smartness of his youth, which he now wore without a second thought. He was a man of infinite resources, a skill gained from his experience in the barracks. He confessed once that no one could black his boots to his own satisfaction except himself. But he was not above saving the little maid servant's labors in any way he could, knowing, most likely, that his daughter's illness made her position a very hard one. He endeavored to make peace with Miss Jenkins soon after the memorable dispute I have mentioned. Having overheard her say how much the grating of an iron fire shovel annoyed her, he presented her with a wooden one of his own making. She received the present with a cool gratitude and thanked him formally. But when he was gone, she instructed me to put it away in the lumber room. I suspect she felt that no present from a man who preferred Mr. Boz to Dr. Johnson could be any less jarring to her nerves than an iron fire shovel. Such was the state of things when I left Cranford and went to Drumble. I had, however, several correspondents who kept me informed of the proceedings in the dear little town. There was Miss Pole, who had become as absorbed in crochet as she once had been in knitting. The refrain of her letters was always a reminder to not forget the white worsted at Flint's. At the end of every sentence of news came a fresh direction for some crochet commission I was to carry out for her. Then there was Miss Matilda Jenkins, who did not mind being called Miss Mattie when her sister was not present. She wrote nice, kind, rambling letters, now and then venturing an opinion of her own. But she would suddenly pull herself up, either begging me not to repeat what she had said because Deborah thought differently, or adding a postscript. The postscript would explain that since writing she had discussed the matter with Deborah and was now quite convinced of the opposite, and then came Miss Jenkins herself. She preferred to be called Deborah by Miss Mattie, as their father had once said the Hebrew name ought to be pronounced that way. I secretly believed she took the Hebrew prophetess as her model of character. And indeed, making allowances for modern customs and dress, she was not unlike that stern figure. Miss Jenkins wore a cravat and a little bonnet like a jockey cap. She had the appearance of a strong-minded woman, though she would have despised the modern idea of women being equal to men. Equal, indeed. She knew they were superior. But to return to her letters, everything in them was as stately and grand as she was. I have been looking them over, and with great honor for her memory, I will share an extract. I choose it more especially because it relates to our friend Captain Brown. The letter began by explaining that the Honorable Mrs. Jameson had only just left her. In the course of their conversation, Mrs. Jameson had shared the news that she had received a call from her late husband's old friend, Lord Mauleverer. Miss Jenkins wrote that one could not easily guess what had brought his lordship to their little town. His purpose was to see Captain Brown. It appeared his lordship was acquainted with the captain from the days of what she termed the plumed wars. The captain had even had the privilege of saving his lordship's life during some great peril off the Cape of Good Hope. She noted Mrs. Jameson's well-known deficiency in the spirit of innocent curiosity, and thus was not surprised that Mrs. Jameson was unable to disclose the exact nature of the peril. Miss Jenkins confessed her own anxiety to learn how Captain Brown, with his limited means, could host such a distinguished guest. She soon discovered that his lordship slept at the Angel Hotel, enjoying, she hoped, refreshing slumbers. However, he shared his meals with the Browns during the 2 days he honored Cranford with his august presence. The butcher's wife had informed her that Miss Jessie purchased a leg of lamb, but beyond that, she could hear of no other preparations for such a visitor. Perhaps, she speculated, they entertained him with a feast of reason and a flow of soul. She added that for those of them acquainted with the captain's sad lack of taste for pure English literature, it must be a matter for congratulation. He had at last an opportunity to improve his taste by conversing with an elegant member of the aristocracy. She ended with a philosophical question, asking who, after all, is ever truly free from some mundane failing. Miss Pole and Miss Mattie wrote to me by the same post, as such a piece of news was not to be wasted by the letter-writers of Cranford. They made the most of it. Miss Mattie humbly apologized for writing at the same time as her sister, who was far more capable of describing the honor done to the town. But despite a little bad spelling, it was Miss Mattie's account that gave me the best sense of the actual commotion. From her letter, I gathered that Lord Mauleverer had hardly spoken to anyone at all, with a few exceptions. These included the people at the inn, the Browns, Mrs. Jameson, and a little boy his lordship had sworn at for driving a dirty hoop against his aristocratic legs. My next visit to Cranford was in the summer. There had been no births, deaths, or marriages since I was last there. Everybody lived in the same house and wore pretty nearly the same well-preserved, old-fashioned clothes. The greatest event was that Miss Jenkins had purchased a new carpet for the drawing room. Oh, what busy work Miss Mattie and I had in chasing the sunbeams as they fell in an afternoon right down on that carpet. We would spread newspapers over the sunlit spots and sit down to our work. but in a quarter of an hour, the sun would have moved, blazing away on a fresh patch of carpet, and down we would go again on our knees to alter the position of the newspapers. We were also very busy one whole morning before a party following Miss Jenkins's directions. We cut and stitched together pieces of newspaper, forming little paths to every chair set for the visitors, lest their shoes should dirty or defile the purity of the carpet. I often wonder, do they make paper paths for every guest to walk upon in London? Captain Brown and Miss Jenkins were not very cordial to each other. The literary dispute, of which I had seen the beginning, was a raw wound, and the slightest touch on it made them wince. It was their only difference of opinion, but that difference was enough. Miss Jenkins could not refrain from talking at Captain Brown. And though he did not reply, he would drum his fingers, an action she felt and resented as deeply disparaging to Dr. Johnson. The captain, for his part, was rather ostentatious in his preference for the writings of Mr. Boz. He would walk through the streets so absorbed in them that he once nearly ran into Miss Jenkins. And though his apologies were earnest and sincere, and though he did no more than startle them both, she later owned to me a strange thought. She would have rather he had knocked her down, if only he had been reading a higher style of literature. The poor, brave captain. He looked older and more worn, and his clothes were very threadbare. But he seemed as bright and cheerful as ever, unless he was asked about his daughter's health. When the subject arose, he would explain that she suffered a great deal and was destined to suffer more. He would say that they did all they could to alleviate her pain, and that God's will must be done, always taking off his hat as he spoke the final words. I found out from Miss Mattie that everything possible had, in fact, been done. A medical man of high repute had been sent for, and every one of his instructions was followed, regardless of expense. Miss Mattie was sure they denied themselves many things to make the invalid comfortable, but they never spoke of it, and as for Miss Jessie, Miss Mattie would become quite overcome with emotion. She told me she truly thought Jessie was an angel. She described how beautifully Jessie bore her sister's crossness, and the bright face she put on after sitting up all night, being scolded for half of it. Yet she always looked as neat and as ready to welcome the captain at breakfast as if she had slept in the Queen's bed. Miss Mattie insisted that I could never again laugh at Jessie's prim little curls or her pink bows, if only I could have seen her as she had done. I could only feel very penitent, and so I greeted Miss Jessie with double respect when I next met her. She looked faded and pinched. Her lips began to quiver as if from weakness when she spoke of her sister. But then she would brighten and push back the tears glittering in her pretty eyes. She would marvel at what a town Cranford was for kindness. She supposed that no one had a better dinner than usual cooked, but that the best part of it always came to her sister in a little covered basin. The poor people would leave their earliest vegetables at their door for her. They spoke in short, gruff sentences, as if ashamed of their own kindness, but she confessed it often went to her heart to see their thoughtfulness. The tears would then come back and overflow. After a minute, however, she would begin to scold herself and end by going away, the same cheerful Miss Jessie as ever. I later asked Miss Mattie why this Lord Maulevrier did not do something for the man who had saved his life. She explained that Captain Brown, unless he had some specific reason, never spoke of being poor. He had walked alongside his lordship looking as happy and cheerful as a prince. Since they never called attention to their humble dinners with apologies, and as Miss Brown had been feeling better that day, everything seemed bright. She surmised his lordship never knew how much care there was in the background. He did send them game quite often in the winter, but he had since gone abroad. I had often occasion to notice the use that was made of fragments and small opportunities in Cranford. Rose leaves were gathered before they fell, to be made into potpourri for someone who had no garden. Little bundles of lavender flowers were sent to strew the drawers of a town dweller or to burn in the chamber of an invalid. Things that many would despise, and actions that seemed scarcely worth performing, were all attended to in Cranford. Miss Jenkins stuck an apple full of cloves to be heated so it would smell pleasantly in Miss Brown's room. As she put in each clove, she would utter a Johnsonian sentence. Indeed, she could never think of the Browns without talking of Dr. Johnson, and as they were seldom absent from her thoughts at that time, I heard many a rolling three-piled sentence. Captain Brown called one day to thank Miss Jenkins for many little kindnesses which, until then, I did not know she had rendered. He had suddenly become like an old man. His deep bass voice had a quaver in it, his eyes looked dim, and the lines on his face were deep. He did not, and could not, speak cheerfully of his daughter's state. He talked instead with a manly, pious resignation, and did not say much. Twice over he repeated that God only knew what Jessie had been to them. And after the second time he got up hastily, shook hands all round without speaking, and left the room. That afternoon, we perceived little groups of people in the street, all listening with aghast faces to some terrible story. Miss Jenkins wondered for some time what could be the matter before she took the undignified step of sending Jenny out to inquire. Jenny came back, her face white with terror. She burst into tears as she delivered the awful news. She cried out to her mistress that Captain Brown had been killed by those nasty, cruel railroads. She, along with many others, had known the poor captain's kindness. Miss Jenkins urged her to stop wasting time in crying and tell them something. But it was Miss Mattie who rushed out into the street at once and collared the man who was telling the tale. She cried out, begging the man to come in, to come to her sister, the rector's daughter. She pleaded with him, asking him to say it was not true. She said all this as she brought the affrighted Carter, who was sleeking down his hair, into the drawing room. He stood there with his wet boots on the new carpet, and in that moment, no one regarded it. The man insisted that it was true, shuddering at the recollection. He had seen it himself. He explained that the captain had been deep in some new book, waiting for the down train. A little girl, wanting to get to her mother, had given her sister the slip and came toddling across the line. At the sound of the approaching train, the captain had looked up suddenly. He saw the child, darted onto the line, and caught her up. But his foot slipped, and the train came over him in no time. The carter cried out to the heavens, insisting it was all true, and that they had already gone to tell his daughters. He added that the child was safe, with only a bang on her shoulder from where he had thrown her to her mother. He was sure the poor captain would be glad of that. He ended with a blessing for the captain, then puckered up his manly face and turned away to hide his tears. I turned to Miss Jenkins. She looked very ill, as if she were going to faint, and she motioned for me to open the window. She then called for Matilda to bring her bonnet, stating with resolve that she must go to those girls. She prayed for God's pardon if ever she had spoken contemptuously to the captain. Miss Jenkins arrayed herself to go out, telling Miss Matilda to give the man a glass of wine. While she was away, Miss Mattie and I huddled over the fire, talking in a low and awestruck voice. "I know," we cried quietly the entire time. Miss Jenkins came home in a silent mood, and we dared not ask her many questions. She told us that Miss Jessie had fainted, and that she and Miss Pole had had some difficulty in bringing her round. As soon as she recovered, Jessie had begged one of them to go and sit with her sister. Shivering with feelings she dared not give way to, Jessie had explained that Mr. Hoggins believed her sister could not live many days and that she must be spared this shock. Miss Jenkins had asked how she could possibly manage, for her sister would surely see her tears. Jessie had replied with faith that God would help her and that she would not give way. Her sister was asleep when the news came, she explained, and might be asleep still. She would be so utterly miserable, not just at her father's death, but at the thought of what would become of her. Miss Pole later told Miss Jenkins that she could hardly bear hearing Jessie speak so, knowing how poorly her sister often treated her. However, it was settled according to Miss Jessie's wish. The elder Miss Brown was to be told her father had been summoned to take a short journey on railway business. They had managed it in some way, though Miss Jenkins could not say exactly how. Miss Pole was to stay with Miss Jessie. Mrs. Jameson had sent to inquire. This was all we heard that night, and it was a sorrowful night indeed. The next day, a full account of the fatal accident was in the county paper that Miss Jenkins subscribed to. She said her eyes were very weak and asked me to read it to her. When I came to the line describing the gallant gentleman as being deeply engaged in the perusal of a number of Pickwick, which he had just received, Miss Jenkins shook her head long and solemnly. Then she sighed, remarking what a poor, dear, infatuated man he was. The corpse was to be taken from the station to the parish church for burial. Miss Jessie had set her heart on following it to the grave, and no dissuasives could alter her resolve. Her restraint upon herself made her almost obstinate. She resisted all of Miss Pole's entreaties and Miss Jenkins's advice. At last, Miss Jenkins gave up the point. After a silence, which I feared might portend some deep displeasure, she announced that she herself would accompany Jessie to the funeral. She stated that it was not fit for Jessie to go alone. It would be against both propriety and humanity, she explained, were she to allow it. It seemed as if Miss Jessie did not half like this arrangement. But whatever obstinacy she had, it had been exhausted in her determination to go to the interment. I have no doubt the poor thing longed to cry alone over the grave of the dear father to whom she had been all in all. She wished to give way for one little half hour, uninterrupted by sympathy and unobserved by friendship, but it was not to be. That afternoon, Miss Jenkins sent out for a yard of black crepe and busily trimmed the little black silk bonnet I have mentioned. When it was finished, she put it on and looked to us for approbation. Admiration she despised. I was full of sorrow, but a whimsical thought came unbidden into my head, as they often do in times of deepest grief. No sooner did I see the bonnet than I was reminded of a helmet. And in that hybrid bonnet, half helmet and half jockey cap, Miss Jenkins attended Captain Brown's funeral. I believe she supported Miss Jessie with a tender, indulgent firmness that was invaluable, allowing her to weep her passionate fill before they left. Miss Pole, Miss Mattie, and I, meanwhile, attended to Miss Brown. We found it hard work to relieve her querulous and never-ending complaints. But if we were so weary and dispirited, what must Miss Jessie have been? Yet she came back almost calm, as if she had gained a new strength. She put off her morning dress and came in, looking pale and gentle, thanking each of us with a soft, long pressure of the hand. She could even manage a faint, sweet, wintry smile, as if to reassure us of her power to endure. But her look made our eyes fill suddenly with tears, more than if she had cried outright. It was settled that Miss Pole was to remain with her all the watching livelong night. Miss Mattie and I were to return in the morning to relieve them and give Miss Jessie the opportunity for a few hours of sleep. But when the morning came, Miss Jenkins appeared at the breakfast table, equipped in her helmet bonnet. She ordered Miss Mattie to stay at home, as she herself meant to go and help to nurse. She was evidently in a state of great friendly excitement, which she showed by eating her breakfast standing and scolding the household all around. No nursing, no energetic, strong-minded woman could help Miss Brown now. There was a presence in the room as we entered which was stronger than us all, and made us shrink into solemn, awestruck helplessness. Miss Brown was dying. We hardly knew her voice. It was so devoid of the complaining tone we had always associated with it. Miss Jessie told me afterwards that her voice and her face, too, were just what they had been formerly, when their mother's death had left her the young, anxious head of the family. The dying woman was conscious of her sister's presence, though I do not think she was aware of ours. We stood a little behind the curtain. Miss Jessie knelt with her face near her sister's in order to catch the last, soft, awful whispers. The dying woman breathed her sister's name, confessing with anguish how selfish she had been. She begged God to forgive her for letting Jessie sacrifice herself so completely, professing her deep love while admitting she had only ever thought of herself. Jessie, sobbing, tried to hush her with words of love, but her sister's thoughts had turned to their dear, dear father. She lamented that she would not complain now, if only God would grant her the strength to be patient. She expressed a deep yearning to see him one last time, to ask for his forgiveness, grieving that he could never know how she had loved him. What a life of sorrow his had been, and she had done so little to cheer him. A light came into Miss Jessie's face. She asked her sister if it would bring her comfort to think that their father did, in fact, know of her love. Her voice quivered, but she steadied it into calmness as she leaned closer. She called her sister Mary and told her that he had gone before her to the place where the weary are at rest. He knew now, she assured her, how much she had loved him. A strange look, which was not of distress, came over Miss Brown's face. She was silent for some time. Then we saw her lips form the names of her departed family: father, mother, Harry, Archie. Then, as if a new thought cast a final shadow over her darkened mind, she added a last concern for her sister's coming loneliness. I believe Miss Jessie had been feeling this all along, for at these words, tears rolled down her cheeks like rain, and at first she could not answer. Then she put her hands together tightly, lifted them up, and spoke a vow not to us, but to the heavens. She declared that though he might slay her, yet she would still trust in him. In a few moments more, Miss Brown lay calm and still, her sorrows and murmurs over forever. After this second funeral, Miss Jenkins insisted that Miss Jessie should come to stay with her rather than go back to the desolate house. We learned from Miss Jessie that the house must now be given up, as she had no way to maintain it. She had little more than £20 a year, besides what the sale of the furniture might bring. She could not live upon that, so we talked over her qualifications for earning money. She suggested that she could sew neatly and that she liked nursing. She also thought she could manage a house as a housekeeper, or even work as a saleswoman in a shop, if they would have patience with her at first. Miss Jenkins declared in an angry voice that she should do no such thing. For nearly an hour afterwards, she was heard talking to herself about some people having no idea of their proper rank as a captain's daughter. This was just as she brought Miss Jessie a basin of delicately made arrowroot and stood over her like a dragoon until the last spoonful was finished. Then she disappeared. Miss Jessie began to tell me more of her plans, but soon fell into talking of days past and gone. She interested me so much that I took no heed of how the time passed. We were both startled when Miss Jenkins reappeared and caught us crying. I was afraid she would be displeased, as she often said that crying hindered digestion, and I knew she wanted Miss Jessie to get strong. But instead, she looked queer and excited and fidgeted about without saying anything. At last, she spoke. She began in a flustered way, saying she had been so much startled. No, not startled at all. She told Miss Jessie not to mind her, but that she had been very much surprised. In fact, she had a caller, someone whom Miss Jessie had once known. At this, Miss Jessie went very white, then flushed scarlet, and looked eagerly at Miss Jenkins. The visitor, Miss Jenkins continued, was a gentleman who wanted to know if she would see him. Jessie stammered, unable to form a full question. Miss Jenkins simply handed her a card. And while Jessie's head was bent over it, Miss Jenkins went through a series of winks and made odd faces at me, forming her lips into a long, silent sentence which I could not understand a word of. At last, she asked if the gentleman might come up. With an air of resignation, as if to say it was Miss Jenkins' house to do with as she liked, Jessie agreed. She took up some of Miss Mattie's knitting and tried to look busy, though I could see how she trembled all over. Miss Jenkins rang the bell and told the servant who answered to show Major Gordon upstairs. Presently, a tall, fine, frank-looking man of 40 or upwards walked in. He shook hands with Miss Jessie, but he could not see her eyes, as she kept them fixed on the ground. Miss Jenkins then asked if I would come and help her tie up the preserves in the storeroom. Though Miss Jessie plucked at my gown and even looked up at me with begging eyes, I dared not refuse to go where Miss Jenkins asked. However, instead of tying up preserves, we went to talk in the dining room. There, Miss Jenkins told me all that Major Gordon had told her. She recounted how he had served in the same regiment with Captain Brown and had become acquainted with Miss Jessie when she was a sweet, blooming girl of 18. The acquaintance had grown into love on his part, though it had been some years before he had spoken. After coming into a good estate in Scotland, he had offered and been refused, though with so much agitation and distress that he was sure she was not indifferent to him. He had discovered that the obstacle was the terrible disease that was even then threatening her sister. Jessie had mentioned that the surgeons foretold intense suffering, and there was no one but herself to nurse her poor Mary, or to comfort her father. They had had long discussions. And on her refusal to pledge herself to him as his wife when all should be over, he had grown angry, broken off the relationship entirely, and gone abroad. He had believed her to be a cold-hearted person whom he would do well to forget. He had been traveling in the East and was on his way home when, in Rome, he saw the account of Captain Brown's death in the Galignani newspaper. Just then, Miss Mattie, who had been out all morning, burst in. Her face was a picture of dismay and outraged propriety. She cried out to Deborah, exclaiming that there was a gentleman in the drawing-room with his arm around Miss Jessie's waist. Her eyes were large with terror. Miss Jenkins snubbed her down in an instant. She declared it was the most proper place in the world for his arm to be. She told Matilda to go away and mind her own business. This, coming from her sister, who had always been a model of feminine decorum, was a blow for poor Miss Mattie. With a double shock, she left the room. The last time I ever saw poor Miss Jenkins was many years after this. Mrs. Gordon had kept up a warm and affectionate intercourse with all at Cranford. Miss Jenkins, Miss Mattie, and Miss Pole had all been to visit her, and returned with wonderful accounts of her house, her husband, and her looks. With happiness, something of her early bloom had returned. She had been a year or two younger than we had taken her for. Her eyes were always lovely, and as Mrs. Gordon, her dimples were not out of place. At the time to which I have referred, when I last saw Miss Jenkins, that lady was old and feeble, and had lost something of her strong mind. Little Flora Gordon was staying with the Mrs. Jenkins. When I came in, she was reading aloud to Miss Jenkins, who lay feeble and changed on the sofa. Flora put down the book, The Rambler, when I entered. Miss Jenkins then spoke to me, remarking that I found her much changed, as she could no longer see as she used to. If Flora were not there to read to her, she hardly knew how she would get through the day. She asked if I had ever read The Rambler, calling it a wonderful book and the most improving reading for Flora. It would have been, I thought, if the child could have read half the words without spelling them. She then said it was better than that strange old book with the queer name, the one poor Captain Brown was killed for reading. She meant the book by Mr. Boz, but confused its name with Old Paws. She remembered that when she was a girl, a long time ago, she had acted the part of Lucy in a play of that name. She babbled on long enough for Flora to get a good long spell at a Christmas carol, which Miss Mattie had left on the table. Chapter 3. I thought that my connection with Cranford would probably cease after the death of Miss Jenkins. At the very least, it would have to be kept up by correspondence. And letters bear much the same relation to personal visits as a book of dried plants does to living flowers in the meadows. I think they call such a thing a hortus siccus. I was pleasantly surprised, therefore, to receive a letter from Miss Pole, who had always stayed for a supplementary week after my annual visit. She proposed that I should go and stay with her. Then, a couple of days after I had accepted, a note came from Miss Mattie. In a rather roundabout and very humble manner, she explained how much pleasure I would give her if I could spend a week or two at her house. She added that since her dear sister's death, she was well aware she had no attractions to offer. It was only to the kindness of her friends that she could owe their company. Of course, I promised to go to dear Miss Mattie as soon as I had finished my visit with Miss Pole. The day after my arrival in Cranford, I went to see her. I wondered what the house would be like without Miss Jenkins, and I rather dreaded the changed aspect of things. Miss Mattie began to cry as soon as she saw me. She was evidently nervous from having anticipated my call. I comforted her as well as I could, and found the best consolation was the honest praise that came from my heart when I spoke of the deceased. Miss Mattie slowly shook her head over each virtue as it was named and attributed to her sister. At last, she could not restrain the tears that had been silently flowing. She hid her face behind her handkerchief and sobbed aloud. I took her hand, calling her dear Miss Mattie, for I truly did not know how else to tell her how sorry I was for her, left so deserted in the world. She put down her handkerchief and made a request. She explained that she would rather I did not call her Mattie. It was a name her sister had not liked. She added, with regret, that she was afraid she had done many things her sister did not approve of, and now she was gone. She asked if I would be so kind to please call her Matilda. I promised faithfully to do so and began to practice the new name with Miss Pole that very day. By degrees, Miss Matilda's feeling on the subject became known throughout Cranford. We all tried to drop the more familiar name, but we had so little success that by and by we gave up the attempt. My visit to Miss Pole was very quiet. Miss Jenkins had for so long taken the lead in Cranford that, now she was gone, they hardly knew how to give a party. The Honorable Mrs. Jameson, to whom even Miss Jenkins had always yielded the post of honor, was fat and inert, and very much at the mercy of her old servants. If they chose that she should give a party, they would remind her of the necessity. If not, she simply let it alone. This gave me all the more time to hear old-world stories from Miss Pole while she sat knitting and I made my father's shirts. I always took a quantity of plain sewing to Cranford. Since we did not read or walk very much, I found it a capital time to get through my work. One of Miss Pole's stories related to a shadow of a love affair, one that had been dimly perceived or suspected many years before. Presently, the time arrived for me to move to Miss Matilda's house. I found her timid and anxious about the arrangements for my comfort. Many a time while I was unpacking, she came backwards and forwards to stir the fire, which only burned all the worse for being so frequently poked. She would ask if I had enough drawers, explaining that she did not know exactly how her sister used to arrange them. She would praise her sister's capital methods and was sure that Deborah could have trained a servant in a week to make a better fire than the one Fanny made, who had now been with her for 4 months. This subject of servants was a standing grievance, and I could not wonder at it. For if gentlemen were scarce in the genteel society of Cranford, their handsome counterparts were abundant in the lower classes. The pretty, neat servant maids had their choice of desirable followers, and their mistresses, even without Miss Matilda's mysterious dread of men and matrimony, might well feel anxious. They worried lest the heads of their comely maids should be turned by the joiner, or the butcher, or the gardener. These men were obliged by their work to come to the house, and, as ill luck would have it, were generally handsome and unmarried. Fanny's lovers, if she had any, were a constant anxiety to her mistress. Miss Matilda suspected her of so many flirtations that if Fanny had not been very pretty, I should have doubted her having even one. She was forbidden by her contract to have followers. And though Fanny had answered with an air of innocence while folding the hem of her apron that she never had more than one at a time, Miss Matty still prohibited that one. But a vision of a man seemed to haunt the kitchen. Fanny assured me it was all my fancy. Otherwise, I would have said myself that I had seen a man's coat-tails whisk into the scullery one night. Another evening, when our watches had stopped, I went to look at the clock. There I saw a very odd appearance, singularly like a young man squeezed between the clock and the open kitchen door. I thought Fanny snatched up the candle very hastily to throw a shadow on the clock face, as she positively told me a time that was half an hour too early. I did not add to Miss Matty's anxieties by naming my suspicions. This was especially true after Fanny mentioned to me the next day that it was such a queer kitchen for odd shadows, and that she was almost afraid to stay. She reminded me that, after all, she saw no other living creature from her 6 o'clock tea until the mistress rang for prayers at 10. However, it so fell out that Fanny had to leave. Miss Matilda begged me to stay and help settle her with the new maid. I consented after hearing from my father that he did not want me at home. The new servant was a rough, honest-looking country girl who had only ever lived on a farm. But I liked her looks when she came to be hired, and I promised Miss Matilda I would put her in the ways of the house. These ways were religiously kept as Miss Matilda thought her sister would approve. Many a domestic rule had been the subject of a plaintive whispered murmur to me during Miss Jenkins's life. But now that she was gone, I do not think that even I, who was a favorite, would have dared to suggest an alteration. To give an instance, we constantly adhered to the forms which had been observed at mealtimes in the house of her father, the rector. Accordingly, we always had wine and dessert. The decanters, however, were only filled when there was a party. What remained was seldom touched, though we each had 2 wine glasses set out every day after dinner. This would continue until the next festive occasion, when the state of the leftover wine was examined in a family council. The dregs were often given to the poor. Occasionally, if a good deal had been left, it might be added to a fresh bottle brought up from the cellar. I fancy poor Captain Brown did not much like wine, for I noticed he never finished his first glass, while most military men take several. Then, as for our dessert, Miss Jenkins used to gather the currants and gooseberries herself. I sometimes thought they would have tasted better fresh from the trees, but Miss Jenkins's reasoning was that, otherwise, there would have been nothing for dessert in the summertime. As it was, we felt very genteel with our 2 glasses apiece, and the elaborate dish of gooseberries, currants, and biscuits before us. When oranges came in, a most curious proceeding was gone through. Miss Jenkins did not like to cut the fruit, explaining that the juice all ran out to unknown places. She believed that sucking, though I think she used a more obscure word, for it was the only true way of enjoying oranges. But this was unpleasantly associated with a ceremony often performed by little babies, and so, after dessert during orange season, Miss Jenkins and Miss Mattie would rise from the table. They would each take an orange in silence and withdraw to the privacy of their own rooms, there to indulge in the act of eating them. I had once or twice tried on such occasions to prevail on Miss Mattie to stay and eat her orange with me. I had even succeeded once in her sister's lifetime, after I held up a screen and promised not to look. Miss Mattie had said then that she tried not to make the noise too offensive, but now that she was left alone, she seemed quite horrified when I begged her to remain. She could not enjoy her orange in the warm dining parlor as she liked best, and so it was with everything. Miss Jenkins' rules were made more stringent than ever, because the framer of them was gone where there could be no appeal. In all things else, Miss Matilda was meek and undecided to a fault. I have heard the former maid, Fanny, turn her round 20 times in a morning about dinner, just as the little hussy chose. I sometimes fancied she worked on Miss Matilda's weakness in order to bewilder her and to make her feel more in the power of her clever servant. I determined that I would not leave her until I had seen what sort of a person the new maid, Martha, was. If I found her trustworthy, I would tell her not to trouble her mistress with every little decision. Martha was blunt and plain spoken to a fault. Otherwise, she was a brisk, well-meaning, but very ignorant girl. She had not been with us a week before Miss Matilda and I were astounded one morning by a letter from a cousin. He had been in India for 20 or 30 years and had lately, as we had seen in the army list, returned to England with an invalid wife. Major Jenkins wrote to propose that he and his wife should spend a night at Cranford on their way to Scotland. He suggested staying at the inn if it did not suit Miss Matilda to receive them, in which case they should hope to be with her as much as possible during the day. Of course, it had to suit her, as she said, for all of Cranford knew she had her sister's bedroom at liberty. But I am sure she wished the Major had stopped in India and forgotten his cousins completely. She asked helplessly how she could possibly manage. She lamented that if only Deborah had been alive, she would have known exactly what to do with a gentleman visitor. She fretted over whether she must put razors in his dressing room and cried out in despair that she had none, whereas Deborah would surely have had them. She worried aloud about slippers and coat brushes. I suggested he would likely bring these things himself. She then fretted about dinner, asking how she was to know when to rise and leave him to his wine. Deborah, she sighed, would have done it all so well, and would have been quite in her element. She wondered if he would want coffee. I undertook the management of the coffee and told her I would instruct Martha in the art of waiting, in which the girl was terribly deficient. I added that I had no doubt the Major and his wife would understand the quiet way in which a lady lived by herself in a country town, but she was sadly fluttered. I made her empty her decanters and bring up 2 fresh bottles of wine. I wished I could have prevented her from being present at my instructions to Martha, for she frequently cut in with some fresh direction, muddling the poor girl's mind as she stood open-mouthed, listening to us both. I told Martha to hand the vegetables round, a foolishly ambitious goal, I now see. Seeing her look bewildered, I clarified that she should take the vegetables to people and let them help themselves. Miss Matilda then put in that she must mind to go to the ladies first, always before the gentlemen. Martha promised to do as she was told, but added that she, personally, liked the lads best. We felt very uncomfortable and shocked at this speech, yet I do not think she meant any harm. On the whole, she attended very well to our directions, except that she nudged the Major when he did not help himself to the potatoes as soon as she expected. When they did come, the Major and his wife were quiet and unpretending people. They seemed languid, as I suppose all East Indians are. We were rather dismayed at their bringing 2 servants with them, a Hindu body servant for the Major and a steady, elderly maid for his wife. But they slept at the inn, which took a good deal of the responsibility off of us, as they attended carefully to their masters' and mistress's comfort. Martha, to be sure, never ended hers staring at the East Indian's white turban and brown complexion. I saw that Miss Matilda herself shrunk away from him a little as he waited at dinner. Indeed, after they were gone, she asked me if he did not remind me of the tale of Blue Beard. On the whole, the visit was most satisfactory, and it remains a subject of conversation with Miss Matilda, even now. At the time, it greatly excited Cranford. It even stirred the apathetic and honorable Mrs. Jameson to some expression of interest. This was when I went to call on her, to thank her for the kind answers she had given to Miss Matilda's inquiries about arranging a gentleman's dressing room. I must confess, she had given these answers in the wearied manner of a Scandinavian prophetess who wished only to be left to her repose. And now, I come to the love affair. It seems that Miss Pole had a cousin, once or twice removed, who had made an offer to Miss Mattie long ago. This cousin lived 4 or 5 miles from Cranford on his own estate. But his property was not large enough to entitle him to rank higher than a yeoman. Or rather, with a kind of pride that apes humility, he had refused to push himself on into the ranks of the squires as so many of his class had done. He would not allow himself to be called Thomas Holbrook, Esquire. He even sent back letters with this address, informing the postmistress that his name was Mr. Thomas Holbrook, yeoman. He rejected all domestic innovations. He preferred the house door to stand open in summer and be shut in winter, without a knocker or a bell to summon a servant. A closed fist or the knob of a stick did the office for him if he found the door locked. He despised every refinement that did not have its root deep in humanity. If people were not ill, he saw no necessity for moderating his voice. He spoke the dialect of the country to perfection and constantly used it in conversation. Although, as Miss Pole informed me, he also read aloud more beautifully and with more feeling than anyone she had ever heard, except for the late rector. I asked Miss Pole how it came to be that Miss Matilda had not married him. She confessed she did not know for sure, but she thought Miss Mattie herself had been willing enough. The problem, she suspected, was that her cousin Thomas would not have been considered enough of a gentleman for the rector and for Miss Jenkins. I remarked impatiently that they were not the ones who were to marry him. Miss Pole agreed, but explained that they did not like Miss Mattie to marry below her rank. She reminded me that her friend was the rector's daughter and was somehow related to Sir Peter Arley, a fact Miss Jenkins thought a great deal of. I could only express my sympathy for poor Miss Mattie. Miss Pole then softened her stance, saying she knew nothing more than that he had offered and was refused. Perhaps Miss Mattie did not like him, or perhaps Miss Jenkins had never said a word. It was only her own guess. I inquired if she had ever seen him since. Miss Pole thought not. She explained that his house, Woodley, lay halfway between Cranford and Misselton. He had made Misselton his market town very soon after his offer had been refused. She did not think he had been into Cranford more than once or twice since. She recalled one time when walking with Miss Mattie, her friend had suddenly darted away up Shire Lane. A few minutes later, Miss Pole herself was startled by meeting Cousin Thomas. After a pause of my own castle building, I asked how old he was. With a sigh, Miss Pole replied that he must be about 70, a statement which blew up my castle as if by gunpowder. Very soon after, during my long visit, I had the opportunity of seeing Mr. Holbrook myself. I also saw his first encounter with his former love after a separation of 30 or 40 years. I was in the shop, helping Miss Mattie decide on a silk to match a gown, when a tall, thin, Don Quixote-looking old man came in for some woolen gloves. I had never seen the striking-looking person before, and I watched him attentively while Miss Mattie listened to the shopman. The stranger wore a blue coat with brass buttons, drab breeches, and gaiters. He drummed his fingers on the counter until he was attended to. When he answered the shop boy's polite inquiry, I saw Miss Matilda start and then suddenly sit down. Instantly, I guessed who it was. She had made some request which had to be carried to the other shopman. That other man called out that Miss Jenkins wanted the black sarcenet. Mr. Holbrook had caught the name and was across the shop in 2 strides. He called out her name, Mattie, then Miss Matilda, then Miss Jenkins, exclaiming his surprise and blessing his soul. He could not have known her, he said. He kept shaking her hand with a warmth that proved his friendship, but he repeated to himself so often that he would not have known her that it did away with any sentimental romance I might have been building in my mind. However, he kept talking to us all the time we were in the shop. Then he waved the shopman with the unpurchased gloves aside, telling him it would have to be another time, and walked home with us. I am happy to report that Miss Matilda also left the shop in an equally bewildered state, having purchased neither green nor red silk. Mr. Holbrook was evidently full of honest, loud-spoken joy at meeting his old love again. He touched on the changes that had taken place. He even referred to the late Miss Jenkins with a forgiving air, remarking that we all have our faults. He bade us goodbye with many hopes that he would see Miss Mattie again. She went straight to her room and never came back until our early tea time. When she did, I thought she looked as if she had been crying. Chapter 4. A few days later, a note came from Mr. Holbrook. It was written in a formal, old-fashioned style, impartially asking both of us to spend a day at his house. A long June day, for it was now June. He mentioned that he had also invited his cousin, Miss Pole, so that we might join in a fly which could be put up at his house. I expected Miss Mattie to jump at this invitation, but she did not. Miss Pole and I had the greatest difficulty in persuading her to go. First, she thought it was improper. She was even half annoyed when we utterly ignored the idea of any impropriety in her going with 2 other ladies to see her old lover. Then came a more serious difficulty. She did not think her sister, Deborah, would have liked her to go. This took us half a day of good, hard talking to overcome. But at the first hint of her relenting, I seized the opportunity. I wrote and dispatched an acceptance in her name, fixing the day and hour so that all might be decided. The next morning she asked me to go down to the shop with her. There, after much hesitation, we chose 3 caps to be sent home and tried on, so that the most becoming might be selected to take with us on Thursday. She was in a state of silent agitation all the way to Woodley. She had evidently never been there before, and although she little dreamed that I knew anything of her early story, I could see she was in a tremor. She trembled at the thought of seeing the place which might have been her home, and around which it is probable that many of her innocent, girlish imaginations had once clustered. It was a long drive through paved, jolting lanes. Miss Matilda sat bolt upright and looked wistfully out of the windows as we drew near our journey's end. The country around us was quiet and pastoral. Woodley stood among fields, with an old-fashioned garden where roses and currant bushes touched one another. The feathery asparagus formed a pretty background to the pinks and gillyflowers. There was no drive up to the door. We got out at a little gate and walked up a straight box-edged path. Miss Pole, who was afraid of an earache and wore only her cap, remarked that she thought her cousin might make a drive. But Miss Mattie replied in a soft, plaintive whisper that she thought it was very pretty. Her words were hushed, for just then Mr. Holbrook appeared at the door, rubbing his hands in an effervescence of hospitality. He looked more like my idea of Don Quixote than ever, yet the likeness was only external. His respectable housekeeper stood modestly at the door to bid us welcome. And while she led the elder ladies upstairs to a bedroom, I begged to look about the garden. My request evidently pleased the old gentleman. He took me all around the place and showed me his 26 cows, which were named after the different letters of the alphabet. As we went along, he occasionally surprised me by repeating apt and beautiful quotations from the poets, ranging easily from Shakespeare and George Herbert to those of our own day. He did this as naturally as if he were thinking aloud, their beautiful words being the best expression he could find for his thoughts and feelings. To be sure, he called Byron my Lord Byron, and pronounced the name of Goethe strictly in the English fashion, as he quoted a line about ye ever-verdant palaces. Altogether, I have never met a man, before or since, who had spent so long a life in a secluded and unimpressive country, with such an ever-increasing delight in the daily and yearly changes of season and beauty. When he and I went in, we found that dinner was nearly ready in what I suppose must be called the kitchen. There were oak dressers and cupboards all around the fireplace, with only a small turkey carpet in the middle of the flag floor. The room could have been easily made into a handsome dining parlor by removing the oven and a few other kitchen items that were evidently never used. The actual cooking took place at some distance. The room in which we were expected to sit was stiffly furnished and ugly, but the room in which we did sit was what Mr. Holbrook called the counting house. It was where he paid his laborers their weekly wages at a great desk near the door. The rest of this pretty sitting room, which looked into the orchard and was filled with dancing tree shadows, was covered in books. They lay on the ground, they covered the walls, they were strewn across the table. He was evidently half ashamed and half proud of his extravagance in this respect. They were of all kinds, with poetry and wild, weird tales being the most prevalent. He evidently chose his books according to his own tastes, not because they were considered classics or established favorites. He remarked with a sigh that farmers ought not to have much time for reading, yet somehow one could not help it. Miss Mattie whispered what a pretty room it was, and I, almost at the same moment, said aloud what a pleasant place it was. He replied, pleased that we liked it, but questioned if we could sit on the great black leather, three-cornered chairs. He admitted he liked it better than the best parlor, but he had thought ladies would find that room to be the smarter place. It was the smarter place, but like most smart things, it was not at all pretty, or pleasant, or homelike. So, while we were at dinner, the servant girl dusted and scrubbed the counting-house chairs, and we sat there for the rest of the day. We had pudding before meat. I thought Mr. Holbrook was about to apologize for his old-fashioned ways, as he began by asking if we liked new-fangled customs. Miss Mattie assured him we did not. He agreed heartily. He said his housekeeper insisted on her new fashion, otherwise he would tell her that when he was a young man, they kept strictly to his father's rule. That rule, he explained, was no broth, no ball, no beef. They always began dinner with broth. Then they had suet puddings boiled in the broth with the beef, and then the meat itself. If a person did not sup their broth, they had no ball, which they liked much better. And the beef came last of all, and only those who had done justice to the broth and the ball received it. He lamented that folks nowadays begin with sweet things and turn their dinners completely topsy-turvy. When the ducks and green peas came, we looked at each other in dismay. We had only two-pronged, black-handled forks. It is true the steel was as bright as silver, but what were we to do? Miss Mattie picked up her peas one by one on the point of the prongs, much as the character Amine ate her grains of rice. Miss Pole sighed over her delicate young peas as she left them on one side of her plate, for they would simply drop between the prongs. I looked at my host. The peas were going wholesale into his capacious mouth, shoveled up by his large, round-ended knife. I saw, I imitated, and I survived. My friends, in spite of my precedent, could not muster enough courage to do such an ungenteel thing. And if Mr. Holbrook had not been so heartily hungry, he would probably have seen that the good peas went away almost untouched. After dinner, a clay pipe and a spittoon were brought in. Mr. Holbrook asked us to retire to another room if we disliked tobacco smoke, saying he would soon join us. But first, in a gesture that was a compliment to a lady in his youth, he presented his pipe to Miss Mattie and requested that she fill the bowl. This was rather inappropriate to propose as an honor to Miss Mattie, who had been trained by her sister to hold smoking of every kind in utter abhorrence. But if it was a shock to her refinement, it was also a gratification to her feelings to be thus selected. So she daintily stuffed the strong tobacco into the pipe, and then we withdrew. As we settled ourselves in the counting-house, Miss Mattie said softly how very pleasant it was, dining with a bachelor. She only hoped it was not improper, as so many pleasant things often were. Miss Pole looked around the room, remarking on the number of books and how dusty they were. Miss Mattie thought it must be like one of the great Dr. Johnson's rooms, and declared that Miss Pole's cousin must be a superior man. Miss Pole agreed that he was a great reader, but she was afraid he had gotten into very uncouth habits from living alone. Miss Mattie quickly defended him. She replied that uncouth was too hard a word. She would call him eccentric, as very clever people always are. When Mr. Holbrook returned, he proposed a walk in the fields. But the two elder ladies were afraid of damp and dirt, and had only very unbecoming calashes to put on over their caps, so they declined. I was again his companion in a turn he said he was obliged to take to see after his men. He strode along, either wholly forgetting my existence, or soothed into silence by his pipe, and yet it was not silence exactly. He walked before me with a stooping gait, his hands clasped behind him. As some tree or cloud or glimpse of distant pasture struck him, he quoted poetry to himself. He said it out loud in a grand, sonorous voice, with the just emphasis that true feeling gives. We came upon an old cedar tree, and he quoted a line about the cedar spreading its dark green layers of shade. He then exclaimed to himself what a capital term layers was, and what a wonderful man the poet must be. I did not know if he was speaking to me, but I put in an assenting wonderful, just because I was tired of being forgotten. He turned sharp round, exclaiming that I may well say wonderful. He told me that when he saw the review of the poems in Blackwood, he had set off within an hour and walked 7 miles to Misselton to order them. He then suddenly and vehemently asked me what color ashbuds are in March. The question made me wonder if the man was going mad. He seemed so very like Don Quixote. He repeated the question with force. With the meekness of ignorance, I confessed that I was sure I did not know. He said he knew I didn't. No more did he. An old fool that he was, until this young poet had come and told him. The answer, he revealed, was that they were as black as ash buds in March, and he had lived all his life in the country. It was a shame he did not know. He declared that they were jet black, and then he went off again, swinging along to the music of some new rhyme he had gotten hold of. When we came back, nothing would serve him but that he must read us the poems he had been speaking of. Miss Pole encouraged him in this. I thought it was because she wished me to hear his beautiful reading, of which she had boasted. But she later said it was because she had reached a difficult part of her crochet and wanted to count her stitches without talking. Whatever he had proposed would have been right to Miss Mattie. Although she did fall sound asleep within 5 minutes after he had begun a long poem called Locksley Hall, she had a comfortable nap, unobserved, until he ended. The cessation of his voice wakened her. Feeling that something was expected, she remarked what a pretty book it was. Mr. Holbrook exclaimed that it was not pretty, It was beautiful. Flustered at his disapproval, she quickly agreed, saying she had meant beautiful. She then tried to compare it to a beautiful poem by Dr. Johnson that her sister used to read. But she could not recall its name or what it was about. She turned to me for help, but I did not know either. Mr. Holbrook reflected that he did not know Dr. Johnson's poems well, and that he must read them. As we were getting into the fly to return, I heard Mr. Holbrook announce that he would call on the ladies soon to inquire how they got home. This evidently pleased and fluttered Miss Mattie at the time. But once we had lost sight of the old house among the trees, her thoughts were absorbed by a distressing wonder as to whether Martha had broken her word and seized on the opportunity of her mistress's absence to have a follower. Martha looked good and steady and composed enough as she came to help us out. She was always careful of Miss Mattie, and tonight she made use of a most unlucky speech. She remarked with concern that it was surprising to see Miss Mattie out in such a thin shawl, telling her that at her age she should be careful. Miss Mattie, almost crossly for her, repeated the phrase, "my age," and asked Martha just how old she thought she was. Martha guessed she was not far short of 60, but added that looks were often against people, and that she meant no harm. With grave emphasis, Miss Mattie stated that she was not yet 52. I suspect the remembrance of her youth had come very vividly before her this day, and she was annoyed at finding that golden time so far away in the past. But she never spoke of any former and more intimate acquaintance with Mr. Holbrook. She had probably met with so little sympathy in her early love that she had shut it up close in her heart. It was only by a sort of watching, which I could hardly avoid since Miss Pole's confidence, that I saw how faithful her poor heart had been in its sorrow and its silence. She gave me some good reason for wearing her best cap every day and sat near the window, in spite of her rheumatism, in order to see, without being seen, down into the street. He came. He put his open palms upon his knees, which were far apart, as he sat with his head bent down, whistling, after we had replied to his inquiries about our safe return. Suddenly he jumped up. He asked if we had any commands for Paris, announcing that he was going there in a week or two. We both exclaimed in surprise. He explained that he had never been there, but had always wished to go, and he felt that if he did not go soon, he might not go at all. So as soon as the hay was gathered, he would go before harvest time. We were so much astonished that we had no commissions to give him. Just as he was going out of the room, he turned back with his favorite exclamation, blessing his soul and saying he had nearly forgotten half his errand. He tugged a parcel from his coat pocket. It was the book of poems we had admired so much at his house. He wished me goodbye, and then wished Mattie goodbye, telling her to take care of herself, and then he was gone. But he had given her a book, and he had called her Mattie, just as he used to do 30 years ago. Miss Matilda anxiously wished he would not go to Paris. She said she did not believe frogs would agree with him. She recalled that he used to have to be very careful about what he ate, which had always seemed curious in so strong-looking a young man. Soon after this, I took my leave. I gave many instructions to Martha to look after her mistress, and to let me know if she thought Miss Matilda was not so well. In which case, I would volunteer a visit to my old friend, without revealing Martha's summons to her. Accordingly, I received a line or two from Martha every now and then. And about November, I had a note with an account that made me so uneasy that I packed my things and went, although Martha had not decidedly summoned me. Her note described her mistress as being very low and sadly off her food. I received a warm welcome in spite of the little flurry produced by my impromptu visit. I had only been able to give a day's notice. Miss Matilda looked miserably ill, and I prepared to comfort and cosset her. I went down to have a private talk with Martha. As I stood by the kitchen fire, I asked how long her mistress had been so poorly. Martha thought it had been for more than a fortnight. She knew it had started on a Tuesday after Miss Pole had visited. At first, she thought her mistress was just tired and that it would go off with a night's rest. But it had gone on and on ever since until she felt it her duty to write to me. I told her she had done quite right and that it was a comfort to think Miss Mattie had such a faithful servant. I then asked if she found her place comfortable. Martha replied that the missus was very kind, with plenty to eat and drink and easy work, but then she hesitated. When I prompted her, she explained what was on her mind. It seemed so hard of her mistress not to let her have any followers. There were, she lamented, such a lot of young fellows in the town, and many had offered to keep company with her. She felt she might never be in such a likely place again, and it was like wasting an opportunity. Many a girl she knew would have them over without the mistress ever knowing. But she had given her word, and she would stick to it. Otherwise, the house was perfect for secrecy. The kitchen was so capable, with such dark corners, she was bound she could hide anyone. She confessed that only last Sunday night she had been crying because she had to shut the door in Jem Hearn's face. He was a steady young man, fit for any girl, but she had given her word. Martha was all but crying again. I had little comfort to give her, for I knew from old experience of the horror with which both the Miss Jenkinses looked upon followers. In Miss Mattie's present nervous state, this dread was not likely to be lessened. I went to see Miss Pole the next day and took her completely by surprise, for she had not been to see Miss Matilda for 2 days. She immediately announced that she must go back with me. She explained that she had promised to let her know how Thomas Holbrook was getting on. Then she added with great sorrow that his housekeeper had sent word that day that he had not long to live. Poor Thomas, she sighed. That journey to Paris had been quite too much for him. His housekeeper had said he had hardly been round his field since his return. He just sat with his hands on his knees in the counting-house, not reading or doing anything, only remarking on what a wonderful city Paris was. Miss Pole felt that Paris had much to answer for if it had killed her cousin Thomas, for a better man never lived. A new light dawning on me as to the cause of Miss Mattie's indisposition, I asked if she knew of his illness. Miss Pole confirmed it at once. Of course she knew. She seemed surprised that her friend had not told me. She herself had let her know a fortnight ago or more, when first she heard of it. I thought it best not to say anything. I felt almost guilty for having spied too curiously into that tender heart, and I was not going to speak of its secrets, which Miss Mattie believed were hidden from all the world. I ushered Miss Pole into Miss Matilda's little drawing-room and then left them alone. But I was not surprised when Martha came to my bedroom door and asked me to go down to dinner alone, explaining that her missus had one of her bad headaches. She came into the drawing room at tea time, but it was evidently an effort for her. As if to make up for some reproachful feeling against her late sister, which had been troubling her, she now felt penitent. She kept telling me how good and how clever Deborah was in her youth, how she used to settle what gowns they were to wear, and had started the benefit society for the poor. She told of how Deborah had once danced with a lord and visited at Sir Peter Arley's and had tried to remodel the rectory on the grand plans of Arley Hall. And she told of how Deborah had nursed her through a long, long illness, one I had never heard of before, but which I now dated in my own mind as following the dismissal of Mr. Holbrook's suit. So we talked softly and quietly of old times through the long November evening. The next day, Miss Pole brought us the news that Mr. Holbrook was dead. Miss Mattie heard it in silence. In fact, from the account of the previous day, it was only what we had to expect. Miss Pole kept calling upon us for some expression of regret, asking if it was not sad that he was gone. She lamented to think of that pleasant day last June when he had seemed so well. She felt he might have lived for a dozen more years if he had not gone to that wicked Paris with its constant revolutions. She paused for some demonstration on our part. I saw Miss Mattie could not speak. She was trembling so nervously. So I said what I really felt. And after a call of some duration, during which I have no doubt Miss Pole thought Miss Mattie received the news very calmly, our visitor took her leave. Miss Mattie made a strong effort to conceal her feelings, a concealment she practiced even with me. She has never alluded to Mr. Holbrook again, though the book he gave her lies with her Bible on the little table by her bedside. I do not think she knew that I overheard her ask the little milliner to make her caps something like the Honorable Mrs. Jamieson's. Nor do I think she knew I noticed the milliner's reply, questioning if she was aware that Mrs. Jamieson wore widow's caps. Miss Mattie, flustered, had clarified that she only meant something in that style, not a widow's cap, of course, but rather like it. This effort at concealment was the beginning of the tremulous motion of head and hands which I have seen in Miss Mattie ever since. The evening of the day we heard of Mr. Holbrook's death, Miss Matilda was very silent and thoughtful. After prayers, she called Martha back and then stood, uncertain what to say. At last, she told Martha that she was young. After a long pause, which Martha prompted her to end with a curtsy, she continued. She said that perhaps Martha might some day meet a young man she liked and who liked her in return. She acknowledged that she had told her not to have followers, but if she met with such a respectable young man and told her about him, she would have no objection to him visiting once a week. In a low voice, she added a prayer that she should not be the cause of grieving any young hearts. She spoke as if providing for a distant possibility, and was rather startled by Martha's ready and eager answer. Martha immediately brought up Jem Hearn. She described him as a joiner who made 3 and 6 pence a day and stood 6'1" in his stocking feet. She assured her mistress that if she asked about him in the morning, everyone would give him a character for steadiness. She was bound, she said, that he would be glad enough to come the very next night. Though Miss Mattie was startled, she submitted to fate and love. Chapter 5. I have often noticed that almost everyone has his own individual small economies. These are careful habits of saving fractions of pennies in some one peculiar direction. Any disturbance of these habits often annoys a person more than spending shillings or pounds on a real extravagance. An old gentleman of my acquaintance provides a perfect example. He took the news of a joint stock bank failure with stoical mildness, even though some of his money was invested in it. Yet, he worried his family all through a long summer's day because one of them had torn, instead of cutting, the written leaves from his now useless bank book. This little unnecessary waste of paper, his private economy, chafed him more than all the loss of his money. Envelopes fretted his soul terribly when they first came in. The only way he could reconcile himself to such waste was by patiently turning inside out all that were sent to him, and so making them serve again. Even now, though tamed by age, I see him casting wistful glances at his daughters when they use a whole half sheet of notepaper for just 3 lines of acceptance to an invitation. I am not above owning that I have this human weakness myself. String is my foible. My pockets get full of little hanks of it, picked up and twisted together, ready for uses that never come. I am seriously annoyed if anyone cuts the string of a parcel instead of patiently undoing it fold by fold. How people can bring themselves to use India rubber rings, a sort of deification of string, as lightly as they do, I cannot imagine. To me, an India rubber ring is a precious treasure. I have one that I picked up off the floor nearly 6 years ago. I have really tried to use it, but my heart failed me, and I could not commit the extravagance. Small pieces of butter grieve others. They cannot attend to conversation because of the annoyance caused by the habit some people have of taking more butter than they want. I am sure you have seen the anxious, almost mesmeric look which such persons fix on the article. They would feel it a relief if they might bury it out of their sight by popping it into their own mouths and swallowing it down. They are made truly happy if the person on whose plate it lies unused suddenly breaks off a piece of toast he does not want at all and eats up his butter. They think that this is not waste. Now Miss Mattie Jenkins was chary of candles. We had many devices to use, as few as possible. In the winter afternoons, she would sit knitting for 2 or 3 hours, a task she could do in the dark or by firelight. When I asked if I might ring for candles to finish my stitching, she would tell me it was time to keep a blind man's holiday. The candles were usually brought in with tea, but we only burnt one at a time. As we lived in constant preparation for a friend who might come in any evening, though one never did, it required some contrivance to keep our 2 candles the same length. They had to look as if we burnt 2 always. The candles took it in turns. Whatever we might be talking about, Miss Mattie's eyes were habitually fixed upon the burning candle. She was always ready to jump up and extinguish it, and to light the other, before they had become too uneven in length to be restored to equality in the course of the evening. One night, I remember this candle economy particularly annoyed me. I had grown very tired of my compulsory holiday from sewing in the dim light, especially as Miss Mattie had fallen asleep. I did not like to stir the fire and run the risk of awakening her, so I could not even sit on the rug and scorch myself with my work by firelight, as was my custom. I fancied Miss Matty must be dreaming of her early life, for she spoke one or two words in her uneasy sleep that referred to persons long since dead. When Martha brought in the lighted candle and tea, Miss Matty started into wakefulness with a strange, bewildered look, as if we were not the people she expected to see. A little sad expression shadowed her face as she recognized me, but she immediately tried to give me her usual smile. All through tea time, her talk ran upon the days of her childhood and youth. Perhaps this reminded her of the need to look over all the old family letters and destroy those that ought not to fall into the hands of strangers. She had often spoken of this task, but had always shrunk from it with a timid dread of something painful. Tonight, however, she rose up after tea and went to fetch them. She went in the dark, for she prided herself on the precise neatness of her chamber arrangements, and used to look at me uneasily whenever I lighted a bed candle for any reason. When she returned, a faint, pleasant smell of Tonquin beans filled the room. I had always noticed this scent about any of the things which had belonged to her mother, and many of the letters were indeed addressed to her yellow bundles of love letters, 60 or 70 years old. Miss Matty undid the packet with a sigh, but she stifled it directly, as if it were hardly right to regret the flight of time, or of life itself. We agreed to look them over separately. Each of us would take a different letter from the same bundle and describe its contents to the other before destroying it. I never knew what sad work the reading of old letters was before that evening, though I could hardly tell why. The letters were as happy as letters could be, at least those early ones were. There was in them a vivid and intense sense of the present time, which seemed so strong and full, as if it could never pass away. It felt as if the warm, living hearts that so expressed themselves could never die and become as nothing to the sunny earth. I believe I should have felt less melancholy if the letters had been more so. I saw the tears stealing down the well-worn furrows of Miss Matty's cheeks, and her spectacles often wanted wiping. I hoped at last that she would light the other candle, for my own eyes were rather dim, and I wanted more light to see the pale, faded ink. But no. Even through her tears, she saw and remembered her little economical ways. The earliest set of letters consisted of 2 bundles tied together. The ticket, in Miss Jenkins's handwriting, stated that they were letters interchanged between her ever-honored father and dearly beloved mother, prior to their marriage in July of 1774. I would guess the rector of Cranford was about 27 when he wrote those letters, and Miss Matty told me her mother was just 18 at the time of her wedding. With my idea of the rector, derived from his stiff and stately portrait in the dining parlor, it was strange to read his letters. They were full of eager, passionate ardor and short, homely sentences fresh from the heart. This was very different from the grand, Latinized, Johnsonian style of his printed sermon. His letters were a curious contrast to those of his girl bride. She was evidently rather annoyed at his demands for expressions of love, and could not quite understand his meaning when he repeated the same thing in so many different ways. What she was quite clear about, however, was a longing for a white Padua soy, whatever that might be. 6 or 7 letters were principally occupied with asking her lover to use his influence with her parents to obtain this or that article of dress, especially the white paduasoy. He cared nothing for how she was dressed. He took pains to assure her that she was always lovely enough for him, especially when she begged him to express a preference for certain fineries in his replies so she could show them to her parents. But at length, he seemed to realize that she would not be married until she had a trousseau to her mind. He then sent her a letter accompanying a whole box of finery in which he requested that she might be dressed in everything her heart desired. This was the first letter ticketed in a frail, delicate hand with the words identifying it as being from her dearest John. I suppose they were married shortly afterwards, judging from the interruption in their correspondence. Looking at me doubtfully, Miss Mattie said she thought they must burn them. She reasoned that no one would care for them when she was gone, and one by one she dropped them into the middle of the fire. She watched each blaze up, die out, and rise away in a faint, white, ghostly semblance up the chimney before giving another to the same fate. The room was light enough now. But I, like her, was fascinated, watching the destruction of those letters into which the honest warmth of a manly heart had been poured forth. The next letter, also docketed by Miss Jenkins, was endorsed with a long title. It was described as a letter of pious congratulation and exhortation from her venerable grandfather to her beloved mother on the occasion of Miss Jenkins's own birth. It also promised some practical remarks on the desirability of keeping warm the extremities of infants from her excellent grandmother. The first part of the letter was, indeed, a severe and forcible picture of the responsibilities of mothers. It was a warning against the evils of the world, lying in ghastly wait for the little baby of 2 days old. The old gentleman noted that his wife did not write because he had forbidden it, as a sprained ankle had, in his words, quite incapacitated her from holding a pen. However, at the foot of the page was a small note instructing the reader to turn the page over, and on the back, sure enough, there was a letter addressed to his dearest Molly. In it, the grandmother begged her, when she left her room, to always go upstairs before going down. She also told her to wrap the baby's feet in flannel and keep it warm by the fire, even though it was summer, because babies were so tender. It was pretty to see from the letters, which were evidently exchanged with some frequency between the young mother and the grandmother, how the girlish vanity was being weeded out of her heart by love for her baby. The white paduasoy figured again in the letters, with almost as much vigor as before. In one, it was being made into a christening cloak for the baby. It decked the infant when it went with its parents to spend a day or two at Arley Hall. It added to its charms, as the mother wrote that it was the prettiest little baby that ever was seen. She wished her own mother could see her. She added that, without any partiality, she truly thought the child would grow up to be a regular beauty. I thought of Miss Jenkins, gray, withered, and wrinkled, and I wondered if her mother had known her in the courts of heaven. And then I knew that she had, and that they stood there together in angelic guise. There was a great gap in time before any of the rector's letters appeared. By then, his wife's mode of endorsement had changed. It was no longer from her dearest John. It was from her honored husband. The letters were written on the occasion of the publication of the same sermon that was represented in the picture. The preaching before a judge and the publishing by request was evidently the culminating point, the great event of his life. It had been necessary for him to go to London to superintend it through the press. Many friends had to be called upon and consulted before he could decide on any printer fit for so onerous a task. At length, it was arranged that the publishing house of John and James Rivington was to have the honorable responsibility. The worthy rector seemed to be strung up to a high literary pitch by the occasion, for he could hardly write a letter to his wife without using Latin phrases. I remember the end of one of his letters ran with a Latin vow to always hold the virtuous qualities of his Molly in remembrance. This was quite a thing to write to a wife whose English was often at fault in grammar and spelling, and might be taken as proof of how much he idealized his Molly. As Miss Jenkins used to say, "People talk a great deal about idealizing nowadays, whatever that may mean." But this was nothing to a fit of writing classical poetry which soon seized him, in which his Molly figured as Maria. The letter containing this poem was endorsed by her with a note about receiving Hebrew verses from her honored husband. She had thought to have a letter about killing the pig, she wrote, but supposed she must wait. She had also made a memorandum to send the poetry to Sir Peter Arley, as her husband desired. A postscript in his own hand stated that the ode had appeared in the Gentleman's Magazine in December of 1782. Her letters back to her husband, which he treasured as fondly as if they had been Cicero's epistles, were more satisfactory to an absent husband and father than his could ever have been to her. She told him how Deborah sewed her seam very neatly every day, and read to her in the books he had set for her. She described how she was a very forward, good child, but would ask questions her mother could not answer. In those moments, she wrote, she did not let herself down by admitting her ignorance, but instead took to stirring the fire or sending the forward child on an errand. Mattie was now the mother's darling, and promised, like her sister at her age, to be a great beauty. I was reading this aloud to Miss Mattie, who smiled and sighed a little at the fondly expressed hope that little Mattie might not be vain, even if she were, as the letter spelled it, a beauty. She looked at me and remarked that she did have very pretty hair and not a bad mouth, and I saw her soon afterwards adjust her cap and draw herself up. But to return to Mrs. Jenkins' letters, she told her husband about the poor in the parish, what homely domestic medicines she had administered, and what kitchen physic she had sent. She had evidently held his displeasure as a rod in pickle over the heads of all the ne'er-do-wells. She asked for his directions about the cows and pigs, and did not always obtain them, as I have shown before. The kind old grandmother was dead when a little boy was born, soon after the publication of the sermon. But there was another letter of exhortation from the grandfather, more stringent and admonitory than ever, now that there was a boy to be guarded from the snares of the world. He described all the various sins into which men might fall, until I wondered how any man ever came to a natural death. The gallows seemed as if it must have been the termination of the lives of most of the grandfather's friends and acquaintances. I was not surprised at the way he spoke of this life as being a vale of tears. It seemed curious that I should never have heard of this brother before, but I concluded that he had died young. Otherwise, surely his name would have been alluded to by his sisters. By and by, we came to packets of Miss Jenkins' letters. These Miss Mattie did regret to burn. She explained that all the others had been only interesting to those who loved the writers. It would have hurt her, she felt, to allow them to fall into the hands of strangers who had not known her dear mother and how good she was, even if she did not always spell in the modern fashion. But Deborah's letters were so very superior. Anyone, she insisted, might profit by reading them. It was a long time since she had read Mrs. Chapone, but she used to think that Deborah could have said the same things quite as well. And as for Mrs. Carter, people thought a great deal of her letters just because she had written on Epictetus. But Miss Mattie was quite sure Deborah would never have used such a common expression as to say she could not be bothered. It was evident that Miss Mattie did grudge burning these letters from her sister. She would not let them be carelessly passed over with any quiet reading to myself. She took them from me and even lighted the second candle in order to read them aloud with a proper emphasis and without stumbling over the big words. Oh, how I wanted facts instead of reflections before those letters were concluded. They lasted us 2 nights. I will not deny that I made use of the time to think of many other things, and yet I always remained at my post at the end of each sentence. The rector's letters, and those of his wife and mother-in-law, had all been tolerably short and pithy, written in a straight hand with the lines very close together. Sometimes the whole letter was contained on a mere scrap of paper. The paper was very yellow and the ink very brown. Some of the sheets, as Miss Mattie made me observe, were the old original post, with a stamp in the corner representing a postboy riding for his life, twanging his horn. The letters from Mrs. Jenkins and her mother were fastened with a great round red wafer, for this was before Miss Edgeworth's novel, Patronage, had banished wafers from polite society. It was also evident from their tenor that francs, a parliamentary privilege of free postage, were in great request and were even used as a means of paying debts. The rector sealed his epistles with an immense coat of arms, showing by his care that he expected them to be cut open, not broken by any thoughtless hand. Now, Miss Jenkins' letters were of a later date in form and writing. She wrote on the square sheet which we have learned to call old-fashioned. Her hand was admirably calculated, together with her use of many-syllabled words, to fill up a sheet, and then came the pride and delight of crossing the lines to save paper. Poor Miss Mattie got sadly puzzled by this, for the words gathered size like snowballs, and towards the end of her letters, Miss Jenkins would become quite sesquipedalian. In one to her father, slightly theological in tone, she had spoken of Herod, Tetrarch of Idumea. Miss Mattie, in her reading, turned this into Herod Petrarch of Etruria, and was just as well pleased as if she had been right. I cannot quite remember the date, but I think it was in 1805 that Miss Jenkins wrote the longest series of letters during a visit to some friends near Newcastle upon Tyne. These friends were intimate with the commandant of the garrison there, and heard from him of all the preparations being made to repel the invasion of Bonaparte. Some people imagined this might take place at the mouth of the Tyne. Miss Jenkins was evidently very much alarmed. The first part of her letters was often written in pretty intelligible English, conveying particulars of the preparations. She described the bundles of clothes packed and ready for a flight to Alston Moor, and the signal that was to be given for this flight. This signal, as I recall, was to consist of the church bells being rung in a particular and ominous manner. One day, while Miss Jenkins and her hosts were at a dinner party, this warning summons was actually given. It was not a very wise proceeding, if there is any truth in the fable of the boy and the wolf, but so it was. Miss Jenkins, hardly recovered from her fright, wrote the next day to describe the sound, the breathless shock, the hurry and alarm. Then, taking a breath, she had added a philosophical note to her father, reflecting on how trivial all their apprehensions of the last evening appeared at that moment to calm and inquiring minds. It was here that Miss Mattie broke in. She insisted that, indeed, the fears were not at all trivial or trifling at the time. She knew, for she used to wake up in the night many a time, thinking she heard the tramp of the French entering Cranford. She recalled how many people talked of hiding themselves in the salt mines. Meat would have kept capitally down there, she added, only perhaps they would have been thirsty. Her father had preached a whole set of sermons on the occasion. One set in the mornings was all about David and Goliath, to spirit up the people to fight with spades or bricks if need were. The other set in the afternoons was to prove that Napoleon, another name for Boney as they used to call him, was the same as the demons Apollyon and Abaddon. She remembered her father rather thought he should be asked to print this last set, but the parish had, perhaps, had enough of them with the hearing. Peter Marmaduke Arley Jenkins, or Poor Peter, as Miss Mattie now called him, was at school at Shrewsbury by this time. The rector took up his pen and his Latin once more to correspond with his boy. It was clear the lad's letters were what are called show letters. They were of a highly mental description, giving an account of his studies and his intellectual hopes, with an occasional quotation from the classics. But now and then, the animal nature broke out in a little sentence, evidently written in a trembling hurry after the letter had been inspected. In it, he would plead with his dear mother to send him a cake with plenty of citron. The mother dear probably answered her boy in the form of cakes and other goodies, for none of her letters were among this set. But there was a whole collection from the rector, to whom the Latin in his boy's letters was like a trumpet to an old war horse. I do not know much about Latin, but to judge from the bits I remember from the rector's letters, it seemed more ornamental than useful. One letter noted that a certain town was not on Peter's map of Ireland, but added that, as the proverb says, even a good Bernard does not see everything. Presently, it became very evident that poor Peter got himself into many scrapes. There were letters of stilted penitence to his father for some wrong-doing. And among them all was one blotted note, which was badly written, badly sealed, and badly directed. In it, he pleaded with his dear, 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 dearest mother. He promised he would be a better boy, indeed he would, but begged her not to be ill for his sake. He wrote that he was not worth it, but that he would be good for his darling mother. He promised he would be a better boy, indeed he would, but begged her not to be ill for his sake. He wrote that he was not worth it, but that he would be good for his darling mother. Miss Mattie could not speak for crying after she had read this note. She gave it to me in silence, and then got up and took it to the sacred recesses of her own room, for fear it might be burnt by any chance. She lamented about poor Peter, saying he was always in scrapes and was too easy. She felt that others had led him wrong and then left him in the lurch. He was just too fond of mischief. She sighed. and could never resist a joke. Chapter 6. Poor Peter's career lay before him rather pleasantly mapped out by kind friends. But there was a Latin saying, "Good Bernard does not see everything," and this was true of this map too. He was to win honors at the Shrewsbury School and carry them on to Cambridge. After that, a living awaited him, the gift of his godfather, Sir Peter Arley. But poor Peter, his lot in life was very different to what his friends had hoped and planned. Miss Mattie told me all about it, and I think it was a relief to her when she had done so. He was the darling of his mother, who seemed to dote on all her children, though she was, perhaps, a little afraid of Deborah's superior skills. Deborah was the favorite of her father, and when Peter disappointed him, she became his pride. The sole honor Peter brought away from Shrewsbury was the reputation of being the best good fellow that ever was, and of being the captain of the school in the art of practical joking. His father was disappointed, but set about remedying the matter in a manly way. He could not afford to send Peter to study with a tutor, but he could study with him himself. And Miss Mattie told me much of the awful preparations, with dictionaries and lexicons laid out in her father's study the morning Peter began. She spoke of her poor mother, recalling how she used to stand in the hall, just near enough the study door to catch the tone of her father's voice. She could tell in a moment if all was going right, she said, just by her mother's face, and for a long time it did go right. I then asked what finally went wrong, guessing that it must have been the tiresome Latin. Miss Mattie shook her head and explained that no, it was not the Latin. In fact, Peter was in high favor with his father at that time, for he worked up well for him. The trouble was that he seemed to think the people of Cranford could be joked about and made fun of, and they did not like it, as nobody does. He was always, she said, hoaxing them. She then paused, apologizing for using the word hoaxing, which she felt was not a pretty word. She expressed her hope that I would not tell my father she had used it, as she would not want him to think her language was not choice after living with a woman like Deborah. She told me to be sure never to use it myself. She explained it had only slipped out because she was thinking of poor Peter, and it had always been his expression. She went on to say that he was a very gentlemanly boy in many things. He was like dear Captain Brown in always being ready to help an old person or a child. Still, he did like joking and making fun, and he seemed to think the old ladies in Cranford would believe anything. She remarked that there were many old ladies living there then. Though they were principally ladies now, she knew, they were not as old as the ladies used to be when she was a girl. She confessed she could still laugh to think of some of Peter's jokes, but she would not tell me of them. They were very shocking, she said, and they might not shock me as they ought to. She recounted how he had even taken in his own father once. He had dressed himself up as a lady who was passing through town and wished to see the rector of Cranford, the man who had published that admirable assize sermon. Miss Mattie relayed that Peter had told her he was awfully frightened himself when he saw how completely his father took it all in. The rector had even offered to copy out all 12 of his Napoleon Bonaparte sermons for him, as Peter was the lady. He had told Miss Mattie that he was more terrified than he had ever been before during the entire time his father was speaking. He had not thought his father would believe him, and yet it would have been a sad thing for him if he had not. As it was, Peter was none too glad of his success, for his father kept him hard at work copying out all those sermons for the lady, who was, of course, Peter himself. She recounted how Peter, wanting to go fishing one day, had cursed the imaginary woman using very bad language Miss Mattie noted, which had made his father terribly angry and had nearly frightened her out of her wits. And yet, she confessed, she could hardly keep from laughing at the little, sly curtsies Peter kept making whenever his father spoke of the lady's excellent taste and sound discrimination. I asked if Miss Jenkins had known of these tricks. Miss Mattie confirmed that, oh, no, Deborah would have been far too shocked. No one knew but her. She wished she had always known of Peter's plans, but sometimes he did not tell her. He used to say that the old ladies in the town wanted something to talk about, but Miss Mattie did not think they did. They had the St. James's Chronicle 3 times a week, just as they did now, and had plenty to say. She could still remember the clacking noise that always arose when some of the ladies got together. But probably, she mused, schoolboys talk more than ladies. At last, she said, a terrible, sad thing happened. Miss Mattie got up, went to the door, and opened it. No one was there. She rang the bell for Martha. When Martha came, her mistress told her to go for eggs at a farm at the other end of town. She promised to lock the door after her and asked if she was afraid to go. Martha replied not at all, as Jem Hearn would be only too proud to go with her. Miss Mattie drew herself up, and as soon as we were alone, she expressed her wish that Martha had more maidenly reserve. She suggested we put out the candle, explaining that we could talk just as well by firelight. With the room now lit only by the hearth, she began her story. It was a very still, quiet day, she remembered, with lilacs all in flower, so she supposed it was spring. Her father had gone out to see some sick people in the parish. She recollected seeing him leave the house with his wig and his hat and cane. What possessed our poor Peter, she did not know. He had the sweetest temper, and yet he always seemed to like to plague Deborah. His sister never laughed at his jokes and thought him ungenteel and not careful enough about improving his mind, and that vexed him. So it seems he went to her room and dressed himself in her old gown and shawl and bonnet. They were the very things she used to wear in Cranford, the things by which she was known everywhere. And he made the pillow into what she described as a little baby with white, long clothes. She paused here to ask me in a whisper if I was sure I had locked the door, as she would not want anyone to hear. She explained that Peter had later told her it was only to make something for the town to talk about. He never thought of it as affecting Deborah. And so he went and walked up and down in the Filbert Walk, partly hidden by the rails, and partly seen. He cuddled his pillow just like a baby and talked to it all the nonsense people do. Then her father came stepping stately up the street, as he always did. And what should he see but a little black crowd of people, perhaps as many as 20, all peeping through his garden rails. At first, he thought they were only looking at a new rhododendron that was in full bloom, of which he was very proud. He walked slower so that they might have more time to admire it. He even wondered if he could make a sermon out of the occasion, perhaps finding some relation between the rhododendrons and the lilies of the field. Her poor father. When he came nearer, he began to wonder that they did not see him, but their heads were all so close together, peeping and peeping. Her father was soon amongst them, meaning, he later said, to ask them to walk into the garden with him to admire the beautiful vegetable production. But then, she trembled to think of it, he looked through the rails himself and saw. She did not know what he thought he saw, but old Claire had told her his face went a shade of grayish-white with anger, and his eyes blazed out under his frowning black brows. He spoke out, she said, oh, so terribly. He bade them all to stop where they were, ordering that not one of them was to go, not one of them to stir a step. As swift as light he was in at the garden door and down the filbert walk. He seized hold of poor Peter and tore the clothes from his back bonnet, shawl, gown, and all, and he threw the pillow among the people over the railings. And then he was very, very angry indeed, and before all the people, he lifted up his cane and flogged Peter. Miss Mattie explained that the boy's trick on that sunny day, when all had seemed to be going so well, had broken her mother's heart and changed her father for life. It truly did. Old Claire had told her that Peter looked as white as his father and stood as still as a statue to be flogged, while her father struck hard. When her father stopped to take breath, Peter had asked hoarsely, while still standing perfectly quiet, if he had done enough. She did not know what her father said in response, or if he said anything at all. But old Claire had recounted how Peter then turned to the people outside the railing and made them a low bow, one as grand and as grave as any gentleman, before walking slowly into the house. She recalled being in the storeroom at that time, helping her mother make cowslip wine. Now, she could not abide the wine, nor the scent of the flowers. They turned her sick and faint, just as they did on that day when Peter came in. He looked as haughty as any man. Indeed, he looked like a man and not a boy. He told his mother that he had come to say God bless her forever. Miss Mattie saw his lips quiver as he spoke, and she believed he did not dare say anything more loving because of the purpose that was in his heart. His mother looked at him, rather frightened and wondering, and asked him what was happening. He did not smile or speak, but put his arms around her and kissed her as if he did not know how to leave off. Before she could speak again, he was gone. They talked it over afterwards, but could not understand it. Her mother bade her go and seek her father to ask what it was all about. She found him walking up and down, looking very highly displeased. He instructed her to tell her mother that he had flogged Peter and that the boy had richly deserved it. Miss Mattie said she dared not ask any more questions. When she told her mother what he had said, her mother sat down, quite faint, for a minute. Miss Mattie remembered seeing the poor withered cowslip flowers thrown out on the leaf heap a few days later, to decay and die there. There was no making of cowslip wine that year at the rectory, nor, indeed, ever after. Miss Mattie recalled that presently her mother went to her father. She remembered thinking of Queen Esther and King Ahasuerus, for her mother was very pretty and delicate, while her father looked as terrible as the king. Some time after, they came out together. Her mother then told her what had happened, and that she was going up to Peter's room. At his father's desire, though, this was to be kept a secret from Peter to talk the matter over with him. But no Peter was there. They looked all over the house, But Peter was gone. Even her father, who had at first been reluctant to join the search, was soon helping them. The rectory was a very old house, with steps leading up into one room and down into another all throughout. At first, her mother went about calling in a low and soft voice, as if to reassure the poor boy. She would call his name, Peter, telling him it was only her. But by and by, as servants returned from the errands her father had sent them on, bringing no news of Peter, her mother's cry grew louder and wilder. She would call for her darling Peter, asking where he was. For in that moment, she finally understood that his long kiss had been a sad kind of goodbye. The afternoon went on, with the mother never resting, but seeking again and again in every possible place. The father sat with his head in his hands, not speaking except to his messengers when they came in with no tidings. Then he would lift his strong, sad face and tell them to go again in some new direction. His wife kept passing from room to room, in and out of the house, moving noiselessly but never ceasing. Neither of them dared to leave the house, which had become the meeting place for all the messengers. At last, as it was nearly dark, the father rose. He took hold of his wife's arm as she came with a wild, sad pace through one door, heading quickly towards another. She started at the touch of his hand, for she had forgotten all in the world but Peter. He called her Molly, admitting that he had not thought all this would happen. He looked into her face for comfort, but her poor face was all wild and white. For neither she nor her father had dared to acknowledge, much less act upon, the terror that was in their hearts, the fear that Peter might have made away with himself. Her father saw no conscious look in his wife's hot, dreary eyes. He missed the sympathy that she had always been ready to give him, strong man as he was. And at the sight of the dumb despair in her face, his own tears began to flow. But when she saw this, a gentle sorrow came over her countenance. She told her dearest John not to cry. She urged him to come with her, and they would find him, speaking almost as cheerfully as if she knew where he was. And she took her father's great hand in her little soft one and led him along. The tears dropped from his eyes as he walked on that same unceasing, weary path from room to room, through the house and garden. Miss Mattie wished desperately for Deborah. She had no time for crying, as everything now seemed to depend on her. She wrote for Deborah to come home. She also sent a private message to that same Mr. Holbrook's house. She explained to me that she did not send a message to him directly, but to someone she could trust, to learn if Peter was there. At one time, Mr. Holbrook was an occasional visitor at the rectory. He was Miss Pole's cousin and had been very kind to Peter, teaching him how to fish. She thought Peter might have gone off there. But Mr. Holbrook was away from home, and Peter had never been seen. It was night now, but the doors were all wide open, and her father and mother walked on and on. It was more than an hour since he had joined her, and she did not believe they had ever spoken in all that time. She was getting the parlor fire lighted, and one of the servants was preparing tea, wanting them to have something to eat and drink to warm them. It was then that old Clare asked to speak to her. He told Miss Mattie he had borrowed the nets from the weir. He then asked if they should drag the ponds that night or wait for the morning. Miss Mattie remembered staring in his face to gather his meaning. And when she did, She laughed out loud. She recalled the horror of that new thought, their bright, darling Peter, cold and stark and dead. She could still remember the ring of her own laugh now. The next day, Deborah was at home before Miss Mattie was herself again. Deborah would not have been so weak as to give way as she had done. But her screams, as her horrible laughter had ended in crying, had roused her sweet, dear mother. Her mother's poor, wandering wits were called back and collected as soon as a child needed her care. She and Deborah sat by her bedside. Miss Mattie knew by the looks of each that there had been no news of Peter. There was no awful, ghastly news, which was what she most had dreaded in her dull state between sleeping and waking. The same result from all the searching had brought a similar relief to her mother. She was sure the thought that Peter might even then be hanging dead in some familiar home place had caused that ceaseless walk of yesterday. Her mother's soft eyes were never the same again after that. They always had a restless, craving look, as if seeking for what they could not find. Miss Mattie sighed that it was an awful time, coming down like a thunderbolt on that still, sunny day when the lilacs were all in bloom. I finally asked her where Mr. Peter had gone. She explained that he had made his way to Liverpool. There was a war on at the time, and some of the king's ships lay off the mouth of the Mersey. They were only too glad to have a fine, likely boy such as him, who was 5 feet and 9 inches tall, come to offer himself. The captain of the ship had written to her father, and Peter had written to her mother. She stopped, suddenly remembering that those letters must be somewhere here. We lighted the candle and found the captain's letter, and Peter's too. We also found a little, simple, begging letter from Mrs. Jenkins to Peter. It was addressed to him at the house of an old schoolfellow where she fancied he might have gone. The letter had been returned to them unopened, and unopened it had remained ever since, having been inadvertently put by among the other letters of that time. The narrator, a stranger who was not even born when this occurred, was the one to finally open it. In the letter, the mother pleaded with her dearest Peter. She knew he would never have gone away, she wrote, if he had known how sorry they truly were. He was too good. She described how his father sat and sighed until her own heart ached to hear him, and how he could not hold up his head for grief, even though he had only done what he thought was right. She wondered if perhaps her husband had been too severe, or if she herself had not been kind enough, but she assured him that God knew how they loved him, their dear, only boy. She wrote that even the dog, Don, looked sorry he was gone. She ended with a plea for him to come back and make them happy, and a final, hopeful statement that she knew he would come back. But Peter did not come back. That spring day was the last time he ever saw his mother's face. The captain's letter had summoned the father and mother to Liverpool instantly if they wished to see their boy. But by some wild chance of life, the captain's letter had been detained somewhere, somehow. Miss Mattie went on to explain that it was race time, and all the post horses in Cranford were gone to the races. Her father and mother had set off in their own small carriage, but, she lamented, they were too late. The ship was gone. She then urged me to read Peter's letter to his mother. It was full of love and sorrow and pride in his new profession, It also showed a sore sense of his disgrace in the eyes of the people at Cranford. But it ended with a passionate entreaty for her to come and see him before he left the Mersey. He wrote that they might go into battle and that he hoped they would defeat the French, but that he must see his mother again before that time. Miss Mattie whispered then that she had been too late. Just too late. We sat in silence, pondering the full meaning of those sad, sad words. At length, I asked Miss Mattie to tell me how her mother bore it. She replied that her mother was patience itself. She had never been strong, and this had weakened her terribly. She described how her father would sit looking at her, appearing far more sad than she was. He seemed as if he could look at nothing else when she was by, and he was so humble now, so very gentle. He would perhaps speak in his old way of laying down the law. But then, in a minute or two, he would come round, put his hand on their shoulders, and ask in a low voice if he had said anything to hurt them. Miss Mattie said she did not wonder at his speaking so to Deborah, for she was so clever, but she could not bear to hear him talking that way to her. Miss Mattie continued, explaining that her father saw what they did not see, that the shock was killing her mother. She paused to ask me to put out the candle, saying she could talk better in the dark. She described how her mother, a frail woman who was not well suited to stand such a fright, would smile at her husband and comfort him. She did this not with words, but with her looks and tones, which were always cheerful when he was there. She would speak of how Peter stood a good chance of becoming an admiral very soon. He was so brave and clever. She would talk about seeing him in his Navy uniform and what sort of hats admirals wore and how much more fit he was to be a sailor than a clergyman. She did all of this just to make her father think she was quite glad about what came of that unlucky morning's work and the flogging which was always on his mind. But Miss Mattie recalled the bitter, bitter crying her mother had when she was alone, and at last, as she grew weaker, she could not keep her tears in when either Deborah or Miss Mattie was by. She would give them message after message for Peter. His ship had gone to the Mediterranean, and then he was ordered off to India, and there was no overland route for mail back then. But she would still insist that no one knew where their death lay in wait, and that they were not to think hers was near. They did not think it, she said, but they knew it, as they saw her fading away. She paused, then remarked how very foolish it was of her to feel so sad, when in all likelihood she was so near seeing her mother again. She told me to only think that the very day after her mother's death, for she did not live quite a full year after Peter went away, a parcel came for her from India. It was from her poor boy. It was a large, soft, white Indian shawl with just a little narrow border all round, just what her mother would have liked. They thought it might rouse her father, for he had sat with her hand in his all through the night, so Deborah took it in to him along with Peter's letter. At first, he took no notice. They tried to make a kind of light, careless talk about the shawl, opening it out and admiring it. Then, suddenly, he got up and spoke. He declared that she would be buried in it. Peter, he said, would have that comfort, and his wife would have liked it. Miss Mattie admitted that perhaps it was not reasonable, but one gives people in grief their own way. Her father took the shawl up and felt it. He remarked that it was just the kind of shawl she had wished for when she was married, but her mother had not given it to her. He lamented that he had not known of it until after, or she would have had it then. But, he declared, she would have it now. Miss Matty described how lovely her mother looked in her death. She had always been pretty, and now she looked fair and waxen and young, younger even than Deborah, as she stood trembling by her side. They decked her in the long soft folds, and she lay smiling as if pleased, and people came, all of Cranford came, to beg to see her, for they had loved her dearly. The countrywomen brought posies, and old Clare's wife brought some white violets and begged that they might lie on her breast. Miss Matty recalled that on the day of her mother's funeral, Deborah had told her that even if she had 100 offers, she would never marry and leave their father. Miss Matty thought it was not very likely she would have so many, perhaps not even one, but it was not less to her credit to say so. She was a daughter to him like none there ever was, before or since. When his eyes failed him, she read book after book, and wrote and copied, and was always at his service in any parish business. She could do many more things than her poor mother could. She even once wrote a letter to the bishop for her father, but he missed his wife sorely, a fact the whole parish noticed. It was not that he was less active. Miss Matty thought he was more so, and more patient in helping everyone. She had done all she could to set Deborah at liberty to be with him, knowing she herself was good for little, and that her best work in the world was to do odd jobs quietly and set others at liberty. But her father, she finished, was a changed man. I asked if Mr. Peter ever came home. Miss Matty said yes, once. He came home as a lieutenant. He did not get to be an admiral. She described how he and her father became such great friends. Her father took him into every house in the parish. He was so proud of him. He never walked out without Peter's arm to lean upon. Deborah used to smile, though Miss Matty did not think they ever laughed again after their mother's death, and would say that she felt quite put in a corner. Not that her father did not always want her when there was letter writing or reading to be done or anything to be settled. After a pause, I asked what happened then. Miss Matty explained that Peter went to sea again, and by her father died, blessing them both and thanking Deborah for all she had been to him. Of course, their circumstances were changed. Instead of living at the rectory and keeping 3 maids and a man, they had to move to this small house and be content with a servant who did all the work. But, as Deborah used to say, they had always lived genteelly, even if circumstances had compelled them to simplicity. She ended with a quiet sigh for poor Deborah. I then asked about Mr. Peter. Miss Matty sighed that there had been some great war in India, the name of which she forgot, and they had never heard of Peter since then. She believed he was dead herself. She confessed that it sometimes fidgeted her that they had never put on mourning for him. And then again, when she would sit by herself and all the house was still, she thought she could hear his step coming up the street. Her heart would begin to flutter and beat, but the sound always went past, and Peter never came. She then thought she heard Martha return, and said she would go to the door herself, as she could always find her way in the dark. A blow of fresh air, she added, would do her aching head some good, so she pattered off. I had lighted the candle to give the room a cheerful appearance against her return. I asked if it had been Martha. She said yes, but added that she was rather uncomfortable. She had heard a strange noise just as she was opening the door. Her eyes were round with fright as I asked where. She said it was in the street, just outside. She hesitated, then explained that it had sounded not like talking, but like kissing. Chapter 7. One morning, as Miss Mattie and I sat at our work, Martha came up and asked if Miss Betty Barker might speak to her mistress. It was before 12 o'clock, and Miss Mattie had not changed the cap with yellow ribbons that had been her sister's best. She was now wearing it out in private, putting on the one made in imitation of Mrs. Jameson's at all times when she expected to be seen. Miss Mattie assented and quickly disappeared to change the ribbons, while Miss Barker came upstairs. But as she had forgotten her spectacles and was rather flurried by the unusual time of the visit, I was not surprised to see her return with one cap on top of the other. She was quite unconscious of it herself and looked at us with bland satisfaction, nor do I think Miss Barker perceived it. For besides the fact that she was not so young as she had been, she was very much absorbed in her errand, which she delivered with an oppressive modesty that found vent in endless apologies. Miss Betty Barker was the daughter of the old clerk at Cranford, who had officiated in Mr. Jenkins' time. She and her sister had held pretty good situations as ladies' maids and had saved enough money to set up a milliner's shop, which was patronized by the ladies in the neighborhood. Lady Arley, for instance, would occasionally give the Miss Barkers the pattern of an old cap of hers. They would immediately copy it and circulate it among the high society of Cranford. I say high society because the Miss Barkers had caught the trick of the place and prided themselves upon what they called their aristocratic connection. They would not sell their caps and ribbons to anyone without a pedigree. Many a farmer's wife or daughter turned away, huffed, from the select millinery. They went instead to the universal shop, where the profits from brown soap and moist sugar enabled the proprietor to go straight to London for his fashions. He had once said Paris, but found his customers too patriotic and John Bullish to wear what the French wore. He often told his customers that Queen Adelaide had appeared, only the very week before, in a cap exactly like the one he showed them, trimmed with yellow and blue ribbons, and had been complimented by King William on the becoming nature of her head-dress. The Miss Barkers, who confined themselves to truth and did not approve of miscellaneous customers, thrived nonetheless. They were self-denying, good people. Many a time have I seen the eldest of them, the one who had been maid to Mrs. Jamieson, carrying out some delicate mess to a poor person. They only aped their betters in having, as they put it, nothing to do with the class immediately below theirs. And when her sister died, Miss Betty's profits and income were found to be such that she was justified in shutting up shop and retiring from business. She also, as I think I have said before, set up her cow, a mark of respectability in Cranford almost as decided as setting up a gig is among some people. She dressed finer than any lady in Cranford, and we did not wonder at it, for it was understood that she was wearing out all the bonnets and caps and outrageous ribbons which had once been the stock of her trade. It was 5 or 6 years since she had given up shop, so in any other place than Cranford, her dress might have been considered quite out of fashion. And now Miss Betty Barker had called to invite Miss Mattie to tea at her house on the following Tuesday. She gave me an impromptu invitation as well, as I happened to be a visitor. Though I could see she had a little fear that since my father had gone to live in Drumble, he might have engaged in what she called the horrid cotton trade, and so dragged his family down out of aristocratic society. She prefaced this invitation with so many apologies that my curiosity was quite excited. Her presumption, she explained, was to be excused. I wondered what she could have done. She seemed so overpowered by it that I could only think she had written to Queen Adelaide to ask for a receipt for washing lace. But the act she so characterized was only an invitation she had carried to Mrs. Jamieson, her sister's former mistress. Considering her own former occupation, she wondered if Miss Mattie could excuse the liberty. For a moment, I thought she had found out about the double cap and was going to rectify Miss Mattie's headdress. But no. Her apology was simply for extending her invitation to Miss Mattie and to me. Miss Mattie bowed in acceptance. I wondered that in the graceful action she did not feel the unusual weight and extraordinary height of her headdress. But I do not think she did, for she recovered her balance and went on talking to Miss Betty in a kind, condescending manner, for a very different from the fidgety way she would have had if she had suspected how singular her appearance was. Miss Mattie asked if Mrs. Jamieson was coming, as she thought Miss Betty had said. Miss Betty confirmed this, adding that Mrs. Jamieson had most kindly and condescendingly said she would be happy to come, with the one small stipulation that she bring her dog, Carlo. Miss Betty then told Mrs. Jamieson that if she had a weakness, it was for dogs. Miss Mattie then questioned about Miss Pole, her mind already on her game of preference, in which Carlo would not be an available partner. Miss Betty assured her she was going to ask Miss Pole, but that, of course, she could not think of asking her until she had asked Miss Mattie, the rector's daughter. She begged her to believe that she did not forget the situation her own father had held under Miss Mattie's. Miss Mattie then asked about Mrs. Forrester naturally. Miss Betty confirmed this as well, saying she had, in fact, thought of going to her before Miss Pole. For, although Mrs. Forrester's circumstances had changed, she was born a Tyrrell, and they could never forget her alliance to the Bigges of Bigelow Hall. Miss Mattie, however, cared much more for the little fact that she was a very good card player. She then supposed that Mrs. Fitzadam would be invited. But Miss Betty replied no, that she must draw a line somewhere. She did not think Mrs. Jamieson would like to meet Mrs. Fitzadam. She professed the greatest respect for Mrs. Fitzadam, but she could not think her fit society for such ladies as Mrs. Jamieson and Miss Matilda Jenkins. Miss Betty Barker bowed low to Miss Mattie and pursed up her mouth. She looked at me with sidelong dignity, as if to say that although she was a retired milliner, she was no democrat and understood the difference of ranks. She ended by begging Miss Matilda to come as near to 6:30 as possible, explaining that Mrs. Jamieson dines at 5, but had kindly promised not to delay her visit beyond that time. My prophetic soul foretold a visit that afternoon from Miss Pole, who usually came to call on Miss Matilda after any event, or indeed in sight of one, to talk it over with her. When she arrived, she and Miss Mattie compared notes. Miss Pole remarked that Miss Betty had told her it was to be a choice and select few. Miss Matty confirmed this was so, adding that not even Mrs. Fitzadam was invited. Now, Mrs. Fitzadam was the widowed sister of the Cranford surgeon whom I have named before. Their parents were respectable farmers, content with their station. The name of these good people was Hoggins. Mrs. Hoggins was the Cranford doctor now. We disliked the name and considered it coarse, but as Miss Jenkins used to say, if he changed it to Piggins it would not be much better. We had hoped to discover a relationship between him and that Marchioness of Exeter whose name was Molly Hoggins. But the man, careless of his own interests, utterly ignored and denied any such relationship, although, as dear Miss Jenkins had pointed out, he had a sister called Mary, and the same Christian names were very apt to run in families. Soon after Miss Mary Hoggins married Mr. Fitzadam, she disappeared from the neighborhood for many years. She did not move in a sphere in Cranford society sufficiently high to make any of us care to know what Mr. Fitzadam was. He died and was gathered to his fathers without our ever having thought about him at all. And then Mrs. Fitzadam reappeared in Cranford. Miss Pole described her as being as bold as a lion. She was a wealthy widow, dressed in rustling black silk so soon after her husband's death that poor Miss Jenkins was justified in her remark that Bombazine would have shown a deeper sense of her loss. I remember the convocation of ladies who assembled to decide whether or not Mrs. Fitzadam should be called upon by the inhabitants of old and noble blood in Cranford. She had taken a large rambling house, which was usually considered to confer a patent of gentility upon its tenant. This was because, once upon a time, 70 or 80 years before, the spinster daughter of an earl had resided in it. I am not sure if inhabiting this house was not also believed to convey some unusual power of intellect. The earl's daughter, Lady Jane, had a sister, Lady Anne, who had married a general officer in the time of the American War. This general officer had written 1 or 2 comedies which were still acted on the London boards. When we saw them advertised, we all drew ourselves up and felt that Drury Lane was paying a very pretty compliment to Cranford. Still, it was not at all a settled thing that Mrs. Fitzadam was to be visited when dear Miss Jenkins died, and with her something of the clear knowledge of the strict code of gentility went out too. Miss Pole observed that as most of the ladies of good family in Cranford were elderly spinsters or widows without children, they would have no society at all if they did not relax a little and become less exclusive. Mrs. Forrester continued on the same side. She explained that she had always understood that the prefix Fitz meant something aristocratic. There was Fitzroy, for instance, and she thought some of the king's children had been called by that name. And there was Fitzclarence, the children of dear good King William IV. She found Fitzadam to be a pretty name and thought it very probably meant child of Adam. She argued that no one without some good blood in their veins would dare to be called Fitz. There was a great deal in a name. She then told a story about a cousin of hers who spelled his name with 2 small F's, making it Fowles. This cousin always looked down upon capital letters, saying they belonged to families that were invented lately. She had been afraid he would die a bachelor, he was so very choice. But when he met a Mrs. Farringdon at a spa town, he took to her immediately. She was a very pretty, genteel woman, a widow, with a very good fortune. and her cousin, whose name was spelled with 2 small F's, making it Fowlgs, married her. Mrs. Forrester concluded that it was all owing to the unusual spelling of her new husband's name. Mrs. Fitzadam did not stand a chance of meeting a man whose name began with Fitz in Cranford, so that could not have been her motive for settling there. Miss Mattie thought her motive might have been the hope of being admitted into the society of the place. This would certainly be a very agreeable rise for the former Miss Hoggins. And if this had been her hope, it would be cruel to disappoint her. So everybody called upon Mrs. Fitzadam. Everybody, that is, except Mrs. Jamieson, who used to show how honorable she was by never seeing Mrs. Fitzadam when they met at the Cranford parties. There would be only 8 or 10 ladies in the room, and Mrs. Fitzadam was the largest of all. She invariably used to stand up when Mrs. Jamieson came in and curtsy very low to her whenever she turned in her direction. So low, in fact, that I think Mrs. Jamieson must have looked at the wall above her, for she never moved a muscle of her face, no more than if she had not seen her. Still, Mrs. Fitzadam persevered. The spring evenings were getting bright and long when 3 or 4 ladies in calashes met at Miss Barker's door. A calash is a covering worn over caps, not unlike the heads fastened on gigs of an old fashion, though sometimes it is not quite so large. This kind of headgear always made an awful impression on the children in Cranford. Now, 2 or 3 of them left off their play in the quiet, sunny little street and gathered in wondering silence around Miss Pole, Miss Mattie, and myself. We were silent, too, and so we could hear loud, suppressed whispers from inside Miss Barker's house. It was Miss Barker telling her maid, Peggy, to wait until she had run upstairs to wash her hands and to open the door only when she coughed, promising she would not be a minute. And, true enough, it was not a minute before we heard a noise, somewhere between a sneeze and a crow, on which the door flew open. Behind it stood a maiden with round eyes, all aghast at the honorable company of calashes, who marched in without a word. She recovered her presence of mind enough to usher us into a small room which had been the shop, but was now converted into a temporary dressing room. There we unpinned and shook ourselves, and arranged our features before the glass into a sweet and gracious face suitable for company. Then, bowing backwards and deferring to Mrs. Forrester, we allowed her to take precedence up the narrow staircase that led to Miss Barker's drawing room. There she sat, as stately and composed as though we had never heard that odd-sounding cough, from which her throat must have been even then sore and rough. Kind and gentle Mrs. Forrester, who was rather shabbily dressed, was immediately conducted to the second place of honor. It was a seat arranged something like Prince Albert's near the Queen's good, but not quite so good. The place of preeminence was, of course, reserved for the Honorable Mrs. Jamieson, who presently came panting up the stairs, with Carlo rushing round her on her progress, as if he meant to trip her up. And now Miss Betty Barker was a proud and happy woman. She stirred the fire and shut the door, and sat as near to it as she could, quite on the edge of her chair. When Peggy came in, tottering under the weight of the tea-tray, I noticed that Miss Barker was sadly afraid that Peggy should not keep her distance sufficiently. She and her mistress were on very familiar terms in their intercourse in everyday life. Peggy now wanted to make several little confidences to her, which Miss Barker was on thorns to hear, but which she thought it her duty as a lady to repress. So she turned away from all Peggy's asides and signs. But she made one or two answers that were quite out of place to what was said. At last, seized with a bright idea, she exclaimed about poor, sweet Carlo, saying she was forgetting him. She urged the poor little doggy, as she called him, to come downstairs with her, to have its tea. In a few minutes she returned, looking as bland and benignant as before. But I thought she had forgotten to give the poor little doggy anything to eat, judging by the avidity with which he swallowed down chance pieces of cake. The tea tray was abundantly loaded. I was pleased to see it, I was so hungry, but I was afraid the ladies present might think it was vulgarly heaped up. I know they would have thought so in their own houses, but somehow the heaps disappeared here. I saw Mrs. Jameson eating seed cake, slowly and considerately, as she did everything. I was rather surprised, for I knew she had told us, on the occasion of her last party, that she never had it in her house because it reminded her so much of scented soap. She always gave us Savoy biscuits. However, Mrs. Jameson was kindly indulgent to Miss Barker's want of knowledge of the customs of high life. To spare her feelings, she ate 3 large pieces of seed cake with a placid, ruminating expression of countenance that was not unlike a cow's. After tea, there was some little demur and difficulty. We were 6 in number. 4 could play at preference, and for the other 2, there was cribbage. But all, except myself, were anxious to be of the pool. I was rather afraid of the Cranford ladies at cards, for it was the most earnest and serious business they ever engaged in. Even Miss Barker, while declaring she did not know Spadille from Manille, was evidently hankering to take a hand. The dilemma was soon put an end to by a singular kind of noise. If the daughter-in-law of a baron could ever be supposed to snore, I should have said Mrs. Jameson did so then. Overcome by the heat of the room and inclined by nature to doze, the temptation of that very comfortable armchair had been too much for her, and Mrs. Jameson was nodding. Once or twice she opened her eyes with an effort and calmly but unconsciously smiled upon us. But by and by, even her benevolence was not equal to this exertion, and she was sound asleep. I heard Miss Barker whisper at the card table to her 3 opponents whom, notwithstanding her ignorance of the game, she was beating most unmercifully. She said it was very gratifying to her indeed to see how completely Mrs. Jameson felt at home in her poor little dwelling. She felt that Mrs. Jameson could not have paid her a greater compliment. Miss Barker provided me with some literature in the shape of 3 or 4 fashion books, which were handsomely bound and 10 or 12 years in age. She put a little table and a candle for my especial benefit, observing that she knew young people liked to look at pictures. Carlo lay and snorted, and started at his mistress's feet. He, too, was quite at home. The card table was an animated scene to watch, with 4 ladies' heads, their caps bobbing and nodding, all nearly meeting over the middle of the table in their eagerness to whisper quick enough and loud enough. And every now and then came Miss Barker's quiet warning to the ladies, asking them to please be quiet, as Mrs. Jameson was asleep. It was very difficult to steer clear between Mrs. Forrester's deafness and Mrs. Jameson's sleepiness. But Miss Barker managed her arduous task well. She repeated the whisper to Mrs. Forrester, distorting her face considerably in order to show by the motions of her lips what was said. And then she smiled kindly all round at us and murmured to herself how very gratifying it was, and that she wished her poor sister had been alive to see this day. Presently the door was thrown wide open. Carlo started to his feet with a loud snapping bark, and Mrs. Jameson awoke. Or, perhaps, she had not been asleep, as she claimed almost directly that the room had been so light she had been glad to keep her eyes shut, but had been listening with great interest to all our amusing and agreeable conversation. Peggy came in once more, red with importance. Another tray. I had an internal thought, wondering if gentility could endure this last shock, for Miss Barker had ordered all sorts of good things for supper. I do not doubt she had prepared them herself, although she did ask Peggy what she had brought us, and looked pleasantly surprised at the unexpected pleasure. There were scalloped oysters, potted lobsters, jelly, and a dish called Little Cupids. We were evidently to be feasted with all that was sweetest and best. We thought it better to submit graciously, even at the cost of our gentility, which never ate suppers in general, but which, like most people who do not eat supper, was particularly hungry on all special occasions. Miss Barker, in her former sphere, had likely been made acquainted with the beverage they called cherry brandy. We none of us had ever seen such a thing, and rather shrank back when she proffered it. She suggested just a little glass, explaining that shellfish were sometimes thought to be not very wholesome. We all shook our heads like female mandarins. But, at last, Mrs. Jameson allowed herself to be persuaded, and we followed her lead. It was not exactly unpalatable, though so hot and so strong that we felt bound to give evidence that we were not accustomed to such things by coughing terribly. We coughed almost as strangely as Miss Barker had done before we were admitted by Peggy. Miss Pole remarked, as she put down her empty glass, that she believed there was spirit in it. Miss Barker replied that it was only a little drop, just necessary to make it keep. She reminded us that they put brandy pepper over their preserves for the same reason, and claimed that she often felt tipsy herself just from eating damson tart. I question whether damson tart would have opened Mrs. Jameson's heart as the cherry brandy did, for she then told us of a coming event, respecting which she had been quite silent till that moment. She announced that her sister-in-law, Lady Glenmire, was coming to stay with her. There was a chorus of surprise, and then a pause. Each one rapidly reviewed her wardrobe as to its fitness to appear in the presence of a baron's widow. For, of course, a series of small festivals were always held in Cranford on the arrival of a visitor at any of our friends' houses. We felt very pleasantly excited on the present occasion. Not long after this, the maids and the lanterns were announced. Mrs. Jameson had the sedan chair, which had squeezed itself into Miss Barker's narrow lobby with some difficulty, and most literally stopped the way. It required some skillful maneuvering on the part of the old chairman to edge and back and try at it again, and finally to succeed in carrying their burden out of Miss Barker's front door. They were shoemakers by day, but when summoned to carry the sedan, they dressed up in a strange old livery of long coats with small capes, from the same era as the sedan itself. Then we heard their quick pit-a-pat along the quiet little street as we put on our calashes and pinned up our gowns. Miss Barker hovered about us with offers of help, which, if she had not remembered her former occupation and wished us to forget it, would have been much more pressing. Chapter 8. Early the next morning, directly after 12, Miss Pole made her appearance at Miss Maddie's 1212. Some very trifling piece of business was alleged as a reason for the call, but there was evidently something behind. At last, the real reason came out. She began by saying that we would think her strangely ignorant, but she was truly puzzled as to how they ought to address Lady Glenmire. She asked if one should say, "Your Ladyship," where one would say, "You," to a common person. She had been puzzling all morning over whether to say "my lady" instead of "ma'am." She then appealed to Miss Maddie, who had known Lady Arley, asking if she would kindly tell her the most correct way of speaking to the peerage. Poor Miss Maddie. She took off her spectacles and she put them on again, but she could not remember how Lady Arley had been addressed. She lamented that it was so long ago and called herself stupid, thinking she had only seen her more than twice. She knew they used to call Sir Peter by his title, but he visited far more often than Lady Arley did. She sighed that Deborah would have known in a minute. The phrases "my lady" and "your ladyship" sounded very strange and unnatural to her. She had never thought of it before, but now that Miss Pole had named it, she was all in a puzzle. It was very certain Miss Pole would obtain no wise decision from Miss Maddie, who got more bewildered every moment. So Miss Pole decided that she had better just go and tell Mrs. Forrester about their little difficulty. One sometimes grew nervous, she said, and yet one would not have Lady Glenmire think they were quite ignorant of the etiquettes of high life in Cranford. Miss Mattie asked her to please step back in on her way back and tell her what they decided upon. She was sure that whatever she and Mrs. Forrester fixed upon would be quite right. I heard her murmuring the old forms of words to herself, trying to recall them. I asked who Lady Glenmire was. Miss Pole explained that she was the widow of the eldest brother of Mr. Jamieson, who was Mrs. Jamieson's late husband. Mrs. Jamieson herself was a Miss Walker, the daughter of Governor Walker. Miss Pole then worried about using the title "Your Ladyship." She told me that if they did fix on that way of speaking, I must let her practice on me first, as she would feel so foolish and hot saying it for the first time to Lady Glenmire. It was really a relief to Miss Maddie when Mrs. Jamieson came on a very unpolite errand. I have noticed that apathetic people have more quiet impertinence than others. And Mrs. Jamieson came now to insinuate pretty plainly that she did not particularly wish that the Cranford ladies should call upon her sister-in-law. I can hardly say how she made this clear, for I grew very indignant and warm while she, with slow deliberation, was explaining her wishes to Miss Maddie. Miss Maddie, a true lady herself, could hardly understand the feeling which made Mrs. Jamieson wish to appear to her noble relation as if she only visited county families. She remained puzzled and perplexed long after I had found out the object of Mrs. Jamieson's visit. When she finally did understand the drift of the honorable lady's call, it was pretty to see with what quiet dignity she received the intimation that was so uncourteously given. She was not in the least hurt, for she was of too gentle a spirit for that. Nor was she exactly conscious of disapproving of Mrs. Jameson's conduct. But I am sure there was something of this feeling in her mind, which made her pass from the subject to others in a manner that was less flurried and more composed than usual. Mrs. Jameson was, indeed, the more flurried of the two, and I could see she was glad to take her leave. A little while afterwards, Miss Pole returned, red and indignant. She declared that, to be sure, she had found out from Martha that they were not to call on Lady Glenmire. She had met Mrs. Jamieson midway between their houses, and the woman had told her directly. It had taken her so by surprise, she lamented, that she had nothing to say. She wished she had thought of something very sharp and sarcastic, and was sure she would think of something that night. She then went on to belittle the lady's status, remarking that Lady Glenmire was but the widow of a Scotch baron after all. She had gone to look at Mrs. Forrester's peerage to see who this lady was who was to be kept under a glass case, a widow of a Scotch peer who never sat in the House of Lords and was likely as poor as Job. And she was the fifth daughter of some Mr. Campbell or other. Miss Pole then reminded Miss Matty that she, at any rate, was the daughter of a rector and related to the Arleys, and that Sir Peter might have been a viscount. Miss Matty tried to soothe Miss Pole, but in vain. That lady, who was usually so kind and had such a good humor, was now in a full flow of anger. At last, letting out the secret which gave a sting to Mrs. Jameson's intimation, she confessed that she had gone and ordered a new cap that morning to be quite ready. She finished by vowing that Mrs. Jameson would see if it was so easy to get her to make a fourth at cards when she had none of her fine Scotch relations with her. In coming out of church the first Sunday on which Lady Glenmire appeared in Cranford, we sedulously talked together and turned our backs on Mrs. Jamieson and her guest. If we might not call on her, we would not even look at her, though we were dying with curiosity to know what she was like. We had the comfort of questioning Martha in the afternoon. Martha did not belong to a sphere of society whose observation could be an implied compliment, and she had made good use of her eyes. Martha began by asking if they meant the little lady with Mrs. Jameson, thinking they would rather want to know how the butcher's new wife was dressed. Miss Pole exclaimed with exasperation, as if they cared about a Mrs. Smith, but she fell silent as Martha resumed her speech. Martha described the little lady in Mrs. Jamieson's pew. She had on, Martha reported, a rather old black silk and a shepherd's plaid cloak. She had very bright black eyes and a pleasant, sharp face. She was not overly young, but Martha guessed she was younger than Mrs. Jamieson herself. She had looked up and down the church like a bird, and had nipped up her petticoats when she came out, as quick and sharp as ever Martha had seen. Martha concluded by saying that the lady was more like Mrs. Deacon at the Coach and Horses Inn than anyone. Miss Matty hushed her, saying that was not respectful. Martha begged her pardon, but added that Jem Hearn had said so as well, calling her a sharp, stirring sort of body. Miss Pole corrected her, supplying the word lady, Martha then amended her statement, describing her as a lady who was like Mrs. Deacon. Another Sunday passed away, and we still averted our eyes from Mrs. Jameson and her guest. We made remarks to ourselves that we thought were very severe, almost too much so. Miss Mattie was evidently uneasy at our sarcastic manner of speaking. Perhaps by this time Lady Glenmire had found out that Mrs. Jameson's was not the gayest, liveliest house in the world. Perhaps Mrs. Jameson had found out that most of the county families were in London, and that those who remained were not so alive as they might have been to the circumstance of Lady Glenmire being in their neighborhood. Great events spring out of small causes. So I will not pretend to say what induced Mrs. Jameson to alter her determination of excluding the Cranford ladies and send notes of invitation all round for a small party on the following Tuesday. Mr. Mulliner himself brought them round. He would always ignore the fact of there being a back door to any house and gave a louder rat-tat than his mistress. He had 3 little notes, which he carried in a large basket, in order to impress his mistress with an idea of their great weight, though they might easily have gone into his waistcoat pocket. Miss Mattie and I quietly decided that we would claim a previous engagement at home. It was the evening she usually made lighters for the candles from all the notes and letters of the week. Since her accounts were always made straight on Mondays, it was a natural arrangement that this task fell upon a Tuesday evening. This gave us a legitimate excuse for declining Mrs. Jameson's invitation. But before our answer was written, in came Miss Pole, with an open note in her hand. She expressed her satisfaction, remarking that it was better late than never. She added that she could have told Lady Glenmire that she would be glad enough of their society before a fortnight was over. Miss Mattie confirmed they were also asked for Tuesday evening. She then invited Miss Pole to bring her work across and drink tea with them that night instead. She confessed that her excuse did not seem quite strong enough, but that if Miss Pole would come, her conscience would be quite at ease, and luckily the note was not yet written. I saw Miss Pole's countenance change while Miss Mattie was speaking. She asked if Miss Mattie really meant not to go. Miss Mattie quietly said no, and that she supposed Miss Pole would not go either. Miss Pole hesitated, then replied rather briskly that yes, she thought she would go. Seeing Miss Mattie's surprise, she explained that one would not like Mrs. Jameson to think that anything she could say was of consequence enough to give offense. It would be a kind of letting down of themselves, which she, for one, would not like. It would be too flattering to Mrs. Jameson, she argued, if they allowed her to suppose that her words had affected them for 10 days afterwards. Miss Mattie conceded that it was perhaps wrong to be hurt for so long, and that maybe Mrs. Jameson had not meant to vex them. But she still felt she could not bring herself to go after what had been said. Miss Pole urged her to come, explaining that their friend, Mrs. Jameson, was much more phlegmatic than most people and did not enter into the little delicacies of feeling that Miss Mattie possessed to such a remarkable degree. Miss Mattie innocently replied that she had thought Miss Pole possessed those same delicacies on the day Mrs. Jameson had told them not to call. But Miss Pole, in addition to her delicate feelings, possessed a very smart cap which she was anxious to show to an admiring world, and so she seemed to forget all her angry words from a fortnight before. She was ready to act on what she called the great Christian principle of forgiving and forgetting. She lectured dear Miss Mattie on this head for so long that she absolutely ended by assuring her it was her duty, as a deceased rector's daughter, to buy a new cap and go to the party. And so, their reply was changed from one of regretfully declining to one of being most happy to accept. The expenditure on dress in Cranford was principally on that one article of caps. If their heads were buried in smart new caps, the ladies were like ostriches and cared not what became of their bodies. They wore old gowns and white, venerable collars. They wore any number of brooches, up and down and everywhere. Some had dogs' eyes painted in them. Some were like small picture frames with mausoleums and weeping willows neatly executed in hair inside. And some, again, held miniatures of ladies and gentlemen, sweetly smiling out of a nest of stiff muslin. With old brooches for a permanent ornament and new caps to suit the fashion of the day, the ladies of Cranford always dressed with chaste elegance and propriety, as Miss Barker had once prettily expressed it. And with 3 new caps and a greater array of brooches than had ever been seen together at one time since Cranford was a town, Mrs. Forrester, Miss Mattie, blessed from Olve, and Miss Pole appeared on that memorable Tuesday evening. I counted 7 brooches myself on Miss Pole's dress. 2 were fixed negligently in her cap, one of which was a butterfly made of Scotch pebbles that a vivid imagination might believe to be a real insect. One fastened her net neckerchief, another her collar. One ornamented the front of her gown, midway between her throat and waist, and another adorned the point of her stomacher. Where the 7th was I have forgotten, but it was somewhere about her, I am sure. But I am getting on too fast in describing the dresses of the company. I should first relate the gathering on the way to Mrs. Jameson's. That lady lived in a large house just outside the town. A road which had once been a street ran right before the house, opening out upon it without any intervening garden or court. Whatever the sun was about, it never shone on the front of that house. To be sure, the living rooms were at the back, looking on to a pleasant garden. The front windows only belonged to kitchens, rooms for the housekeepers and pantries. And in one of them, Mr. Mulliner was reported to sit. Indeed, looking askance, we often saw the back of a head covered with hair powder, which also extended over the collar of his coat down to his very waist. This imposing back was always engaged in reading the St. James's Chronicle, opened wide. This, in some degree, accounted for the length of time the said newspaper was in reaching us. We were equal subscribers with Mrs. Jameson, though, in right of her rank, she always had the first reading of it. This very Tuesday, the delay in forwarding the last number had been particularly aggravating. Both Miss Pole and Miss Mattie, the former more especially, had been wanting to see it in order to coach up on the court news, ready for the evening's interview with aristocracy. Miss Pole told us she had absolutely taken time by the forelock and been dressed by 5 o'clock in order to be ready if the newspaper should come at the last moment. It was that very same newspaper which the powdered head was tranquilly reading as we passed the accustomed window this evening. In a low, indignant whisper, Miss Pole remarked on the impudence of the man. She would like to ask him, she fumed, whether his mistress paid her quarter share for his exclusive use. We looked at her in admiration of the courage of her thought, for Mr. Mulliner was an object of great awe to all of us. He seemed never to have forgotten his condescension in coming to live at Cranford. Miss Jenkins, at times, had stood forth as the undaunted champion of her sex and spoken to him on terms of equality, but even she could get no higher. In his pleasantest and most gracious moods, he looked like a sulky cockatoo. He did not speak except in gruff monosyllables. He would wait in the hall when we begged him not to, and then looked deeply offended because we had kept him there, while with trembling, hasty hands we prepared ourselves for appearing in company. Miss Pole ventured on a small joke as we went upstairs. It was intended, though addressed to us, to afford Mr. Mulliner some slight amusement. We all smiled, to seem at our ease, and timidly looked for his sympathy. Not a muscle of that wooden face had relaxed, and we were grave in an instant. Mrs. Jamieson's drawing-room was cheerful. The evening sun came streaming into it, and the large square window was clustered round with flowers. The furniture was white and gold, though not in the later style that I think they call Louis Quatorze, which is all shells and twirls. No, Mrs. Jamieson's chairs and tables had not a curve or bend about them. The chair and table legs diminished as they neared the ground and were straight and square in all their corners. The chairs were all in a row against the walls, with the exception of 4 or 5 which stood in a circle round the fire. They were railed with white bars across the back and knobbed with gold. Neither the railings nor the knobs invited one to ease. There was a Japan table devoted to literature, on which lay a Bible, a peerage, and a prayer book. There was another square Pembroke table dedicated to the fine arts, on which were a kaleidoscope and various types of cards for conversation and puzzles, tied together to an interminable length with faded pink satin ribbon. Carlo lay on the rug, which was made of worsted work, and ungraciously barked at us as we entered. Mrs. Jamieson stood up, giving us each a torpid smile of welcome and looking helplessly beyond us at Mr. Mulliner, as if she hoped he would place us in chairs, for if he did not, she never could. I suppose he thought we could find our way to the circle round the fire, which reminded me of Stonehenge for some reason. Lady Glenmire came to the rescue of our hostess, and, somehow or other, we found ourselves for the first time placed agreeably, and not formally, in Mrs. Jamieson's house. Now that we had time to look at her, Lady Glenmire proved to be a bright little woman of middle age. She had been very pretty in the days of her youth, and was even yet very pleasant to look at. I saw Miss Pole appraising her dress in the first 5 minutes, and I took her word for it when she told me the next day that £10 would have purchased every stitch she had on, including the lace. It was pleasant to suspect that a peeress could be poor. It partly reconciled us to the fact that her husband had never sat in the House of Lords, which, when we first heard of it, seemed a kind of swindling. It was a sort of business where one was presented as a lord but was not truly one. We were all very silent at first. We were thinking what we could talk about that would be high enough to interest her ladyship. There had been a rise in the price of sugar, which was a piece of intelligence relevant to all our hearts, as we were all concerned with keeping house. It would have been the natural topic if Lady Glenmire had not been present, but we were not sure if the peerage ate preserves, much less knew how they were made. At last, Miss Pole, who always had a great deal of courage and social grace, spoke to Lady Glenmire, who on her part had seemed just as much puzzled to know how to break the silence as we were. Miss Pole asked her ladyship if she had been to court lately. She then gave a little glance round at us, half timid and half triumphant, as if to show how judiciously she had chosen a subject befitting the rank of the stranger. Lady Glenmire replied, in a very sweet voice with a broad Scotch accent, that she had never been there in her life. As if feeling she had been too abrupt, she added that they very seldom went to London, only twice, in fact, during all her married life. Before she was married, her father had far too large a family to take them often from their home, even to Edinburgh. She then brightened with the hope of a common interest, asking if we had perhaps been to Edinburgh. None of us had been there, but Miss Pole had an uncle who had once passed the night there, which was very pleasant. Mrs. Jamieson, meanwhile, was absorbed in wondering why Mr. Mulliner did not bring the tea. At length, the wonder oozed out of her mouth. Lady Glenmire briskly asked if she had not better ring the bell. But Mrs. Jamieson replied that she thought not, as Mr. Mulliner did not like to be hurried. We should have liked our tea, for we dined at an earlier hour than Mrs. Jamieson. I suspected Mr. Mulliner had to finish the St. James's Chronicle before he chose to trouble himself about tea. His mistress fidgeted and fidgeted, constantly wondering aloud why Mulliner did not bring tea and what he could be about. Lady Glenmire at last grew quite impatient, but it was a pretty kind of impatience. She rang the bell rather sharply, on receiving a half permission from her sister-in-law to do so. Mr. Mulliner appeared in dignified surprise. Mrs. Jamieson could only explain that Lady Glenmire had rung the bell, she believed, for tea. In a few minutes tea was brought. Very delicate was the china, very old the plate, very thin the bread and butter, and very small the lumps of sugar. Sugar was evidently Mrs. Jamieson's favorite economy. I question if the little filigree sugar tongs could have opened themselves wide enough to take up a piece of a good and honest size. When I tried to seize two little minikin pieces at once so as not to be detected, they absolutely dropped one with a little sharp clatter in a quite malicious and unnatural manner. But before this happened, we had had a slight disappointment. In the little silver jug was cream, in the larger one was milk. As soon as Mr. Mulliner came in, Carlo began to beg, which was a thing our manners forbade us to do, though I am sure we were just as hungry. Mrs. Jamieson said she was certain we would excuse her if she gave her poor dumb Carlo his tea first. She accordingly mixed a saucerful for him and put it down for him to lap. She then told us how intelligent and sensible the dear little fellow was, explaining that he knew cream quite well and constantly refused tea with only milk in it, so the milk was left for us. We silently thought we were quite as intelligent and sensible as Carlo, and felt as if insult were added to injury when we were called upon to admire the gratitude he showed by wagging his tail for the cream which should have been ours. After tea, we thawed down into subjects from common life. We were thankful to Lady Glenmire for having proposed some more bread and butter. This mutual want made us better acquainted with her than we ever could have been by talking about the court, though Miss Pole did say she had hoped to learn of the dear Queen's health from someone who had seen her. The friendship begun over bread and butter extended on to cards. Lady Glenmire played preference to admiration and was a complete authority as to ombre and quadrille. Even Miss Pole quite forgot to use the formal titles of "my lady" and "your ladyship." She spoke of Bastow and Spadille just as quietly as if we had never held the great Cranford Parliament on the subject of the Bastow. Proper mode of addressing a peeress. As a proof of how thoroughly we had forgotten that we were in the presence of one who might have sat down to tea with a coronet on her head, Mrs. Forrester related a curious little fact to Lady Glenmire. It was an anecdote known to the circle of her intimate friends, but of which even Mrs. Jameson was not aware. It related to some fine old lace, the sole relic of better days, which Lady Glenmire was admiring on Mrs. Forrester's collar. Mrs. Forrester confirmed that such lace could not be got now for either love or money. She had been told, she said, that it was made by the nuns abroad who could not make it now even there. But she mused that perhaps they could, now that the Catholic Emancipation Bill had been passed. In the meantime, she treasured her lace very much. She dared not even trust the washing of it to her maid, who was the little girl from the charity school I have named before, but who sounded quite grand when referred to simply as my maid. She always washed it herself, and once it had a narrow escape. She explained that, of course, her ladyship would know that such lace must never be starched or ironed. Some people washed it in sugar and water, and some in coffee, to make it the right yellow color. But she herself had a very good recipe for washing it in milk, which stiffened it enough and gave it a very good creamy color. She had tacked it together and put it to soak in milk when, unfortunately, she left the room. On her return, she found her cat on the table, looking very like a thief, but gulping uncomfortably, as if it were half choked with something it wanted to swallow and could not. She asked if we could believe it, but at first she had only pitied the creature, until, all at once, she looked and saw the cup of milk was empty, completely cleaned out. She had called the cat naughty and believed she was provoked enough to give it a slap, which did no good, but only helped the lace down, just as one slaps a choking child on the back. She could have cried, she was so vexed, but she was determined not to give the lace up without a struggle. She hoped the lace might disagree with the cat, at any rate. But it would have been too much for Job, she said, if he had seen that cat come in, quite placid and purring, not a quarter of an hour after, and almost expecting to be stroked. She had refused, telling the cat that if it had any conscience, it ought not to expect such a thing. And then a thought struck her. She rang the bell for her maid and sent her to Mr. Hoggins with her compliments, to ask if he would be kind enough to lend her one of his top boots for an hour. She did not think there was anything odd in the message, but her maid Jenny had reported that the young men in the surgery laughed as if they would be ill at her wanting a top boot. When it came, she and Jenny put the cat in it with her forefeet straight down so they were fastened and could not scratch. Then they gave her a teaspoonful of currant jelly, in which she begged her ladyship's pardon for the detail. She had mixed some tartar emetic. She would never forget how anxious she was for the next half an hour. She took the cat to her own room and spread a clean towel on the floor. She could have kissed her when she returned the lace to sight, looking very much as it had gone down. Jenny had boiling water ready, and they soaked it and spread it on a lavender bush in the sun before she could touch it again, even to put it in milk. She finished by telling her ladyship that no one would ever guess that the lace had been inside a cat. We found out in the course of the evening that Lady Glenmire was going to pay Mrs. Jameson a long visit. She had given up her apartments in Edinburgh and had no ties to take her back there in a hurry. On the whole, we were rather glad to hear this, for she had made a pleasant impression upon us. It was also very comfortable to find, from things which dropped out in the course of conversation, that in addition to many other genteel qualities, she was far removed from what might be called the vulgarity of wealth. As our respective servants were announced, Mr. Jamieson asked her regular question, wondering if we did not find walking very unpleasant. It was a query she often posed, as she had her own carriage and always went out in a sedan chair for even the shortest distances. The answers were nearly as much a matter of course. One would remark on how pleasant and still it was at night, another on what a refreshment it was after a party. The last comment was from Miss Mattie, who spoke of how beautiful the stars were. Lady Glenmire then asked Miss Mattie if she was fond of astronomy. Miss Mattie, rather confused at that moment and trying to remember which was astronomy and which was astrology, replied that she was not very. The answer was true under either circumstance. She read, and was slightly alarmed by Francis Moore's astrological predictions. And as for astronomy, she had told me in a private and confidential conversation that she never could believe the earth was constantly moving. She added that she would not believe it if she could, as the thought made her feel so tired and dizzy whenever she considered it. In our Pattens, we picked our way home with extra care that night. Our perceptions were so refined and delicate after drinking tea with her ladyship. Chapter 9. Soon after the events of which I last gave an account, I was summoned home by my father's illness. For a time, in my anxiety about him, I forgot to wonder how my dear friends at Cranford were getting on, or how Lady Glenmire could reconcile herself to the dullness of the long visit she was still paying to her sister-in-law, Mrs. Jamieson. When my father grew a little stronger, I accompanied him to the seaside. Altogether I seemed banished from Cranford and was deprived of the opportunity of hearing any chance intelligence of the dear little town for the greater part of that year. Late in November, when we had returned home again and my father was once more in good health, I received a letter from Miss Mattie. It was a very mysterious letter indeed. She began many sentences without ending them, running them one into another in the same confused sort of way that written words run together on blotting paper. From what I could make out, she hoped my father was better and would take warning to wear a heavy coat from Michaelmas to Lady Day. Then she wished to know if turbans were in fashion. Such a piece of gaiety was going to happen as had not been seen since the time Womwell's lions came to town. She felt she was perhaps too old to care about dress, but a new cap she must have. Having heard that turbans were worn, and that some of the county families were likely to come, she wanted to look tidy. She asked if I would bring her a cap from the milliner I employed. And then she lamented her carelessness for forgetting that the main purpose of her letter was to beg me to come and pay her a visit next Tuesday. She hoped to have something to offer me in the way of amusement, which she would not describe more particularly, only that sea green was her favorite color. She ended her letter so, but in a postscript she added that she might as well tell me the peculiar attraction. Signor Brunoni was going to exhibit his wonderful magic in the Cranford Assembly Rooms on Wednesday and Friday evening in the following week. I was very glad to accept the invitation from my dear Miss Mattie, independently of the conjurer. I was also particularly anxious to prevent her from disfiguring her small, gentle, mousy face with a great Saracen-style turban. Accordingly, I bought her a pretty, neat cap, suitable for a woman of middle age. It was, however, rather a disappointment to her. When I arrived, she followed me into my bedroom, ostensibly to poke the fire, but in reality, I do believe, to see if the sea-green turban was not inside the cap box with which I had traveled. It was in vain that I twirled the cap round on my hand to show the back and side fronts. Her heart had been set upon a turban. All she could do was to say, with resignation in her look and voice, that she was sure I had done my best. She remarked that it was just like the caps all the ladies in Cranford were wearing, and they had likely had theirs for a year. She confessed she would have liked something newer, something more like the turbans Miss Betty Barker had told her Queen Adelaide wears. But she finished by saying it was very pretty, and that lavender would likely wear better than sea green anyway. After all, she mused, what was dress that they should care so much about it? She told me to let her know if I wanted anything, and pointed to the bell. Then, with a final sigh, she supposed that turbans had not yet come down to Drumble. So saying, the dear old lady gently bemoaned herself out of the room. She left me to dress for the evening, informing me that she expected Miss Pole and Mrs. Forrester, and hoped I would not feel too tired to join the party. Of course, I would not. I made some haste to unpack and arrange my dress. But with all my speed, I heard the arrivals and the buzz of conversation in the next room before I was ready. Just as I opened the door, I caught a snippet of conversation. I heard someone say they were foolish to expect anything very genteel out of the Drumble shops, but that the poor girl had no doubt done her best. For all that, I would rather she had blamed Drumble and me than disfigured herself with a turban. Miss Pole was always the person, in the trio of Cranford ladies now assembled, to have had adventures. She was in the habit of spending the morning rambling from shop to shop, not to purchase anything, except an occasional reel of cotton or a piece of tape, but to see the new articles and report upon them, and to collect all the stray pieces of intelligence in the town. She also had a way of demurely popping in and out of all sorts of places to gratify her curiosity on any point. It was a way which might have been considered impertinent if she had not looked so very genteel and prim. And now, by the expressive way in which she cleared her throat and waited for all minor subjects like caps and turbans to be cleared off the course, we knew she had something very particular to relate. And when the due pause came, as it always does, I defy any people of common modesty to keep up a conversation for long when one among them sits up aloft in silence, looking down upon all they say as trivial and contemptible compared to what they could disclose if properly entreated, and so Miss Pole began her story. She began her story by explaining that as she was stepping out of Gordon's shop that day, she chanced to go into the George Inn. She added a side note that her maid Betty had a second cousin who was a chambermaid there, and she thought Betty would like to hear how she was doing. Not seeing anyone about, she had strolled up the staircase and found herself in the passage leading to the assembly room. She reminisced with Miss Mattie for a moment about the room and the courtly minuets they used to dance there. She then continued, saying she went on, not thinking of what she was about, when all at once she perceived that she was in the middle of the preparations for the following night's performance. The room was divided with great frames for drying clothes, over which some men were tacking red flannel. It all seemed very dark and odd, and it quite bewildered her. She was going on behind the screens in her absence of mind when a gentleman, a man who was quite the gentleman, she assured us, stepped forward and asked if he could arrange any business for her. He spoke such pretty, broken English that she could not help thinking of the heroes from romantic novels, and while she was busy picturing his past life to herself, he had bowed her out of the room. But she urged us to wait, as that was not half her story. She was going downstairs when she met her maid's second cousin. Of course, she stopped to speak to her for Betty's sake, and it was the cousin who told her that she had really seen the conjurer. The gentleman who spoke broken English was Signor Brunoni himself. Just at that moment, he passed them on the stairs, making a most graceful bow. In reply, she had dropped a curtsy, remarking to us how all foreigners have such polite manners that one catches something of it. But when he had gone downstairs, she remembered that she had dropped her glove in the assembly room, though it was safe in her muff the whole time. So she went back. And just as she was creeping up the passage on one side of the great screen, she saw the very same gentleman from before. He was coming forward from the inner part of the room, to which, she reminded Miss Matty, there was no entrance. He was repeating his inquiry in his pretty, broken English, and seemed very determined that she should not pass the screen. So, of course, she explained about her glove, which, curiously enough, she found at that very moment. So, Miss Pole had seen the conjurer, the real, live conjurer, and numerous were the questions we all asked her. We wanted to know if he had a beard, if he was young or old, fair or dark. Unable to shape my own question prudently, I simply asked how he looked. In short, Miss Pole was the heroine of the evening, owing to her morning's encounter. If she was not the rose, that is to say, the conjurer, she had certainly been near it. Conjuration, sleight of hand, magic, and witchcraft were the subjects of the evening. Miss Pole was slightly skeptical and inclined to think there might be a scientific solution found for even the proceedings of the Witch of Endor. Mrs. Forrester believed everything, from ghosts to the ticking sounds that were said to foretell a death. Miss Matty ranged between the two, always convinced by the last speaker. I think she was naturally more inclined to Mr. Forrester's side, but a desire to prove herself a worthy sister to Miss Jenkins kept her equally balanced. For Miss Jenkins would never allow a servant to speak of the little rolls of tallow that formed themselves round candles as winding sheets, a term for a burial shroud, but insisted on their being called roly-polies. A sister of hers being superstitious was something that would never do. After tea, I was dispatched downstairs into the dining parlor for that volume of the old encyclopedia which contained the nouns beginning with the letter C. This was so that Miss Pole might prime herself with scientific explanations for the tricks of the following evening. It spoiled the pool at preference which Miss Matty and Mr. Forrester had been looking forward to. Miss Pole became so much absorbed in her subject and the plates by which it was illustrated that we felt it would be cruel to disturb her other than by one or two well-timed yawns, which I threw in now and then. I was really touched by the meek way in which the two ladies were bearing their disappointment, but Miss Pole only read the more zealously. She imparted to us no more information than to exclaim that she saw it now. She comprehended perfectly. She described a process involving the letters A, B, C, D, and F, and the turning of a finger joint. She declared to Mrs. Forrester that conjuring and witchcraft were a mere affair of the alphabet, and asked to read her just one passage. Mrs. Forrester implored Miss Pole to spare her, saying she had never been able to understand being read aloud to. At this, I dropped the pack of cards, which I had been shuffling very audibly. By this discreet movement, I obliged Miss Pole to perceive that preference was to have been the order of the evening. She then proposed, rather unwillingly, that the pool should commence. A pleasant brightness stole over the other two ladies' faces on this. Miss Mattie had one or two twinges of self-reproach for having interrupted Miss Pole in her studies. She did not remember her cards well or give her full attention to the game until she had soothed her conscience by offering to lend the volume of the encyclopedia to Miss Pole, who accepted it thankfully. The next evening, we were all in a little gentle flutter at the idea of the gaiety before us. Miss Mattie went up to dress early and hurried me until I was ready. We then found we had an hour and a half to wait before the doors opened at 7 precisely, and we had only 20 yards to go. However, as Miss Mattie said, it would not do to get too much absorbed in anything and forget the time. So she thought we had better sit quietly, without lighting the candles, until 5 minutes to 7. So Miss Mattie dozed, and I knitted. At length we set off. At the door under the carriageway at the George Inn, we met Mrs. Forrester and Miss Pole. The latter was discussing the subject of the evening with more vehemence than ever, throwing letters like X and B at our heads like hailstones. She had even copied one or two of the receipts, as she called them, for the different tricks on the backs of letters, ready to explain and to detect Signor Brunoni's arts. We went into the cloakroom adjoining the assembly room. Miss Mattie gave a sigh or two to her departed youth, and the remembrance of the last time she had been there, as she adjusted her pretty new cap before the strange, quaint old mirror. The assembly room had been added to the inn about 100 years before by the different county families. They met together there once a month during the winter to dance and play at cards. Many a county beauty had first swung through the minuet that she afterwards danced before Queen Charlotte in this very room. It was said that one of the famous Gunning sisters had graced the apartment with her beauty. It was certain that a rich and beautiful widow, Lady Williams, had here been smitten with the noble figure of a young artist who was staying with some family in the neighborhood for professional purposes. And a pretty bargain poor Lady Williams had of her handsome husband, if all tales were true. Now, no beauty blushed and dimpled along the sides of the Cranford assembly room. No handsome artist won hearts by his bow, with his hat held in his hand. The old room was dingy. The salmon-colored paint had faded into a drab. Great pieces of plaster had chipped off from the fine wreaths and festoons on its walls, but still a moldy odor of aristocracy lingered about the place. And a dusty recollection of the days that were gone made Miss Mattie and Mrs. Forrester hold their heads up high as they entered and walk mincingly up the room as if there were a number of genteel observers instead of two little boys with a stick of toffee between them. We stopped short at the second front row. I could hardly understand why, until I heard Miss Pole ask a stray waiter if any of the county families were expected. When he shook his head and said he believed not, Mrs. Forrester and Miss Mattie moved forwards, and our party represented a conversational square. The front row was soon augmented and enriched by Lady Glenmire and Mrs. Jameson. We 6 occupied the 2 front rows, and our aristocratic seclusion was respected by the groups of shopkeepers who strayed in from time to time and huddled together on the back benches. At least I conjectured so, from the noise they made and the sonorous bumps they gave in sitting down. But when, in weariness of the obstinate green curtain that would not draw up, but would stare at me with 2 odd eyes seen through holes, I would fain have looked round at the merry, chattering people behind me. Miss Pole clutched my arm. She begged me not to turn, for it was not the proper thing to do. What the thing was, I never could find out, but it must have been something eminently dull and tiresome. However, we all sat with our eyes to the front, in a square, gazing at the tantalizing curtain. We hardly spoke intelligibly. We were so afraid of being caught in the vulgarity of making any noise in a place of public amusement. Mrs. Jameson was the most fortunate, for she fell asleep. At length, the eyes in the curtain disappeared. The curtain quivered. One side went up before the other, which stuck fast. It was dropped again, and with a fresh effort and a vigorous pull from some unseen hand, it flew up. It revealed to our sight a magnificent gentleman in the Turkish costume, seated before a little table, gazing at us with what I believe were the same eyes I had last seen through the hole in the curtain. He regarded us with calm and condescending dignity. Behind me, I heard a sentimental voice ejaculate that he was like a being from another sphere. Miss Pole stated decisively that this was not Signor Brunoni. She said it so audibly that I am sure he heard, for he glanced down over his flowing beard at our party with an air of mute reproach. She then reasoned to herself that Signor Brunoni had no beard, but that perhaps he would come soon, and so she lulled herself into patience. Meanwhile, Miss Mattie had looked through her eyeglass, wiped it, and looked again. Then she turned round and remarked to me, in a kind, mild, and sorrowful tone, that, as I could see, turbans were indeed being worn. But we had no time for more conversation. The Grand Turk, as Miss Pole chose to call him, arose and announced himself as Signor Brunoni. Miss Pole exclaimed in a defiant manner that she did not believe him. He looked at her again with the same dignified upbraiding in his countenance. She repeated more positively than ever that she did not believe it. She insisted that Signor Brunoni had not got that muffy sort of thing about his chin, but had looked like a clean-shaven Christian gentleman. Miss Pole's energetic speeches had the good effect of wakening up Mrs. Jameson, who opened her eyes wide in a sign of the deepest attention. This proceeding silenced Miss Pole and encouraged the Grand Turk to proceed. This he did in very broken English, so broken that there was no cohesion between the parts of his sentences. He perceived this himself at last, and so left off speaking and proceeded to action. Now we were astonished. I could not imagine how he did his tricks, not even when Miss Pole pulled out her pieces of paper and began reading in a very audible whisper the separate receipts for the most common of his tricks. If ever I saw a man frown and look enraged, I saw the Grand Turk frown at Miss Pole. But, as she said, what could be expected but unchristian looks from a man who was not a Christian? If Miss Pole was skeptical, and more engrossed with her diagrams than with his tricks, Miss Mattie and Mrs. Forrester were mystified and perplexed to the highest degree. Mrs. Jameson kept taking her spectacles off and wiping them, as if she thought it was something defective in them which made the legerdemain. And Lady Glenmire, who had seen many curious sights in Edinburgh, was very much struck with the tricks. She would not at all agree with Miss Pole, who declared that anybody could do them with a little practice, and that she would, herself, undertake to do all he did. With 2 hours given to study the encyclopedia and make her third finger flexible. At last, Miss Mattie and Mrs. Forrester became perfectly awe-stricken. They whispered together. I sat just behind them, so I could not help but hear what they were saying. Miss Mattie asked Mrs. Forrester if she thought it was quite right to have come to see such things. She confessed she could not help fearing they were lending encouragement to something that was not quite proper, her thought trailing off as she gave a little shake of her head. Mrs. Forrester replied that the same thought had crossed her mind. She too was feeling very uncomfortable, as it was all so very strange. She was quite certain that it was her own pocket handkerchief which had been in that loaf of bread just now, though it had been in her hand not 5 minutes before. She wondered who had furnished the bread, and was sure it could not be Dakin, because he was the churchwarden. Suddenly, Miss Mattie half turned towards me. She asked me, as a stranger in the town who would not give rise to unpleasant reports, if I would just look round and see if the rector was there. She explained that if he was present, she thought they might conclude that this wonderful man was sanctioned by the church, which would be a great relief to her mind. I looked, and I saw the tall, thin, dusty rector sitting surrounded by the boys from the national school. He was guarded by troops of his own sex from any approach of the many Cranford spinsters. His kind face was all agape with broad smiles, and the boys around him were in fits of laughing. I told Miss Mattie that the church was smiling its approval, which set her mind at ease. I have never named Mr. Hayter, the rector, because as a young woman who was well off and happy, I never came in contact with him. He was an old bachelor, but as afraid of reports about matrimony getting abroad about him as any girl of 18. He would rush into a shop or dive down an entry sooner than encounter any of the Cranford ladies in the street. As for the preference parties, I did not wonder at his not accepting invitations to them. To tell the truth, I always suspected Miss Pole of having given a very vigorous chase to Mr. Hayter when he first came to Cranford. This was not lessened by the fact that she now appeared to share so vividly in his dread lest her name should ever be coupled with his. He found all his interests among the poor and helpless. He had treated the national schoolboys to the performance this very night, and virtue was for once its own reward, for they guarded him right and left and clung round him as if he had been the queen bee and they the swarm. He felt so safe in their environment that he could even afford to give our party a bow as we filed out. Miss Pole ignored his presence and pretended to be absorbed in convincing us that we had been cheated and had not seen Signor Brunoni after all. Chapter 10. I think a series of circumstances dated from Signor Brunoni's visit to Cranford. At the time, They seemed connected in our minds with him, though I do not know that he really had anything to do with them. All at once, all sorts of uncomfortable rumors got afloat in the town. There were 1 or 2 robberies, real and genuine robberies, with men brought up before the magistrates and committed for trial. And that seemed to make us all afraid of being robbed. For a long time at Miss Mattie's, I know we used to make a regular expedition all round the kitchens and cellars every night. Miss Mattie would lead the way, armed with the poker, while I followed with the hearth-brush, and Martha carried the shovel and fire irons with which to sound the alarm. By the accidental hitting together of them, she often frightened us so much that we bolted ourselves up, all 3 together, in the back kitchen or the storeroom, or wherever we happened to be. When our fright was over, we recollected ourselves and set out afresh with double valiance. By day, we heard strange stories from the shopkeepers and cottagers. They spoke of carts that went about in the dead of night, drawn by horses that were shod with felt, and guarded by men in dark clothes, going round the town, no doubt in search of some unwatched house or some unfastened door. Miss Pole, who affected great bravery herself, was the principal person to collect and arrange these reports so as to make them assume their most fearful aspect. But we discovered that she had begged one of Mr. Hoggins' hats, one that was quite worn out, to hang up in her lobby. And we, at least I, had doubts as to whether she really would enjoy the little adventure of having her house broken into, as she protested she would. Miss Mattie made no secret of being an arrant coward, but she went regularly through her duty of inspection as the housekeeper. Only the hour for this became earlier and earlier, until at last we went the rounds at 6:30, and Miss Mattie adjourned to bed soon after 7, in order to get the night over with sooner. Cranford had so long prided itself on being an honest and moral town that it had grown to fancy itself too genteel and well-bred to be otherwise. It felt the stain upon its character at this time doubly. But we comforted ourselves with the assurance which we gave to each other that the robberies could never have been committed by any Cranford person. It must have been a stranger or strangers who brought this disgrace upon the town. They occasioned as many precautions as if we were living among the native peoples of America or the French. This last comparison of our nightly state of defense and fortification was made by Mrs. Forrester. Her father had served under General Burgoyne in the American War, and her husband had fought the French in Spain. She indeed inclined to the idea that, in some way, the French were connected with the small thefts, which were ascertained facts, and the burglaries and highway robberies, which were rumors. She had been deeply impressed with the idea of French spies at some time in her life, and the notion could never be fairly eradicated. And now her theory was this: the Cranford people respected themselves too much to ever be dishonest or immoral. Therefore, the robbers must be strangers. If strangers, why not foreigners? If foreigners, who so likely as the French? She reasoned that Signor Brunoni spoke broken English like a Frenchman. And though he wore a turban like a Turk, she had seen a print of Madame de Staël with a turban on, and another of Mr. Denon in just such a dress, showing clearly that the French also wore turbans. There could be no doubt, she concluded, that Signor Brunoni was a Frenchman, a French spy come to discover the weak and undefended places of England, and he doubtless had his accomplices. For her part, she had always had her own opinion of Miss Pole's adventure at the George Inn, where 2 men were seen but only one was believed to be. French people, she was thankful to say, had ways and means which the English knew nothing about. She had never felt quite easy in her mind about going to see that conjurer. It was rather too much like a forbidden thing, even though the rector was there. In short, Mr. Forrester grew more excited than we had ever known her before, and being an officer's daughter and widow, we naturally looked up to her opinion. Really, I do not know how much was true or false in the reports which flew about like wildfire at this time. But it seemed to me then that there was every reason to believe that at Marden, a small town about 8 miles from Cranford, houses and shops were being entered by holes made in the walls. The bricks were silently carried away in the dead of night, and all was done so quietly that no sound was heard. Miss Mattie gave up in despair when she heard of this. She questioned what the use was of locks and bolts and bells on the windows and going round the house every night. That last trick, she felt, was fit for a conjurer. And now she did believe that Signor Brunoni was at the bottom of it. One afternoon, about 5 o'clock, we were startled by a hasty knock at the door. Miss Mattie bade me run and tell Martha on no account to open the door until she had reconnoitered through the window. She armed herself with a footstool to drop down on the head of the visitor in case he should show a face covered with black crape, but it was nobody but Miss Pole and Betty. The former came upstairs carrying a little hand-basket, and she was evidently in a state of great agitation. As I offered to relieve Miss Pole of her basket, she warned me to take care of it, explaining that it contained her plate. She was sure there was a plan to rob her house that night. She announced that she had come to throw herself on Miss Mattie's hospitality. Her maid, Betty, was going to sleep with her cousin at the George Inn. She asked if she might sit up here all night, explaining that her house was so far from any neighbors that she did not believe they could be heard if they screamed. Miss Mattie asked what had alarmed her so much, and if she had seen any men lurking about the house. Miss Pole answered that, oh yes, she had. She described how 2 men who looked very bad had gone past the house 3 times, very slowly. Then, not even half an hour ago, an Irish beggar woman had come and all but forced herself in past Betty. The woman had claimed her children were starving and that she must speak to the mistress. Miss Pole pointed out the significance of the woman using the word mistress, though a man's hat was hanging in the hall, but Betty had shut the door in her face and come up to her. They had gathered the spoons together and sat in the parlor window watching until they saw Thomas Jones going from his work. They had called to him and asked him to take care of them on their way into town. We might have triumphed over Miss Pole, who had professed such bravery, until she was frightened, but we were too glad to perceive that she shared in the weaknesses of humanity to exult over her. I gave up my room to her very willingly, and shared Miss Mattie's bed for the night. But before we retired, the 2 ladies rummaged up, from the recesses of their memory, such horrid stories of robbery and murder that I quite quaked in my shoes. Miss Pole was evidently anxious to prove that such terrible events had occurred within her experience that she was justified in her sudden panic. Miss Mattie did not like to be outdone and capped every story with one yet more horrible. It reminded me, oddly enough, of an old story I had read somewhere. of a nightingale and a musician, who strove one against the other to see which could produce the most admirable music, until poor Philomel dropped down dead. One of the stories that haunted me for a long time afterwards was of a girl who was left in charge of a great house in Cumberland on a particular day of a fair, when the other servants all went off to the gaieties. The family was away in London. A peddler came by and asked to leave his large and heavy pack in the kitchen, saying he would call for it again at night. The girl, who was the daughter of a gamekeeper, was roaming about in search of amusement. She chanced to hit upon a gun hanging up in the hall and took it down to look at the chasing. It went off through the open kitchen door, hit the pack, and a slow, dark thread of blood came oozing out. I recall how Miss Pole enjoyed this part of the story, dwelling on each word as if she loved it. She rather hurried over the further account of the girl's bravery. I have but a confused idea that, somehow, she baffled the robbers with Italian irons, which were heated until they were glowing red, and then restored to blackness by being dipped in grease. We parted for the night with a feeling of awe-struck wonder as to what we should hear of in the morning, and, on my part, there was a vehement desire for the night to be over and gone. I was so afraid that the robbers might have seen from some dark, lurking place that Miss Pole had carried off her plate, and thus have a double motive for attacking our house. But until Lady Glenmire came to call the next day, we heard of nothing unusual. The kitchen fire irons were in exactly the same position against the back door as when Martha and I had skillfully piled them up, ready to fall with an awful clatter if only a cat had touched the outside panels. I had wondered what we should all do if we were awakened and alarmed in such a way. I had proposed to Miss Mattie that we should cover up our faces under the bedclothes so that there should be no danger of the robbers thinking that we could identify them. But Miss Mattie, who was trembling very much, scouted this idea. She said we owed it to society to apprehend them, and that she should certainly do her best to lay hold of them and lock them up in the garret until morning. When Lady Glenmire came, we almost felt jealous of her. Mrs. Jamieson's house had really been attacked. At least there were men's footsteps to be seen on the flower borders underneath the kitchen windows where, as the old saying goes, no men should be. And Carlo had barked all through the night as if strangers were abroad. Mrs. Jamieson had been awakened by Lady Glenmire, and they had rung the bell which communicated with Mr. Mulliner's room in the third story. When his head, with a nightcap on, had appeared over the banisters in answer to the summons, they had told him of their alarm and the reasons for it. Whereupon, he retreated into his bedroom and locked the door, informing them in the morning that it was for fear of draughts, and opened the window. He called out valiantly, saying that if the supposed robbers would come to him, he would fight them. But, as Lady Glenmire observed, that was but poor comfort, since they would have to pass by Mrs. Jamieson's room and her own before they could reach him. They must be of a very pugnacious disposition indeed if they neglected the opportunities of robbery presented by the unguarded lower stories to go up to a garret and there force a door in order to get at the champion of the house. Lady Glenmire, after waiting and listening for some time in the drawing-room, had proposed to Mrs. Jamieson that they should go to bed. But that lady said she should not feel comfortable unless she sat up and watched. Accordingly, she packed herself warmly up on the sofa, where she was found by the housemaid at 6 o'clock in the morning, fast asleep. but Lady Glenmire went to bed and kept awake all night. When Miss Pole heard of this, she nodded her head in great satisfaction. She had been sure they would hear of something happening in Cranford that night, and they had heard. It was clear enough, she reasoned, that they had first proposed to attack her house. But when they saw that she and Betty were on their guard and had carried off the plate, they had changed their tactics and gone to Mrs. Jameson's, and no one knew what might have happened if Carlo had not barked like a good dog as he was. Poor Carlo. His barking days were nearly over. Whether the gang who infested the neighborhood were afraid of him, or whether they were revengeful enough to poison him for the way in which he had baffled them on the night in question, or whether, as some among the less educated people thought, he died of apoplexy, brought on by too much feeding and too little exercise, it is certain that, 2 days after this eventful night, Carlo was found dead. His poor legs were stretched out stiff in the attitude of running, as if by such unusual exertion he could escape the sure pursuer, death. We were all sorry for Carlo, the old familiar friend who had snapped at us for so many years. The mysterious mode of his death made us very uncomfortable. We wondered if Signor Brunoni could be at the bottom of this. He had apparently killed a canary with only a word of command. His will seemed of deadly force. Who knew but what he might yet be lingering in the neighborhood, willing all sorts of awful things? We whispered these fancies among ourselves in the evenings, but in the mornings our courage came back with the daylight. In a week's time, we had got over the shock of Carlo's death, all but Mrs. Jameson. She, poor thing, felt it as she had felt no event since her husband's death. Indeed, Miss Pole had remarked that as the Honorable Mr. Jameson drank a good deal and occasioned her much uneasiness, it was possible that Carlo's death might be the greater affliction. But there was always a tinge of cynicism in Miss Pole's remarks. However, one thing was clear and certain. It was necessary for Mrs. Jameson to have some change of scene. Mr. Mulliner was very impressive on this point, shaking his head whenever we inquired after his mistress, and speaking of her loss of appetite and bad nights very ominously, and with justice too. For if she had two characteristics in her natural state of health, they were a facility of eating and sleeping. If she could neither eat nor sleep, she must be indeed out of spirits and out of health. Lady Glenmire, who had evidently taken very kindly to Cranford, did not like the idea of Mrs. Jamieson's going to Cheltenham. More than once, she insinuated pretty plainly that it was Mr. Mulliner's doing. He had been much alarmed on the occasion of the house being attacked, and had since said, more than once, that he felt it a very responsible charge to have to defend so many women. Be that as it might, Mrs. Jamieson went to Cheltenham, escorted by Mr. Mulliner, and Lady Glenmire remained in possession of the house. Her ostensible office was to take care that the maidservants did not pick up followers. She made a very pleasant-looking dragon. And as soon as it was arranged for her stay in Cranford, she found out that Mrs. Jamieson's visit to Cheltenham was just the best thing in the world. She had let her house in Edinburgh and was for the time without a house, so the charge of her sister-in-law's comfortable abode was very convenient and acceptable. Miss Pole was very much inclined to present herself as a heroine because of the decided steps she had taken in flying from the 2 men and 1 woman, whom she now entitled that murderous gang. She described their appearance in glowing colors, and I noticed that every time she went over the story, some fresh trait of villainy was added to their appearance. One was tall, and he grew to be gigantic in height before we had done with him. He, of course, had black hair, which by and by hung in matted locks over his forehead and down his back. The other was short and broad, and a hump sprouted out on his shoulder before we heard the last of him. He had red hair, which deepened into a carroty color, and she was almost sure he had a cast in one eye, a decided squint. As for the woman, her eyes glared, and she had a masculine look, a perfect virago. She was most probably a man dressed in woman's clothes. Afterwards, we heard of a beard on her chin, and a manly voice and a stride. If Miss Pole was delighted to recount the events of that afternoon to all who inquired, others were not so proud of their adventures in the robbery line. Mr. Hoggins, the surgeon, had been attacked at his own door by two ruffians who were concealed in the shadow of the porch. They had so effectually silenced him that he was robbed in the interval between ringing his bell and the servants answering it. Miss Pole was sure it would turn out that this robbery had been committed by what she called her men. She went the very day she heard the report to have her teeth examined and to question Mr. Hoggins. She came to us afterwards, so we heard what she had heard, straight and direct from the source, while we were yet in the excitement and flutter of the agitation caused by the first intelligence, for the event had only occurred the night before. Miss Pole began by sitting down with the decision of a person who has made up her mind as to the nature of life and the world. She declared that men will be men. Every mother's son of them, she continued, wishes to be considered Samson and Solomon rolled into one, too strong ever to be beaten, and too wise ever to be outwitted. She pointed out that they have always foreseen events, though they never tell one for a warning before the events happen. Her own father was a man, she said, and she knew the sex pretty well. She had talked herself out of breath. We would have been very glad to fill up the necessary pause as a chorus, but we did not exactly know what to say, or which man had suggested this diatribe against the sex. So we only joined in generally, with a grave shake of the head and a soft murmur that they were very incomprehensible. Certainly. She urged us to just think about it. She had undergone the risk of having one of her remaining teeth drawn, and yet, after all that, Mr. Hoggins was too much of a man to own that he was robbed last night. We all exclaimed in disbelief, questioning if he was truly not robbed. Miss Pole, angry that we could be for a moment imposed upon, urged us not to believe him. She insisted she believed he was robbed, just as Betty had told her, and that he was ashamed to own it. And to be sure, it was very silly of him to be robbed just at his own door. She was sure he felt that such a thing would not raise him in the eyes of Cranford society, and was anxious to conceal it. But he need not have tried to impose upon her, she said, by claiming she must have heard an exaggerated account of some petty theft of a neck of mutton which had been stolen out of the safe in his yard last week. He had had the impertinence to add that he believed that was taken by the cat. She had no doubt, she concluded, that if she could get to the bottom of it, it was that Irishman dressed as a woman who came spying about her house with the story about the starving children. After we had duly condemned the lack of candor which Mr. Hoggins had shown and abused men in general, taking him for the representative and type, We got round to the subject about which we had been talking when Miss Pole came in. Namely, how far, in the present disturbed state of the country, we could venture to accept an invitation which Miss Mattie had just received from Mr. Forrester. She had invited us to come as usual and keep the anniversary of her wedding day by drinking tea with her at 5 o'clock and playing a quiet game of cards afterwards. Mr. Forrester had said that she asked us with some diffidence because she feared the roads were very unsafe. But she suggested that perhaps one of us would not object to take the sedan, and that the others, by walking briskly, might keep up with the long trot of the chairman. In this way, we might all arrive safely at Over Place, a small cluster of houses separated from Cranford by about 200 yards of a dark and lonely lane. There was no doubt that a similar note was awaiting Miss Pole at home, so her call was a very fortunate affair, as it enabled us to consult together. We would all much rather have declined this invitation. But we felt that it would not be quite kind to Mr. Forrester, who would otherwise be left to a solitary retrospect of her not very happy or fortunate life. Miss Mattie and Miss Pole had been visitors on this occasion for many years, and now they gallantly determined to nail their colours to the mast and to go through Darkness Lane rather than fail in loyalty to their friend. But when the evening came, Miss Mattie, who was voted into the chair as she had a cold, implored the chairman not to run away and leave her fastened up there to be murdered, whatever might happen. Even after they had promised, I saw her tighten her features into the stern determination of a martyr, and she gave me a melancholy and ominous shake of the head through the glass. However, we got there safely, only rather out of breath, for it was a race of who could trot hardest through Darkness Lane, and I am afraid poor Miss Mattie was sadly jolted. Mrs. Forrester had made extra preparations in acknowledgment of our exertion in coming to see her through such dangers. The usual forms of genteel ignorance as to what her servants might send up were all gone through. Harmony and preference seemed likely to be the order of the evening. But this was interrupted by an interesting conversation that began I do not know how, but which had relation, of course, to the robbers who infested the neighborhood of Cranford. Having braved the dangers of Darkness Lane, we now had a little stock of reputation for courage to fall back upon. And I dare say we were also desirous of proving ourselves superior to men, particularly Mr. Hoggins, in the article of candor. So we began to relate our individual fears and the private precautions we each of us took. I owned that my pet apprehension was of eyes, seeing them looking at me and watching me, glittering out from some dull, flat, wooden surface. I confessed that if I dared to go up to my looking-glass when I was in a state of panic, I would certainly turn it round, with its back towards me, for fear of seeing eyes behind me looking out of the darkness. I saw Miss Mattie nerving herself up for a confession, and at last out it came. She owned that ever since she had been a girl, she had dreaded being caught by her last leg, just as she was getting into bed, by someone concealed under it. She recalled that when she was younger and more active, she used to take a flying leap from a distance, and so bring both her legs up safely into bed at once. But this had always annoyed Deborah, who prided herself on getting into bed gracefully, and she had given it up in consequence. But now the old terror would often come over her, especially since Miss Pole's house had been attacked. We had all gotten quite to believe in the fact of the attack having taken place. And yet it was very unpleasant to think of looking under a bed and seeing a man concealed with a great fierce face staring out. So she had thought of something. Perhaps I had noticed that she had told Martha to buy her a penny ball, such as children play with, and now she rolled this ball under the bed every night. If it came out on the other side, well and good. If not, she always took care to have her hand on the bell rope and meant to call out the names John and Harry, just as if she expected men who were servants to answer her ring. We all applauded this ingenious contrivance, and Miss Mattie sank back into satisfied silence. She then gave a look at Mrs. Forrester as if to ask for her private weakness. Mrs. Forrester looked askance at Miss Pole and tried to change the subject a little. She told us that she had borrowed a boy from one of the neighboring cottages. She had promised his parents 100 weight of coals at Christmas and his supper every evening, for the loan of him at nights. She had instructed him in his possible duties when he first came. Finding him sensible, she had given him the Major's sword, who was her late husband, and desired him to put it very carefully behind his pillow at night, turning the edge towards the head of the pillow. She was sure he was a sharp lad. For, spying out the Major's hat with its distinctive cocked shape, he had said that if he might have that to wear, he was sure he could frighten 2 Englishmen or 4 Frenchmen any day. But she had impressed upon him anew that he was to lose no time in putting on hats or anything else. If he heard any noise, he was to run at it with his drawn sword. Upon my suggesting that some accident might occur from such directions that were both slaughterous and indiscriminate, and that he might rush on Jenny getting up to wash and have spitted her before he had discovered that she was not a Frenchman, Mrs. Forrester replied that she did not think that was likely. For he was a very sound sleeper and generally had to be well shaken or have cold water thrown on him in a morning before they could rouse him. She sometimes thought such a dead sleep must be owing to the hearty suppers the poor lad ate, for he was half-starved at home, and she told Jenny to see that he got a good meal at night. Still, this was no confession of Mrs. Forrester's peculiar timidity, and we urged her to tell us what she thought would frighten her more than anything. She paused, and stirred the fire, and snuffed the candles, and then, in a sounding whisper, she declared her greatest fear to be ghosts. She looked at Miss Pole as much as to say she had declared it and would stand by it. Such a look was a challenge in itself. Miss Pole came down upon her with arguments of indigestion, spectral illusions, optical delusions, and a great deal out of Dr. Ferrier and Dr. Hibbert besides. Miss Mattie had rather a leaning to ghosts, as I have mentioned before, and what little she did say was all on Mrs. Forrester's side. Emboldened by this sympathy, Mrs. Forrester protested that ghosts were a part of her religion, and that surely she, the widow of a major in the army, knew what to be frightened at and what not. In short, I never saw Mrs. Forrester so warm either before or since, for she was a gentle, meek, and enduring old lady in most things. Not all the mulled elder wine that ever was made could this night wash out the remembrance of this difference between Miss Pole and her hostess. Indeed, when the elder wine was brought in, it gave rise to a new burst of discussion. For Jenny, The little maiden who staggered under the tray had to give evidence of having seen a ghost with her own eyes not so many nights ago in Darkness Lane, the very lane we were to go through on our way home. In spite of the uncomfortable feeling which this last consideration gave me, I could not help but be amused at Jenny's position. It was exceedingly like that of a witness being examined and cross-examined by two lawyers who are not at all scrupulous about asking leading questions. The conclusion I arrived at was that Jenny had certainly seen something beyond what a fit of indigestion would have caused. A lady all in white and without her head was what she deposed and adhered to. She was supported by a consciousness of the secret sympathy of her mistress under the withering scorn with which Miss Pole regarded her. And not only she, but many others had seen this headless lady who sat by the roadside wringing her hands as in deep grief. Mrs. Forrester looked at us from time to time with an air of conscious triumph, but then she did not have to pass through Darkness Lane before she could bury herself beneath her own familiar bed coverings. We preserved a discreet silence as to the headless lady while we were putting on our things to go home. There was no knowing how near the ghostly head and ears might be, or what spiritual connection they might be keeping up with the unhappy body in Darkness Lane. Therefore, even Miss Pole felt that it was as well not to speak lightly on such subjects, for fear of vexing or insulting that woebegone trunk. At least, so I conjecture. For instead of the busy clatter usual in the operation, we tied on our cloaks as sadly as mutes at a funeral. Miss Mattie drew the curtains round the windows of the chair to shut out disagreeable sights. And the men, either because they were in spirits that their labors were so nearly ended, or because they were going down the hill, set off at such a round and merry pace that it was all Miss Pole and I could do to keep up with them. She had breath for nothing beyond an imploring plea not to be left, uttered as she clutched my arm so tightly that I could not have quitted her, whether there was a ghost or no ghost. What a relief it was when the men, weary of their burden and their quick trot, stopped just where Headingley Causeway branches off from Darkness Lane. Miss Pole unloosed me and caught at one of the men. She asked if they could not take Miss Mattie round by way of Headingley Causeway, explaining that the pavement in Darkness Lane jolted so, and she was not very strong. A smothered voice was then heard from the inside of the chair, praying to go on and asking what the matter was. The voice offered 6 pence more to go on very fast and begged them not to stop there. Miss Pole, with a dignity that trembled, then offered a shilling if they would go by Headingley Causeway. The two men grunted in agreement and took up the chair. They went along the causeway, which certainly answered Miss Pole's kind purpose of saving Miss Mattie's bones, for it was covered with soft, thick mud. Even a fall there would have been easy until the getting up came, when there might have been some difficulty in extrication. Chapter 11. The next morning I met Lady Glenmire and Miss Pole setting out on a long walk. They were going to find some old woman who was famous in the neighborhood for her skill in knitting woolen stockings. Miss Pole spoke to me with a smile that was half kind and half contemptuous. She said she had just been telling Lady Glenmire of our poor friend Mrs. Forrester and her terror of ghosts. She explained that it comes from living so much alone and listening to the frightening stories of that maid, Jenny of hers. She was so calm and so much above superstitious fears herself that I was almost ashamed to say how glad I had been of her proposition about the Headingley Causeway the night before. and so I turned the conversation to something else. In the afternoon, Miss Pole called on Miss Mattie to tell her of the adventure, the real adventure they had met with on their morning's walk. They had been perplexed about the exact path to take across the fields to find the knitting old woman. They had stopped to inquire at a little public house on the side of the road that led to London, about 3 miles from Cranford. The good woman of the house had asked them to sit down and rest themselves while she fetched her husband, who could direct them better than she could. And while they were sitting in the sanded parlor, a little girl came in. They thought that she belonged to the landlady and began some trifling conversation with her. But on the landlady's return, she told them that the little thing was the only child of a couple who were staying in the house. And then she began a long story, from which Lady Glenmire and Miss Pole could only gather 1 or 2 decided facts. It seemed that, about 6 weeks ago, a light spring cart had broken down just before their door. In it, there were 2 men, 1 woman, and this child. One of the men was seriously hurt. He had no broken bones, but was only shaken, as the landlady called it. But he had probably sustained some severe internal injury, for he had languished in their house ever since, attended by his wife, the mother of this little girl. Miss Pole had asked what he was and what he looked like, and the landlady had answered that he was not like a gentleman, nor yet like a common person. If it had not been that he and his wife were such decent, quiet people, she could almost have thought he was a mountebank or something of that kind. For they had a great box in the cart, full of she did not know what. She had helped to unpack it and take out their linen and clothes, when the other man, who she believed was his twin brother, had gone off with the horse and cart. Miss Pole had begun to have her suspicions at this point. She expressed her idea that it was rather strange that the box and cart and horse and all should have disappeared. But good Mrs. Roberts, the landlady, seemed to have become quite indignant at Miss Pole's implied suggestion. In fact, Miss Pole said she was as angry as if Miss Pole had told her that she herself was a swindler. As the best way of convincing the ladies, she thought to beg them to see the wife. And as Miss Pole said, there was no doubting the honest, worn, and bronzed face of the woman. At the first tender word from Lady Glenmire, she burst into tears, which she was too weak to check until some word from the landlady made her swallow down her sobs, in order that she might testify to the Christian kindness shown by Mr. and Mrs. Roberts. Miss Pole came round with a swing to as vehement a belief in the sorrowful tale as she had been skeptical before. And as a proof of this, her energy on behalf of the poor sufferer was not at all daunted when she found out that he, and no other, was our Signor Brunoni, to whom all Cranford had been attributing all manner of evil these past 6 weeks. Yes, his wife said his proper name was Samuel Brown. She called him Sam, but to the last we preferred calling him the Signor, as it sounded so much better. The end of their conversation with the Signora Brunoni was that it was agreed that he should be placed under medical advice. For any expense incurred in procuring this, Lady Glenmire promised to hold herself responsible. She had accordingly gone to Mr. Hoggins to beg him to ride over to the Rising Sunday Inn that very afternoon and examine into the Signor's real state. And, as Miss Pole said, if it was desirable to remove him to Cranford to be more immediately under the eye of Mr. Hoggins, she would undertake to see for lodgings and arrange about the rent. Mrs. Roberts had been as kind as could be all throughout, but it was evident that their long residence there had been a slight inconvenience. Before Miss Pole left us, Miss Mattie and I were as full of the morning's adventure as she was. We talked about it all the evening, turning it in every possible light. And we went to bed anxious for the morning, when we should surely hear from someone what Mr. Hoggins thought and recommended. For, as Miss Mattie observed, though Mr. Hoggins did use slang and called the game of preference by a shortened name, she believed he was a very worthy man and a very clever surgeon. Indeed, we were rather proud of our doctor at Cranford, as a doctor. We often wished, when we heard of Queen Adelaide or the Duke of Wellington being ill, that they would send for Mr. Hoggins. But on consideration, we were rather glad they did not. For if we were ailing, what should we do if Mr. Hoggins had been appointed a physician in ordinary to the royal family? As a surgeon, we were proud of him, but as a man, or rather, as a gentleman, we could only shake our heads over his name and himself. We wished that he had read Lord Chesterfield's letters in the days when his manners were susceptible of improvement. Nevertheless, we all regarded his dictum in the signor's case as infallible. And when he said that with care and attention he might rally, we had no more fear for him. But, although we had no more fear, everybody did as much as if there was great cause for anxiety, as indeed there was until Mr. Hoggins took charge of him. Miss Pole looked out for clean and comfortable, if homely, lodgings. Miss Mattie sent the sedan chair for him, and Martha and I aired it well before it left Cranford. We did this by holding a warming pan full of hot coals in it, and then shutting it up close, smoke and all, until the time when he should get into it at the Rising Sunday Inn. Lady Glenmire undertook the medical department under the directions of Mr. Hoggins. She rummaged up all of Mrs. Jameson's medicine glasses and spoons and small tables for the bedside, in a free and easy way that made Miss Mattie feel a little anxious as to what that lady and Mr. Mulliner might say if they knew. Mrs. Forrester made some of the bread jelly for which she was so famous, to have ready as a refreshment in the lodgings when he should arrive. A present of this bread jelly was the highest mark of favor dear Mrs. Forrester could confer. Miss Pole had once asked her for the recipe, but she had met with a very decided rebuff. That lady had told her that she could not part with it to anyone during her life, and that after her death it was bequeathed, as her executors would find, to Miss Mattie. What Miss Mattie, or as Mrs. Forrester called her, Miss Matilda Jenkins, might choose to do with the recipe when it came into her possession, whether to make it public or to hand it down as an heirloom, she did not know, nor would she dictate. And a mold of this admirable, digestible, unique bread jelly was sent by Mrs. Forrester to our poor sick conjurer. Who says that the aristocracy are proud? Here was a lady who was a Tyrrell by birth, and descended from the great Sir Walter that shot King Rufus. A woman in whose veins ran the blood of him who murdered the little princes in the Tower, going every day to see what dainty dishes she could prepare for Samuel Brown, a mountebank. But indeed, it was wonderful to see what kind feelings were called out by this poor man's coming amongst us. And also wonderful to see how the great Cranford panic, which had been occasioned by his first coming in his Turkish dress, melted away into thin air on his second coming, pale and feeble, and with his heavy, filmy eyes that only brightened a very little when they fell upon the countenance of his faithful wife or their pale and sorrowful little girl. Somehow we all forgot to be afraid. I dare say it was the discovery that he, who had first excited our love of the marvelous by his unprecedented arts, had not sufficient gifts for everyday life to manage a shying horse. This made us feel as if we were ourselves again. Miss Pole came with her little basket at all hours of the evening, as if her lonely house and the unfrequented road to it had never been infested by that murderous gang she had described. Mrs. Forrester said she thought that neither Jenny nor she need mind the headless lady who wept and wailed in Darkness Lane, for surely the power was never given to such beings to harm those who went about to try to do what little good was in their power. To this, Jenny tremblingly assented, but the mistress's theory had little effect on the maid's practice until she had sewn 2 pieces of red flannel in the shape of a cross on her inner garment. I found Miss Mattie covering her penny ball, the ball that she used to roll under her bed, with brightly colored worsted in rainbow stripes. She told me that her heart was sad for that little careworn child. She observed that although her father was a conjurer, the girl looked as if she had never had a good game of play in her life. She recalled making very pretty balls in this way when she was a girl and thought she would try to make this one smart and take it to Phoebe that afternoon. She then concluded that the gang must have left the neighborhood, for one did not hear any more of their violence and robbery now. We were all of us far too full of the signor's precarious state to talk either about robbers or ghosts. Indeed, Lady Glenmire said she had never heard of any actual robberies, except that 2 little boys had stolen some apples from Farmer Benson's orchard and that some eggs had been missed on a market day from the stall of the widow Hayward. But that was expecting too much of us. We could not acknowledge that we had only had this small foundation for all our panic. Miss Pole drew herself up at this remark from Lady Glenmire. She said that she wished she could agree with her as to the very small reason they had had for alarm. But she could not, she explained, with the recollection of a man disguised as a woman who had endeavored to force himself into her house with the knowledge of the footprints seen on Mrs. Jameson's flower borders, and with the fact of the audacious robbery committed on Mr. Hoggins. But here Lady Glenmire broke in with a very strong expression of doubt as to whether this last story was not an entire fabrication founded upon the theft of a cat. She grew so red while she was saying all this that I was not surprised at Miss Pole's manner of bridling up. I am certain, if Lady Glenmire had not been a woman of her rank, we should have had a more emphatic contradiction than the non-committal phrases which were all that she ventured upon in her presence. But when she was gone, Miss Pole began a long congratulation to Miss Mattie that so far they had escaped marriage, which she noticed always made people credulous to the last degree. Indeed, she thought it argued great natural credulity in a woman if she could not keep herself from being married. And in what Lady Glenmire had said about the robbery of Mr. Hoggins, she remarked, they had a specimen of what people came to if they gave way to such a weakness. Evidently, Lady Glenmire would swallow anything if she could believe the poor, made-up story about a neck of mutton and a pussy with which he had tried to impose on Miss Pole, only she had always been on her guard against believing too much of what men said. We were thankful, as Miss Pole desired us to be, that we had never been married, but I think, of the two, we were even more thankful that the robbers had left Cranford. At least I judged so from a speech of Miss Mattie's that evening as we sat over the fire. She evidently looked upon her husband as a great protector against thieves, burglars, and ghosts. She said that she did not think that she should dare to be always warning young people against matrimony, as Miss Pole did continually. To be sure, she continued, marriage was a risk, as she saw now that she had had some experience. But she remembered the time when she had looked forward to being married as much as anyone. She quickly checked herself, as if afraid of having admitted too much, and said it was not any particular person she had in mind. It was only the old story, she explained, of ladies always saying, "when I marry," and gentlemen saying, "if I marry." It was a joke spoken in rather a sad tone, and I doubt if either of us smiled, but I could not see Miss Mattie's face by the flickering firelight. In a little while, she continued. She confessed that, after all, she had not told the truth. It was so long ago, and no one ever knew how much she thought of it at the time, unless, indeed, her dear mother had guessed. But she could say that there was a time when she did not think she would be only Miss Mattie Jenkins all her life. For even if she were to meet someone who wished to marry her now, as Miss Pole often warned, she could not take him. She hoped he would not take it too much to heart, but she could not take him or anyone but the person she once thought she would be married to. And he was dead and gone, and he never knew how it all came about that she had said no when she had thought about it many and many a time. She trailed off, saying it was no matter what she thought, that God ordains it all, and that she was very happy. No one, she continued, taking my hand and holding it in hers, had such kind friends as she. If I had never known of Mr. Holbrook, I could have said something in this pause, but as I had, I could not think of anything that would come in naturally, and so we both kept silence for a little time. Miss Mattie then began to speak of how her father once made them keep a diary in 2 columns. On one side they were to put down in the morning what they thought would be the course of the coming day, and at night they were to put down on the other side what really had happened. She remarked that it would be to some people rather a sad way of telling their lives, and a tear dropped upon my hand at these words. She added that she did not mean her own life had been sad, only so very different to what she had expected. She remembered one winter's evening, sitting over their bedroom fire with Deborah as if it were yesterday. They were both planning their future lives, though only Deborah talked about it. She said she should like to marry an archdeacon and write his charges, and yet she had never been married, and for aught I know, never spoke to an unmarried archdeacon in her life. Miss Mattie had never been ambitious, nor could she have written charges, but she thought she could manage a house, as her mother used to call her right hand. And she was always so fond of little children, the shyest babies would stretch out their little arms to come to her. When she was a girl, she spent half her leisure time nursing in the neighboring cottages. But she did not know how it was that when she grew sad and grave, a year or 2 after this time, the little things drew back from her. She was afraid she had lost the knack, though she was just as fond of children as ever, and had a strange yearning at her heart whenever she saw a mother with her baby in her arms. By a sudden blaze which sprang up from the fire, I saw that her eyes were full of tears as she gazed intently on some vision of what might have been. She confessed that she sometimes dreamed that she had a little child, always the same little girl of about 2 years old. The child never grew older, though she had dreamt about her for many years. She did not think she ever dreamt of any words or sound the child made. She was very noiseless and still, but she came to her when she was very sorry or very glad, and she had wakened with the clasp of her dear little arms round her neck. Only last night, perhaps because she had gone to sleep thinking of the ball for Phoebe, her little darling had come in her dream and put up her mouth to be kissed, just as she had seen real babies do. But she dismissed all this as nonsense and urged me not to be frightened by Miss Pole from being married. She could fancy, she said, that it may be a very happy state, and that a little credulity helps one on through life very smoothly, better than always doubting and seeing difficulties and disagreeables in everything. If I had been inclined to be daunted from matrimony, it would not have been Miss Pole who would have done it. It would have been the lot of poor Signor Brunoni and his wife. And yet again, it was an encouragement to see how, through all their cares and sorrows, they thought of each other and not of themselves, and how keen their joys were if they only passed through each other, or through the little Phoebe. The Signora, or Mrs. Brown as we found out she preferred to be called, told me one day a good deal about their lives up to this period. It began by my asking her whether Miss Pole's story of the twin brothers were true. It sounded so wonderful a likeness that I should have had my doubts if Miss Pole had not been unmarried. But Mrs. Brown said it was quite true. She explained that her brother-in-law was by many taken for her husband, which was of great assistance to them in their profession. Though, she continued, she could not conceive how people could mistake Thomas for the real Signor Brunoni, but he said they did, so she supposed she must believe him. She added that he was a very good man, and she was not sure how they would have paid their bill at the Rising Sunday Inn, but for the money he sent. But people must know very little about art if they can take him for her husband. She explained that in the ball trick, where her husband spreads his fingers wide and throws out his little finger with quite an air and a grace, Thomas just clumps up his hand like a fist and might have ever so many balls hidden in it. Besides, she concluded, he has never been in India and knows nothing of the proper way to sit with a turban. I was rather astonished and asked if she herself had been in India. She confirmed that she had been in India for many a year. She explained that her husband, Sam, was a sergeant in the 31st Regiment. When the regiment was ordered to India, she drew a lot to go, and she was more thankful than she could say. It seemed as if it would only be a slow death to her to part from her husband. But, she confided, if she had known all, she did not know whether she would not rather have died there and then than gone through what she had done since. To be sure, she had been able to comfort Sam and to be with him, but she had lost 6 children. She looked up at me as she said this, with those strange eyes that I have never noticed but in mothers of dead children, with a kind of wild look in them, as if seeking for what they never more might find. She repeated that yes, 6 children had died off, like little buds nipped untimely in that cruel India. She thought, as each died, that she never could and never would love a child again. But when the next came, it had not only its own love, but the deeper love that came from the thoughts of its little dead brothers and sisters. She recalled telling her husband, when Phoebe was coming, that she would leave him when the child was born, and she was strong. It would cut her heart cruelly, she knew, but if this baby died too, she would go mad. The madness was in her now, she had told him, but if he let her go down to Calcutta, carrying her baby step by step, it would perhaps work itself off. She vowed that she would save and hoard and beg and even die to get a passage home to England where their baby might live. And God bless him, she said, for he told her she might go. He saved up his pay, and she saved every pice she could get from washing or any other way. When Phoebe came, and she grew strong again, she set off. She described the journey as very lonely, through thick forests and along by the river's side, though the flowing noise sounded like home to her, as she had been brought up near the Avon in Warwickshire. From station to station, from Indian village to village, she went along carrying her child. She told me of a little picture she had seen, one belonging to an officer's lady, of the Virgin and the little Savior. When she went to bid goodbye to this lady, for whom she had washed, the lady cried sadly, for she, too, had lost her children, and she was bold enough to ask for the print. The lady cried the more, and said her children were with that little blessed Jesus, and gave it to her. She told her it had been painted on the bottom of a cask, which gave it that round shape. She confessed that when her body was weary and her heart was sick, for there were times she doubted if she could ever reach home, she would take out that picture and look at it, until she could have thought the mother spoke to her and comforted her, and the native people were very kind. They could not understand one another, but they saw her baby on her breast, and came out to her, and brought her rice and milk, and sometimes flowers. She still had some of the flowers, dried. Then, the next morning, she would be tired, and they would want her to stay, trying to frighten her from going into the deep woods. But it seemed to her as if death was following her to take her baby away, and as if she must go on and on. She thought how God had cared for mothers ever since the world was made, and would care for her. So she bade them goodbye, and set off afresh. And once, when her baby was ill and they both needed rest, he had led her to a place where she found a kind Englishman lived, right in the midst of the native people. I asked if she had reached Calcutta safely at last. She confirmed that she had, and with great emotion, she described the moment she knew she had only 2 days' journey left. It might have been idolatry, she could not tell, but she was near one of the native temples and went into it with her baby to thank God for his great mercy. It seemed to her that where others had prayed before to their God, in their joy or in their agony, was of itself a sacred place. She then got a position as a servant to a lady who was an invalid who grew quite fond of her baby aboard the ship, and in 2 years' time, Sam earned his discharge and came home to her and to their child. Then he had to fix on a trade, but he knew of none. Once, a long time ago, he had learnt some tricks from an Indian juggler, so he set up conjuring. It answered so well that he took Thomas to help him, as his man, not as another conjurer, though Thomas had now set up on his own. She explained that the likeness between the twins had been a great help to them and had made a good many tricks go off well that they had made up together. And Thomas was a good brother, only he did not have the fine carriage of her husband. so she could not imagine how he could be taken for Signor Brunoni himself, as he said he was. I expressed my sympathy for poor little Phoebe, my thoughts going back to the baby she had carried all those 100 miles. Mrs. Brown agreed, saying she had never thought she would have reared her, especially when she fell ill at a place called Chundarabadad. But, she explained, a good, kind Aga Jenkins had taken them in, which she believed was the very saving of her. My heart leaped at the name. I repeated the name Jenkins to be sure. She confirmed it, yes, Jenkins. She added that she would think all people of that name were kind, for here was that nice old lady who came every day to take Phoebe for a walk. But an idea had flashed through my head. Could the Aga Jenkins be the lost Peter? It was true he was reported by many to be dead. But it was equally true that some had said he had arrived at the dignity of the Great Lama of Tibet. Miss Mattie thought he was alive. I decided I would make further inquiry. Chapter 12. The central question that occupied my thoughts was a persistent one. Was the man they called Poor Peter of Cranford one and the same as the Aga Jenkins of Chundarabadad? It was a puzzle I felt compelled to solve. At home, I was often criticized for my lack of discretion. It was my most prominent fault, a characteristic my friends and family never tired of pointing out. For once, I was determined to prove them all wrong. I resolved to become a model of prudence and wisdom. I would not so much as hint at my suspicions about the mysterious Aga. Instead, I would quietly collect evidence, bringing it home to present before my father, who was a trusted family friend to both of the Miss Jenkinses. This search for facts often brought to mind a story my father once told about presiding over a ladies' committee. He compared it to a passage in Dickens where a chorus is described as every man singing the tune he knew best, entirely to his own satisfaction. The charitable committee was much the same, with each lady pursuing her own preferred topic of conversation, much to her own contentment, but with little progress on the matter at hand. Even that committee, however, was nothing compared to the challenge of questioning the ladies of Cranford. I was attempting to gain some clear, definite information about poor Peter, such as his height, his appearance, and when he had last been seen or heard from. My efforts were met with a spectacular lack of focus. I remember one particular attempt during a visit to Mrs. Forrester's, where Miss Pole was also present. Since both ladies had known Peter, I thought they might help each other recall the details. I considered my timing quite opportune as I asked Miss Pole for the very last piece of news they had ever heard about him. Her answer was the absurd report I had heard before, that he had been elected the Great Lama of Tibet. This mention was a starting pistol for each lady to race off on her own train of thought. Mrs. Forrester immediately wondered if the veiled prophet in Lalla Rookh was meant to be the Great Lama. She added, though, that Peter had not been ugly, but rather handsome, despite his freckles. I was momentarily relieved that she had at least circled back to Peter. But in the next breath, she was lost in a lecture on the merits of Rowland's Calidore and other cosmetics. Her discourse was so fluent that I turned my attention back to Miss Pole. She had taken the mention of llamas, the beasts of burden, and somehow journeyed to the topic of Peruvian bonds and the share market. This led her to express her poor opinion of joint stock banks, particularly the one where Miss Mattie's money was invested. I tried in vain to steer the conversation back. I interjected, asking in what specific year they had heard the news about Mr. Peter becoming the Great Lama. But my question only served to unite them on a new, unrelated dispute. They began to argue whether llamas were carnivorous animals or not. The debate was hardly on fair grounds. After some back and forth, Mrs. Forrester sheepishly admitted that she always confused carnivorous with graminivorous, just as she did horizontal and perpendicular. She apologized quite sweetly, explaining that in her youth, the only real purpose of 4-syllable words was for spelling lessons. The only certain fact I had gained was that Peter had last been heard of in India, or at least somewhere in that vicinity. This scanty piece of intelligence had reached Cranford in a year marked by several memorable events. It was the year Miss Pole had brought her Indian muslin gown, an item long since worn out. We had washed it and mended it, tracing its decline and fall until it became a window blind before we could truly move on from its memory. It was also the year Wombwell's menagerie came to town. Miss Mattie had specifically wanted to see an elephant, hoping it would help her better imagine Peter riding upon one. She had also seen a boa constrictor, which was far more than she wished to picture in her fancies of Peter's locality. Finally, it was the year Miss Jenkins had learned a piece of poetry by heart. At all the Cranford parties, she would declare that Peter was surveying mankind all the way from China to Peru. Everyone thought this sounded very grand. It also seemed rather appropriate, because they reasoned that India was situated between China and Peru, provided one took care to turn the globe to the left instead of the right. I suppose all these inquiries of mine and the curiosity they stirred in my friends made us blind and deaf to what was truly going on around us. It seemed to me that the sun rose and shone on Cranford just as usual. The rain fell as it always did. I did not notice any sign of the times that could be seen as a premonition of some uncommon event. To the best of my belief, it was not only Miss Mattie and Mr. Forrester who were caught unaware. Even Miss Pole herself, whom we looked upon as a kind of prophetess, was taken by surprise. She had a knack for foreseeing things before they came to pass, though she disliked disturbing her friends by sharing her foreknowledge. Yet even she was breathless with astonishment when she came to tell us the astounding piece of news. I must try to recover myself. The contemplation of it, even at this distance of time, still takes away my breath and my grammar. If I do not subdue my emotion, I fear my spelling will go too. We were sitting together, Miss Mattie and I, much as we usually did. She was in the blue chintz easy chair with her back to the light, her knitting in her hand. I was reading aloud from the St. James's Chronicle. In just a few more minutes, we would have gone to make the small changes in dress that were customary before the usual time for calls at 12 o'clock. I remember the scene and the date perfectly. We had been talking about the signor's rapid recovery since the warmer weather had set in. We praised Mr. Hoggin's skill, while at the same time lamenting his lack of refinement and proper manners. It seems a curious coincidence that this should have been our subject, but so it was. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. It was a caller's knock, 3 distinct taps. We were in the midst of flying to our rooms to change our caps and collars. That is to say, Miss Mattie could not move very fast, as she had a touch of rheumatism. Our escape was arrested by Miss Pole, who called out as she came up the stairs. She implored us not to go, insisting that she could not wait. She knew it was not yet 12, but she urged us to forget about our dress. She had something she absolutely had to tell us. We did our best to look as if we had not been the source of the hurried movement she had surely heard. Of course, we did not like anyone to suppose that we kept old clothes convenient for wearing out in what Miss Jenkins had once prettily called the sanctuary of home. So we threw a double force of gentility into our manners. We were very genteel indeed, for the 2 minutes it took Miss Pole to recover her breath. She excited our curiosity to a fever pitch by lifting her hands in sheer amazement and then bringing them down in silence. Her pantomime suggested that what she had to say was too enormous for words. Miss Pole finally let the words tumble out. She breathlessly asked Miss Mattie what she could possibly think. The news, she stammered, was that Lady Glenmire was to marry. Or rather, she corrected herself, to be married. The intended husband was none other than Mr. Hoggins. Indeed, Mr. Hoggins was going to marry Lady Glenmire. The word marry seemed to hang in the air between us. It was an idea so shocking that we could only repeat it in disbelief, our shared sentiment quickly concluding that it was pure madness. Miss Pole nodded with the sharp decisiveness that was so much a part of her character. She confirmed that she had reacted in the very same way. She recounted how she had been in a public shop when she first heard of it. She had thought to herself what a fool her lady was going to make of herself. She confessed that she might have even said madness aloud, but had managed to control the impulse. She then lamented the state of the world, wondering where feminine delicacy had gone. She pointed out that both she and Miss Mattie would have been utterly ashamed to learn that their own marriage prospects were being openly discussed in a grocer's shop in the hearing of the shopman. A sigh escaped Miss Mattie, as if she were recovering from a physical blow. She voiced a sliver of hope that perhaps the story was not true. Perhaps, she suggested, they were doing Lady Glenmire an injustice. But Miss Pole quickly dismissed the possibility. She explained that she had already taken care to ascertain the facts. She had gone straight to Mrs. Fitzadam under the pretense of borrowing a cookery book. There, she had cleverly introduced her congratulations, commenting on the general difficulty gentlemen must have in housekeeping. Mrs. Fitzadam had bridled at this and confirmed that the news was true, though she was mystified as to how or where Miss Pole could have heard it. Mrs. Fitzadam had said that her brother and Lady Glenmire had, at last, come to an understanding. Miss Pole repeated the word understanding with disgust, calling it a coarse term. She predicted that her lady would have to get used to many such wants of refinement. As proof, she added that she had reason to believe Mr. Hoggins supped on bread and cheese and beer every single night. Miss Mattie uttered the word marry once more, her tone full of wonder. It was something she had never thought of. Two people they knew were going to be married. The event felt as if it were coming very near to them. Miss Pole agreed, adding dramatically that it was so near that her heart had stopped beating for the time it would take to count to 12. With a gentle pity in her voice, Miss Mattie reflected that one never knew whose turn might be next. She mused that here in Cranford, poor Lady Glenmire might have thought herself perfectly safe from such a thing. Miss Pole dismissed this with a toss of her head. She reminded us of the song about Tibby Fowler that poor dear Captain Brown used to sing. She paraphrased the lyric, whose meaning was that if you set a rich woman on a high hilltop, the wind itself would blow a man to her. I offered my own thought that the song's subject, Tibby Fowler, was rich. Miss Pole retorted that, in any case, there was a kind of attraction about Lady Glenmire that she, for one, would be ashamed to possess. I finally put in my own wonder, asking how Lady Glenmire could possibly have fancied Mr. Hoggins. I added that I was not at all surprised that Mr. Hoggins had taken a liking to her. Miss Mattie considered this. She pointed out that Mr. Hoggins was rich, very pleasant-looking, good-tempered, and kind-hearted. Miss Pole offered her final theory on the matter. She concluded that Lady Glenmire had simply married for the sake of an establishment. With a little dry laugh at her own wit, she added that she supposed the surgery must have been included in the deal. But, like many who deliver a speech they believe to be both severe and clever, she began to relax her grimness after making this joke. Our speculation then turned to the inevitable question of how Mrs. Jamieson would receive the news. We contemplated the supreme irony of the situation. The very person Mrs. Jamieson had left in charge of her house, with strict orders to keep followers away from her maids, had managed to set up a follower of her own. And this follower was a man whom Mrs. Jamieson had expressly tabooed as vulgar. He was considered inadmissible to Cranford society. This was not merely on account of his name, but for a whole host of reasons. His voice was common, his complexion was coarse, and his boots perpetually smelled of the stable. He himself carried an odor of drugs. We wondered if he had ever actually been to see Lady Glenmire at Mrs. Jamieson's home. If he had, we suspected that in its owner's estimation, no amount of chloride of lime could ever purify the house again. Or perhaps their interviews had been confined to the chamber of the poor, sick conjurer. We had to allow, despite our collective sense of the unsuitable match, that both of them had been exceedingly kind to the man. Then it turned out there was a simpler explanation. A servant of Mrs. Jamieson's had been ill, and Mr. Hoggins had been attending her for some weeks. So the wolf had gotten into the fold, and now he was carrying off the shepherdess herself. What would Mrs. Jamieson say? We looked into the darkness of the future as a child gazes up at a rocket in a cloudy sky. We were full of wondering expectation, waiting for the rattle, the discharge, and the brilliant shower of light that was sure to follow. Then we brought ourselves back down to earth and the present time. We began questioning each other about the practical details, though we were all equally ignorant and had no data to build upon. When would this event take place? Where would it happen? How much money did Mr. Hoggins have a year? Would she drop her title? And how would Martha and all the other proper servants in Cranford ever be brought to announce a married couple as Lady Glenmire and Mr. Hoggins? The most pressing question, however, was a social one. Would they be visited? Would Mrs. Jamieson permit us to call on them? Or would we be forced to choose between the Honorable Mrs. Jamieson and the now degraded Lady Glenmire? We all liked Lady Glenmire the best. She was bright and kind, sociable and agreeable. Mrs. Jamieson, by contrast, was dull, inert, pompous, and tiresome. Yet we had acknowledged the sway of Mrs. Jamieson for so long that it felt like a kind of disloyalty to even contemplate disobeying the prohibition we all anticipated. Just then, Mrs. Forrester surprised us, still in our donned caps and patched collars. We forgot all about our attire in our eagerness to see how she would bear the news. We honorably left the task of imparting it to Miss Pole. We could have taken unfair advantage and rushed in ourselves, for she was seized by a most out-of-place fit of coughing that lasted for 5 minutes after Mrs. Forrester entered. I shall never forget the imploring expression in her eyes as she looked at us over her pocket handkerchief. Her gaze spoke as plainly as words, pleading with us not to let nature deprive her of the treasure that was hers to share, even if she was temporarily unable to use it, and we did not. Mrs. Forrester's surprise was equal to our own. Her sense of injury, however, was rather greater. She had to feel for her entire social order, and she saw more fully than we could how such conduct brought stains upon the aristocracy. When she and Miss Pole finally left, we tried to subside into calmness, but Miss Mattie was truly upset by the intelligence. She reckoned it up and realized it had been more than 15 years since she had heard of any acquaintance getting married, with the single exception of Miss Jessie Brown. The news, she confessed, gave her quite a shock. It made her feel as if she could not possibly imagine what might happen next. I have a notion, though I cannot say if it is a fancy of mine or a real fact. I have noticed that just after an engagement is announced, the unmarried ladies in that circle tend to flutter out in an unusual gaiety. They wear new dresses, as if to send a tacit and unconscious message to the world that they, also, are spinsters. Miss Mattie and Miss Pole certainly talked and thought more about bonnets, gowns, caps, and shawls during the fortnight after Miss Pole's call than I had known them to do for years. It might, however, have simply been the spring weather. It was a warm and pleasant March, and our merinos and other woolen materials felt like ungracious containers for the bright, glancing rays of the sun. It certainly had not been Lady Glenmire's dress that had won Mr. Hoggins's heart. She went about on her errands of kindness looking more shabby than ever. Yet in the hurried glimpses I caught of her, she seemed to have a new glow. Although she appeared to shun meeting any of her friends, her face held almost something of the flush of youth. Her lips looked redder and more tremblingly full than they did in their old compressed state. Her eyes dwelt on all things with a lingering light, as if she was learning to love Cranford and everything in it. Mr. Hoggins, for his part, looked broad and radiant. He creaked up the middle aisle at church in a brand-new pair of top boots. This was an audible, as well as visible, sign of his intended change of state. For tradition in the town held that the boots he had worn until now were the identical pair in which he first started his rounds in Cranford 25 years ago. They had, of course, been repaired more times than anyone could tell, with new pieces high and low, top and bottom, heel and sole, using both black and brown leather. None of the ladies in Cranford chose to sanction the marriage by congratulating either of them. We wished to ignore the whole affair until our liege lady, Mrs. Jamieson, returned. Until she came back to give us our cue, we felt it would be better to consider the engagement in the same light as the Queen of Spain's legs. They were facts which certainly existed, but the less said about them, the better. This restraint on our tongues was beginning to feel irksome. You see, if we did not speak about it to any of the people involved, we could not get answers to the questions we longed to ask. Our idea of the dignity of silence was paling before our intense curiosity. Just then, our thoughts were given a new direction. An announcement was made by the principal shopkeeper of Cranford, a man who ranged his trades from grocer to milliner as occasion required. He declared that the spring fashions had arrived and would be exhibited the following Tuesday at his rooms on High Street. Now, Miss Matty had been waiting for this very event before buying herself a new silk gown. I had offered to send to Drumble for patterns, it is true. But she had rejected my proposal, gently implying that she had not forgotten her disappointment over the sea-green turban. I was thankful to be on the spot now, to counteract the dazzling fascination of any yellow or scarlet silk she might consider. I must say a word or two here about myself. I have spoken of my father's old friendship for the Jenkins family. Indeed, I am not sure if there was not some distant relationship between us. He had willingly allowed me to remain all winter at Cranford. This was in consideration of a letter Miss Matty had written to him around the time of the panic. I suspect she had greatly exaggerated my powers and my bravery as a defender of the house. But now that the days were longer and more cheerful, he was beginning to urge the necessity of my return. I only delayed out of a sort of odd, forlorn hope. I hoped that if I could obtain any clear information, I might make the account of the Aga Jenkins given by the Signora tally with what I had gathered about the man known as Poor Peter. I wanted to reconcile the stories of his appearance and his disappearance, which I had carefully winnowed out of conversations with Miss Pole and Mrs. Forrester. Chapter 13. On the very Tuesday morning that Mr. Johnson was going to show the fashions, the postwoman brought 2 letters to the house. I refer to her as the postwoman, but I should be more accurate and say she was the postman's wife. Her husband was a lame shoemaker, a very clean and honest man who was much respected in the town. He never brought the letters around himself, except on unusual occasions like Christmas Day or Good Friday. On those festive days, the letters that should have been delivered at 8 in the morning would not make their appearance until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. This was because everyone liked poor Thomas and always gave him a warm welcome. He used to explain, in his local dialect, that he was nearly stuffed from eating. He would say there were 3 or 4 houses where they would not be satisfied unless he shared in their breakfast. By the time he had finished his last breakfast, he would arrive at some other friend's house just as they were beginning dinner. But no matter what temptations he faced, Tom was always sober, civil, and smiling. As Miss Jenkins often remarked, he served as a lesson in patience for others. She felt sure his example would call out that precious quality in certain minds where it might have otherwise lain dormant and undiscovered. Patience, however, was certainly very dormant in Miss Jenkins's own mind. She was always expecting letters and would impatiently drum her fingers on the table until the postwoman had either called or gone past. On Christmas Day and Good Friday, she would drum from breakfast until church, and from church until 2 o'clock. The only interruption was when the fire needed stirring, at which point she would invariably knock down the fire irons and then scold Miss Matty for it. But just as certain as her impatience was the hearty welcome and the good dinner provided for Thomas, Miss Jenkins would stand over him like a bold dragoon, questioning him about his children, She wanted to know what they were doing and which school they attended. She would upbraid him if another child was likely to make an appearance. But despite her stern manner, she would send even the little babies the shilling and the mince pie that was her gift to all the children, adding half a crown for the father and mother as well. The arrival of the post was not nearly so important to dear Miss Mattie, but not for the world would she have diminished Thomas's welcome or his customary gift. I could see that she felt rather shy over the whole ceremony, which Miss Jenkins regarded as a glorious opportunity for giving advice and benefiting her fellow creatures. Miss Mattie would press the money all in a single lump into his hand, as if she were ashamed of herself. Miss Jenkins, in contrast, gave him each coin separately. She would offer a running commentary, indicating that one coin was for him, another for his daughter Jenny, and so on for the rest. Miss Mattie would even beckon Martha out of the kitchen while he ate his food. Once, to my knowledge, she winked as she saw his meal rapidly disappear into a blue cotton pocket handkerchief. Miss Jenkins, however, would almost scold him if he did not leave a clean plate, no matter how heaped it had been, and she delivered an injunction with every single mouthful. I realize I have wandered a long way from the 2 letters that awaited us on the breakfast table that Tuesday morning. One was from my father, while Miss Mattie's was a printed notice. My father's was a typical man's letter, which is to say it was very dull. It gave no information beyond the facts that he was well, that they had had a good deal of rain, and that trade was very stagnant. He also mentioned that there were many disagreeable rumors afloat. He then asked if I knew whether Miss Mattie still retained her shares in the town and county bank, as there were very unpleasant reports circulating about it. This, he noted, was nothing more than he had always foreseen. He had prophesied this very outcome to Miss Jenkins years ago when she insisted on investing their little property in it. He considered it the only unwise step that clever woman had ever taken to his knowledge, and I knew it was the only time she had ever acted against his advice. He concluded, however, that if anything had indeed gone wrong, I was, of course, not to think of leaving Miss Mattie while I could be of any use to her and assist her in any way I could. Miss Mattie then looked up and asked who my letter was from. She held up her own, explaining that it was a very civil invitation signed by an Edwin Wilson. The letter was asking her to attend an important meeting of the shareholders of the town and county bank. It was to be held in Drumble on Thursday, the 21st. She added that she was sure it was very attentive of them to remember her. I did not like the sound of this important meeting. Though I did not know much about business, I feared it confirmed what my father had written. However, I reasoned that ill news always comes fast enough, so I resolved to say nothing of my alarm. I merely told her that my father was well and that he sent his kind regards to her. She kept turning her letter over, admiring it. At last, she spoke again. She recalled that they had sent a similar letter to her sister, Deborah, some time ago. She had not been surprised then, because everyone knew Deborah was so clear-headed. She expressed her fear that she could not help them much. Indeed, if the discussion turned to accounts, she would be quite in the way, for she had never been able to do sums in her head. She knew that Deborah had rather wished to go, and had even gone so far as to order a new bonnet for the occasion, but when the time came, she was suffering from a bad cold. So instead, they had sent her a very polite account of what had been done. She thought they had chosen a director. She wondered aloud if they wanted her to help them choose a director now. She felt sure that if they did, she would choose my father at once. I gently reminded her that my father had no shares in the bank. She remembered then saying that he had objected very much to Deborah's buying any shares, but she affirmed that her sister was quite the woman of business and had always judged for herself. And, she pointed out as proof, the bank had paid 8% for all these years. This was a very uncomfortable subject for me. With my partial knowledge of the situation, I decided it was best to change the conversation. I asked her at what time she thought we should go to see the fashions. She explained her thinking on the matter. The proper etiquette, she said, was not to go until after 12 o'clock. But the problem was that, by then, all of Cranford would be there. One did not like to appear too curious about dresses and trimmings and caps with the entire world looking on. It was never considered genteel to be over-curious on these occasions. She recalled that Deborah had possessed the knack of always looking as if the latest fashion was nothing new to her, a manner she had caught from Lady Arley, who saw all the new modes in London. So, Miss Mattie had devised a plan. They would just slip down early in the morning, using the need to buy half a pound of tea as a pretext. This would allow them to go upstairs and examine the new things at their leisure. They could see exactly how her new silk gown must be made. Then, after 12, they could go again with their minds disengaged and free from the practical thoughts of dress. We began to talk of Miss Mattie's new silk gown. I soon discovered that it would be the first time in her life she had ever had to choose anything of consequence for herself. Her sister, Miss Jenkins, had always been the more decided character, whatever her own taste might have been. It is truly astonishing how such people carry the world before them by the mere force of will. Miss Mattie anticipated the sight of the glossy folds with as much delight as if the 5 sovereigns set apart for the purchase could buy all the silks in the shop. I remembered my own experience, losing 2 hours in a toy shop before I could decide how to spend a silver 3p. Remembering this, I was very glad that we were going early, so that dear Miss Mattie might have plenty of leisure for the delights of perplexity. If a happy shade of sea green could be met with, the gown was to be sea green. If not, she was inclined to a maize color, while I leaned toward silver gray. We discussed the requisite number of breadths all the way until we arrived at the shop door. Our plan was to first buy the tea, then select the silk, and finally clamber up the iron corkscrew stairs. These stairs led into what was once a loft, though it was now a fashion show room. The young men at Mr. Johnson's had on their best looks and their finest cravats. They pivoted themselves over the counter with a surprising activity. They wanted to show us upstairs at once. But on the principle of business first and pleasure afterwards, we stayed to purchase our tea. It was here that Miss Mattie's absence of mind betrayed itself. If she was ever made aware that she had been drinking green tea, she always thought it her duty to lie awake for half the night. Consequently, green tea was prohibited in the house. Yet today, she herself asked for the obnoxious article, under the mistaken impression that she was talking about the silk. However, the mistake was soon rectified, and then the silks were unrolled in good truth. By this time, the shop was becoming quite well filled. It was Cranford market day, and many of the farmers and country people from the neighborhood had come in. They were sleeking down their hair and glancing shyly about from under their eyelids. They seemed anxious to take back some notion of the unusual gaiety to the mistress or the young women at home, yet they also felt out of place among the smart shopmen and the displays of gay shawls and summer prints. One man with an honest look, however, made his way up to the counter where we stood. He boldly asked to look at a shawl or two. The other country folk confined themselves to the grocery side of the shop, but our neighbor was evidently too full of some kind intention towards his mistress, wife, or daughter to be shy. It soon became a question in my mind whether he or Miss Mattie would keep their shopmen occupied for the longest time. He thought each shawl he was shown was more beautiful than the last. And as for Miss Mattie, she simply smiled and sighed over each fresh bale of silk that was brought out. One color set off another, and she remarked that the entire heap of them together would make even a rainbow look poor by comparison. Miss Mattie hesitated, expressing a fear that whichever silk she chose, she would only wish she had taken another. Her eyes fell on a lovely crimson. She noted how warm it would be in winter, but then remembered that spring was on its way. With a slight drop in her voice, a habit we all had in Cranford, when talking about things we wished for but could not afford, she wished she could have a gown for every season. Then, recovering herself with a louder and more cheerful tone, she reasoned that it would give her a great deal of trouble to take care of so many gowns if she had them. Therefore, she thought, she would only take one. But which one, she asked me, must it be? And so she hovered over a lilac fabric with yellow spots, while I pulled out a quiet sage-green silk. It had faded into insignificance under the more brilliant colors, but it was nevertheless a good silk in its humble way. Just then, our attention was called off to our neighbor. He had chosen a shawl of about 30 shillings value. His face looked broadly happy, no doubt in anticipation of the pleasant surprise he would give to some Molly or Jenny at home. He had tugged a Leithreadern purse out of his breeches pocket and had offered a £5 note in payment for the shawl and for some parcels brought to him from the grocery counter. It was just at this point that he attracted our notice. The shopman was examining the note with a puzzled and doubtful air. The shopman then spoke, identifying the note as from the Town and County Bank. He told the man he was not sure, but he believed they had received a warning against notes issued by that very bank just that morning. He offered to step away and ask Mr. Johnson, but added that he was afraid he must trouble the customer for payment in cash or in a note from a different bank. I never saw a man's countenance fall so suddenly into dismay and bewilderment. The rapid change was almost piteous to see. The man struck his fist down on the table, as if to test which was harder. He exclaimed in frustration that the shopman talked as if notes and gold were simply to be had for the picking up. Miss Mattie had completely forgotten her silk gown in her interest for the man. I do not think she had caught the name of the bank, and in my own nervous cowardice I was anxious that she should not. So I began admiring the lilac gown with yellow spots, a fabric I had been utterly condemning only a minute before, but it was of no use. Miss Mattie asked what bank it was. She clarified her question, asking what bank his note belonged to. The stark answer came back. It was the Town and County Bank. She quietly asked the shopman to let her see it. She gently took the note out of his hand as he brought it back to return it to the farmer. Mr. Johnson, the shopman relayed, was very sorry, but from information he had received, the notes issued by that bank were little better than waste paper. Miss Mattie turned to me and spoke in a low voice. She did not understand, she said. She asked if that was not their bank, the Town and County Bank. I confirmed that it was. I tried to create a diversion, holding up the folds of the lilac silk to catch the light. I remarked that I believed it would just match the ribbons in her new cap. All the while, I was wishing the man would make haste and be gone. And yet a new wonder had just sprung up in my mind, a question of how far it was wise or right for me to allow Miss Mattie to make this expensive purchase. If the affairs of the bank were really as bad as the refusal of the note implied. But Miss Mattie put on the soft, dignified manner that was so peculiar to her. It was a manner she rarely used, and yet which became her so well. Laying her hand gently on mine, she asked me to never mind the silks for a few minutes. Then she turned to the shopman who had been attending to the farmer. She did not understand him, she said, and then asked directly if the note was a forgery. The shopman assured her that it was not. It was a true note of its kind, he explained, but the issue was that it came from a joint stock bank. There were reports out that this bank was likely to break. Mr. Johnson, he added, was only doing his duty, a fact he was sure Mr. Dobson understood. But Mr. Dobson could not respond to the shopman's appealing bow with an answering smile. He was turning the note absently over in his fingers, looking gloomily at the parcel that contained the shawl he had chosen only moments before. He lamented that it was hard upon a poor man, one who earns every single farthing with the sweat of his brow. He sighed that there was no help for it. He told the shopman to take back the shawl, saying his wife, Lizzle, must go on with her old cloak for a while. He would still take the figs he had promised to the little ones, but the tobacco and the other things would have to be left behind. It was then that Miss Mattie spoke to him. She offered to give him 5 sovereigns for his note. She explained her thinking that there must be some great mistake about the situation. She was one of the shareholders, she said, and she was sure they would have told her if things had not been going on right. The shopman whispered a word or two across the table to her. She looked at him with a dubious air. She conceded that perhaps the shopman was right, but she did not pretend to understand business. She only knew one thing. If the bank was going to fail, and if honest people were to lose their money because they had taken their notes, she trailed off. Suddenly becoming aware that she had gotten into a long sentence with 4 people for an audience, she then turned to the farmer and simply stated that she would rather exchange her gold for his note if he pleased. Then she told him he could take the shawl to his wife. She turned back to me and added that it was only a matter of going without her gown for a few days longer, after which she had no doubt everything would be cleared up. I could not help but ask what would happen if it was cleared up the wrong way. She replied that in that case, it would only have been common honesty for her, as a shareholder, to have given this good man the money. She was quite clear about it in her own mind, even if she could never speak as comprehensibly as others could. She asked Mr. Dobson to please give her his note and to go on with his purchases using her sovereigns. The man looked at her with silent gratitude, too awkward to put his thanks into words. He hung back for a minute or two, fumbling with his note. He said he was loath to make another person lose money instead of him, if it was indeed a loss. But, he explained, £5 was a great deal of money to a man with a family. And as she had said, there was a good chance that in a day or two the note would be as good as gold again. The shopman corrected this hopeful thought. "There was no hope of that, my friend," he said grimly. Miss Mattie replied quietly that this was all the more reason why she should take it. She pushed her sovereigns towards the man, who slowly laid his note down in exchange. She thanked him. Then she informed the shopman that she would wait a day or two before purchasing any of the silks, as perhaps he would have a greater choice then. Turning to me, she asked if I would come upstairs. We inspected the fashions with as minute and curious an interest as if the gown to be made after them had already been bought. I could not see that the little event in the shop below had in the least damped Miss Mattie's curiosity about the make of sleeves or the sit of skirts. She once or twice exchanged congratulations with me on our private and leisurely view of the bonnets and shawls. All the while, however, I was not so sure that our examination was so utterly private. I had caught glimpses of a figure dodging behind the cloaks and mantles. By a dexterous move, I came face to face with Miss Pole. She was also in her mourning costume, the principal feature of which was her being without her teeth, a deficiency she wore a veil to conceal. She had clearly come on the same errand as ourselves. But she quickly took her departure. She explained that she had a bad headache and did not feel herself up to conversation. As we came down through the shop, the civil Mr. Johnson was awaiting us. He had been informed of the exchange of the note for gold. With much good feeling and real kindness, but with a little want of tact, he wished to offer his condolences to Miss Mattie. He wanted to impress upon her the true state of the case. I could only hope that he had heard an exaggerated rumor, for he told her that her shares were worse than nothing and that the bank could not pay a shilling in the pound. I was glad that Miss Mattie seemed to remain a little incredulous, but I could not tell how much of this was real or how much was an assumed self-control. It was a habit that seemed common to ladies of Miss Mattie's standing in Cranford. They would have thought their dignity compromised by the slightest expression of surprise or dismay to an inferior in station or in a public shop. However, we walked home very silently. I am ashamed to say that I believe I was rather vexed and annoyed at Miss Mattie's conduct in taking the note so decisively. I had so set my heart upon her having a new silk gown, which she wanted sadly. In general, she was so undecided that anyone might turn her round. In this case, I had felt that it was no use attempting it, but I was not the less put out at the result. Somehow, after 12 o'clock, we both acknowledged a sated curiosity about the fashions. We felt a certain fatigue of the body, which was, in fact, a depression of the mind. It indisposed us to go out again. But still, we never spoke of the note. Then, all at once, something possessed me to ask Miss Mattie a question. I asked if she would think it her duty to offer sovereigns for all the notes of the town and county bank she might encounter. I could have bitten my tongue out the minute I had said it. She looked up rather sadly, as if I had thrown a new perplexity into her already distressed mind. For a minute or two, she did not speak. Then she began, "My own dear Miss Mattie," without a shade of reproach in her voice. She explained that she never felt as if her mind was what people would call very strong. It was often hard enough work for her, she said, to settle what she ought to do with the case right in front of her. She was very thankful that she had seen her duty that morning, with the poor man standing by her, but it was a strain upon her to keep thinking and thinking what she should do if such and such a thing happened. She believed she would rather wait and see what really does come. She had no doubt that she would be helped then, if she did not fidget herself and get too anxious beforehand. She finished by reminding me, lovingly, that she was not like Deborah. If Deborah had lived, she had no doubt she would have seen to their affairs before they had ever gotten into such a state. Neither of us had much appetite for dinner, though we tried to talk cheerfully about indifferent things. When we returned to the drawing room, Miss Mattie unlocked her desk and began to look over her account books. I was so penitent for what I had said in the morning that I did not presume I could assist her. I rather left her alone, watching as her eye, under a puzzled brow, followed her pen up and down the ruled page. After some time, she shut the book, locked the desk, and came to draw a chair next to mine, where I sat in moody sorrow over the fire. I stole my hand into hers. She clasped it but did not speak a word. At last, with forced composure in her voice, she stated the precise figures. If that bank went wrong, she would lose £149, 13 shillings and 4 pence a year. She would only have £13 a year left. I squeezed her hand hard and tight. I did not know what to say. Presently, though it was too dark to see her face, I felt her fingers work convulsively in my grasp. I knew she was going to speak again. I could hear the sobs in her voice as she expressed her hope that it was not wrong or wicked. But oh, she was so glad that poor Deborah was spared this. She knew her sister, with her noble and lofty spirit, could not have borne to come down in the world. This was all she said about the sister who had insisted upon investing their little property in that unlucky bank. We were later in lighting the candle than usual that night. Until that light shamed us into speaking, we sat together very silently and sadly. However, we took to our work after tea with a kind of forced cheerfulness, which soon became real as far as it went. We talked of that never-ending wonder, Lady Glenmire's engagement. Miss Mattie was almost coming around to think it a good thing. She began by saying she did not mean to deny that men are troublesome in a house. She was not judging from her own experience, for her father was neatness itself and wiped his shoes as carefully as any woman. But still, she reflected, a man has a sort of knowledge of what should be done in difficulties. It is very pleasant to have someone at hand, ready to lean upon. She now saw that Lady Glenmire, instead of being tossed about and wondering where to settle, would be certain of a home among pleasant and kind people, like our good Miss Pole and Mrs. Forrester. She added that Mr. Hoggins was really a very personable man. And as for his manners, if they were not very polished, she had known people with very good hearts and clever minds who were not what some might reckon refined, but who were both true and tender. She fell off into a soft reverie about Mr. Holbrook, and I did not interrupt her. I was too busy maturing a plan I had had in my mind for some days, a plan which this threatened failure of the bank had brought to a crisis. That night, after Miss Mattie went to bed, I treacherously lit the candle again. I sat down in the drawing room to compose a letter to the Aga Jenkins. It was a letter that should affect him if he were Peter, and yet seem a mere statement of dry facts if he were a stranger. The church clock pealed out 2 before I had done. The next morning news came, both official and otherwise. The town and county bank had stopped payment. Miss Mattie was ruined. She tried to speak quietly to me, but when she came to the actual fact that she would have but about 5 shillings a week to live upon, she could not restrain a few tears. She wiped them away, explaining that she was not crying for herself. She believed she was crying for the very silly thought of how her mother would grieve if she could know, for her mother had always cared for them so much more than for herself. But she insisted that many a poor person has less, and that she was not very extravagant. She thanked God that once the neck of mutton, Martha's wages, and the rent were paid, she did not have a single farthing owing. Her thoughts then turned to poor Martha, who she thought would be sorry to leave her. Miss Mattie smiled at me through her tears, and she would have had me see only the smile, not the tears. Chapter 14. It was an example to me, and I fancy it might be to many others, to see how immediately Miss Mattie set about the retrenchment she knew to be right. She accepted her altered circumstances and acted at once. While she went downstairs to speak to Martha and break the sad intelligence to her, I stole out with my letter to the Aga Jenkins. I went to the signor's lodgings to obtain the exact address. I bound the signora to secrecy. Indeed, her military manners had a degree of shortness and reserve in them which made her always say as little as possible, except when under the pressure of strong excitement. Moreover, my secret was made doubly sure by another fact. The signor was now so far recovered that he was looking forward to traveling and conjuring again. In just a few days, he, his wife, and little Phoebe would leave Cranford. Indeed, I found him looking over a great black and red placard. The poster set forth the Signor Brunoni's many accomplishments, and only the name of the town where he would next display them was wanting. He and his wife were so absorbed in deciding where the red letters would come in with the most effect that it was some time before I could ask my question in private. I first had to give several decisions on the important subject of the poster, which I then questioned with equal sincerity as soon as the signor threw in his own doubts and reasons. At last, I got the address. It was spelled out by sound, and it looked very queer. I dropped it in the post on my way home. Then, for a minute, I stood looking at the wooden pane with its gaping slit. The slot divided me from the letter that had been in my hand just a moment ago. It was gone from me like life, never to be recalled. I imagined its journey. It would get tossed about on the sea, stained perhaps with sea waves. It would be carried among palm trees and scented with all the tropical fragrances. The little piece of paper, so familiar and commonplace only an hour ago, had now set out on its race to the strange wild countries beyond the Ganges. But I could not afford to lose much time on this speculation. I hastened home, so that Miss Mattie might not miss me. Martha opened the door for me, her face swollen with crying. As soon as she saw me, she burst out afresh. She took hold of my arm, pulled me in, and banged the door shut. She needed to ask me if it was all true, everything that Miss Mattie had been saying. Martha declared that she would never leave her mistress. She stated firmly that she would not. She had already told Miss Matty so, and she could not understand how her mistress could find it in her heart to give her warning. She felt she could not have had the face to do such a thing if she had been in Miss Matty's place. She suggested that she might have been just as good for nothing as Mrs. Fitz, Adam's servant, Rosie, who had struck for wages after living 7.5 years in one place. Martha said she was not one to go and serve Mammon at that rate. She knew when she had a good mistress, even if her mistress did not know when she had a good servant. I tried to cut in gently as she wiped her eyes, beginning with a word of interruption. She immediately replied to my soft tone, telling me not to interrupt her in such a manner. I tried again, pleading with her to listen to reason. She would not listen to reason, she said, her voice now in full possession after having been choked with sobs. Reason, she declared, always meant what someone else had to say. She thought what she had to say was good enough reason. But whether it was reason or not, she was going to say it, and she would stick to it. She had money in the savings bank and a good stock of clothes, and she was not going to leave Miss Matty. No, not if she was given warning every hour of the day. She put her arms akimbo, as if to say she defied me. And indeed, I could hardly tell how to begin to remonstrate with her. I felt so strongly that Miss Matty, in her increasing infirmity, truly needed the attendance of this kind and faithful woman. At last, I simply began with a conciliatory opening. Martha seemed pleased. She was thankful that I had begun with a conciliatory opening. If I had begun with a word of protest, as I did before, she would not have listened. Now, she said, I might go on. I acknowledged that I knew she would be a great loss to Miss Matty. Martha broke in triumphantly, exclaiming that she had told her so. It would be a loss she would never cease to be sorry for. I continued, explaining that still, Miss Matty would have so little to live upon, so very little, that I did not see how she could possibly find food for Martha. She would even be pressed for her own. I told Martha this because I felt she was like a friend to dear Miss Matty, but I knew her mistress might not like to have it spoken about. Apparently, this was an even blacker view of the subject than Miss Matty had presented to her. Martha just sat down on the first chair that came to hand and cried out loud. We had been standing in the kitchen until that moment. At last, she put her apron down. Looking me earnestly in the face, she asked if that was the reason Miss Matty would not order a pudding that day. She recalled that her mistress had said she had no great fancy for sweet things, and that we would just have a mutton chop, but Martha declared that she would be up to her. She made me promise never to tell, but she would make her a pudding, and a pudding she would like too. She would pay for it herself. So, she insisted, I must see that she eats it. She added her belief that many a person has been comforted in their sorrow by seeing a good dish come upon the table. I was rather glad that Martha's energy had taken the immediate and practical direction of pudding making. It staved off the quarrelsome discussion as to whether she should or should not leave Miss Matty's service. She began to tie on a clean apron and otherwise prepare herself for going to the shop for the butter, eggs, and whatever else she might require. She would not use a scrap of the articles already in the house for her cookery. Instead, she went to an old teapot where her private store of money was deposited and took out what she wanted. I found Miss Matty very quiet and not a little sad. But after a little while, she tried to smile for my sake. It was settled that I was to write to my father and ask him to come over to hold a consultation. As soon as this letter was dispatched, we began to talk over future plans. Miss Mattie's idea was to take a single room. She would retain as much of her furniture as would be necessary to furnish it and sell the rest. There, she would quietly exist upon whatever remained after paying the rent. For my part, I was more ambitious and less contented. I thought of all the things by which a woman, past middle age, and with the education common to ladies 50 years ago, could earn or add to a living without materially losing her social standing. But at length, I put even this last consideration on one side and simply wondered what in the world Miss Mattie could do. Teaching was, of course, the first thing that suggested itself. If Miss Mattie could teach children anything, it would throw her among the little elves in whom her soul delighted. I ran over her accomplishments in my mind. Once upon a time I had heard her say she could play a certain French nursery rhyme on the piano, the one whose melody is known in English as Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, but that was long ago. That faint shadow of a musical acquirement had died out years before. She had also once been able to trace out patterns very nicely for muslin embroidery. She did this by placing a piece of silver paper over the design and holding both against the window pane while she marked the scallops and eyelet holes. But that was her nearest approach to the accomplishment of drawing, and I did not think it would go very far. Then again, there were the branches of a solid English education, such as fancy work, and the use of the globes, which the local ladies' seminary professed to teach. Miss Mattie's eyes were failing her, and I doubted if she could discover the number of threads in a worsted work pattern, or rightly appreciate the different shades required for Queen Adelaide's face in the loyal wool work now fashionable in Cranford. As for the use of the globes, I had never been able to find it out myself, so perhaps I was not a good judge of her capability. But it struck me that equators and tropics and other such mystical circles were very imaginary lines indeed to her. I believed she looked upon the signs of the zodiac as so many remnants of the black art. The arts she truly prided herself upon, and in which she excelled, were making candle-lighters or spills, as she preferred to call them. These were made of colored paper, cut to resemble feathers. She also excelled at knitting garters in a variety of dainty stitches. I had once said, on receiving a present of an elaborate pair, that I should feel quite tempted to drop one in the street simply to have it admired. I found this little joke was a great distress to her sense of propriety. She took it with such anxious, earnest alarm, lest the temptation might some day prove too strong for me, that I quite regretted having ventured upon it. A present of these delicately wrought garters, a bunch of gay spills, or a set of cards on which sewing silk was wound in a mystical manner, were the well-known tokens of Miss Mattie's favor. But would anyone actually pay to have their children taught these arts? Or indeed, would Miss Mattie sell, for filthy lucre, the knack and skill with which she made these trifles, things made valuable only to those who loved her? I had to come down to reading, writing, and arithmetic. In her reading, she always coughed before coming to long words. I doubted her power of getting through a genealogical chapter, even with any number of coughs. Her writing was done well and delicately, But her spelling was another matter entirely. She seemed to think that the more unusual her spelling was, and the more trouble it cost her, the greater the compliment she paid to her correspondent. Words that she would spell quite correctly in letters to me became perfect enigmas when she wrote to my father. No, there was nothing she could teach to the rising generation of Cranford. The only exception would be if they were quick learners and ready imitators of her own virtues, such as her patience, her humility, her sweetness, and her quiet contentment with all that she could not do. I pondered and pondered this until dinner was announced by Martha, whose face was all blubbered and swollen from crying. Miss Matty had a few little peculiarities which Martha was apt to regard as whims below her attention. She appeared to consider them childish fancies that an old lady of 58 should try to cure herself of. But today, everything was attended to with the most careful regard. The bread was cut to the imaginary pattern of excellence that existed in Miss Matty's mind, which was the way her mother had preferred. The curtain was drawn so as to exclude the dead brick wall of a neighbor's stable, and yet left open just enough to show every tender leaf of the poplar which was bursting into spring beauty. Martha's tone to Miss Matty was just such as that good, rough-spoken servant usually kept sacred for little children. I had never heard her use it to any grown-up person before. I had forgotten to tell Miss Matty about the pudding, and I was afraid she might not do justice to it, for she evidently had very little appetite that day. So I seized the opportunity of letting her into the secret while Martha took away the meat. Miss Matty's eyes filled with tears, and she could not speak, either to express surprise or delight, when Martha returned bearing it aloft. It was made in the most wonderful representation of a lion lying down with its head raised that was ever molded. Martha's face gleamed with triumph as she set it down before Miss Matty with an exultant exclamation. Miss Matty wanted to speak her thanks, but could not. So she took Martha's hand and shook it warmly, which in turn set Martha off crying, and I myself could hardly keep the necessary composure. Martha burst out of the room, and Miss Matty had to clear a voice once or twice before she could speak. At last, she said that she should like to keep this pudding under a glass shade. The notion of the lion, with his currant eyes, being hoisted up to the place of honor on a mantelpiece, tickled my hysterical fancy. I began to laugh, which rather surprised Miss Matty. She then remarked that she was sure she had seen uglier things under a glass shade before now. So had I, many a time, and I accordingly composed my countenance, though now I could hardly keep from crying. We both fell to upon the pudding, which was indeed excellent. Only every morsel seemed to choke us, our hearts were so full. We had too much to think about to talk much that afternoon. It passed over very tranquilly, but when the tea-urn was brought in, a new thought came into my head. Why should not Miss Matty sell tea? She could be an agent for the East India Tea Company, which then existed. I could see no objections to this plan, while the advantages were many. This was always supposing that Miss Matty could get over the degradation of condescending to anything like trade. Tea was neither greasy nor sticky, and grease and stickiness were two of the qualities which Miss Matty could not endure. No shop window would be required. A small, genteel notification of her being licensed to sell tea would, it is true, be necessary, but I hoped that it could be placed where no one would see it. Neither was tea a heavy article, so as to tax Miss Mattie's fragile strength. The only thing against my plan was the buying and selling that would be involved. While I was giving but absent answers to the questions Miss Mattie was putting, almost as absently herself, we heard a clumping sound on the stairs. This was followed by a whispering outside the door, which indeed once opened and shut, as if by some invisible agency. After a little while, Martha came in. She was dragging after her a great tall young man who was all crimson with shyness and found his only relief in perpetually sleeking down his hair. Martha began the introduction, explaining that he was only Jem Hearn. She was so out of breath that I imagined she had had some bodily struggle before she could overcome his reluctance to be presented in the courtly scene of Miss Matilda Jenkins's drawing room. Then Martha continued breathlessly that Jem wanted to marry her immediately. She added that they wanted to take a lodger, just one quiet lodger, to make their two ends meet. They would take any house that was suitable. Then, addressing Miss Mattie directly, she asked, with as much boldness as she could muster, if her mistress would have any objections to lodging with them. She insisted that Jem wanted it as much as she did. Turning to Jem, she called him a great oaf and asked why he could not back her up. But she quickly added that he did want it all the same, very badly. She tried to excuse his silence by explaining that he was just dazed at being called on to speak before quality folk. Jem broke in, insisting that was not it. He explained that she had taken him all on a sudden, and that he had not thought to get married so soon. Such quick words, he said, could flabbergast a man. He then addressed Miss Mattie, clarifying that it was not that he was against the marriage. It was only that Martha had such quick ways with her when she took a thing into her head. Marriage, he mused, rather nails a man down, as one might say, but he dared say he would not mind it after it was once over. Martha, who had been plucking at his sleeve and nudging him with her elbow to interrupt him, pleaded with Miss Mattie not to mind him. She assured her that he would come to his senses. She explained that it was only last night that he had been asking her repeatedly to marry him, all the more because she had said she could not think of it for years to come. She claimed he was only taken aback now with the suddenness of the joy. Then, with another great nudge, she reminded Jem that he was just as keen as she was about wanting a lodger. Jem agreed, but with a want of tact that I could see enraged Martha. He would only want a lodger if Miss Mattie would lodge with them. Otherwise, he had no mind to be cumbered with strange folk in the house. Martha had been trying to represent a lodger as the great object they wished to obtain, and that Miss Mattie would actually be conferring a favor on them by coming to live with them. Miss Mattie herself was bewildered by the pair. Their, or rather Martha's, sudden resolution in favor of matrimony had staggered her. It stood between her and the contemplation of the plan which Martha had at heart. Miss Mattie simply began by stating that marriage is a very solemn thing. Jem quickly agreed that it was indeed, adding that he had no objections to Martha. Martha's face turned fiery red, and she was ready to cry with vexation. She accused him of never leaving her alone, always asking her to fix a date for their wedding, and now he was shaming her before her mistress and everyone. Jem tried to placate her, pleading with her not to cry, and explaining that a man just likes to have some breathing time. He tried to take her hand, but in vain. Then, seeing that she was more seriously hurt than he had imagined, he seemed to try to rally his scattered faculties. With more straightforward dignity than I would have thought possible for him just 10 minutes before, he turned to Miss Mattie. He said he hoped she knew that he was bound to respect everyone who had been kind to Martha. He had always looked on her as his future wife. He added that she had often and often spoken of Miss Mattie as the kindest lady that ever was. And while the plain truth was that he would not like to be troubled with common lodgers, if Miss Mattie would honor them by living with them, he was sure Martha would do her best to make her comfortable. He promised he would keep out of her way as much as he could, which he reckoned would be the best kindness an awkward fellow like him could offer. Miss Mattie had been very busy, taking off her spectacles, wiping them, and replacing them. All she could say was a plea that they should not let any thought of her hurry them into marriage. She prayed that they would not, adding that marriage is a very solemn thing. I spoke up then, struck with the advantages that the plan offered and unwilling to lose the opportunity to consider it. I assured Martha that Miss Matilda would think of her plan. I added that I was sure neither she nor I could ever forget her kindness, nor Jem's either. Jem replied that he was sure he meant kindly, though he was a bit fluttered by being pushed so straight ahead into matrimony. He admitted that he might not be expressing himself properly. But he was sure he was willing enough, if they would just give him time to get accustomed to the idea. Then, in a low voice, he asked Martha what the use was of crying so, and of slapping him if he came near. This last comment was spoken very quietly and had the effect of making Martha bounce out of the room, to be followed and soothed by her lover. Whereupon Miss Mattie sat down and cried very heartily. She accounted for it by saying that the thought of Martha being married so soon gave her quite a shock. She felt she should never forgive herself if she was the one hurrying the poor creature. I think my pity was more for Jem, of the two. But both Miss Mattie and I appreciated to the full the kindness of the honest couple, although we said little about this, and a good deal about the chances and dangers of matrimony. The next morning, very early, I received a note from Miss Pole. It was so mysteriously wrapped up and with so many seals on it to secure secrecy that I had to tear the paper before I could unfold it. When I came to the writing, I could hardly understand the meaning. It was so involved and oracular. I made out, however, that I was to go to Miss Pole's at 11 o'clock. The number 11 was written out in full length as well as in numerals, and the letters A.M. were twice dashed under, as if I were very likely to come at 11 at night, when all Cranford was usually in bed by 10. There was no signature except Miss Pole's initials reversed, P.E. But as Martha had given me the note with Miss Pole's kind regards, it needed no wizard to find out who had sent it. And if the writer's name was to be kept secret, it was very well that I was alone when Martha delivered it. I went as requested to Miss Pole's. The door was opened to me by her little maid Lizzie, who was in her Sunday trim, as if some grand event was impending over this workday. The drawing-room upstairs was arranged in accordance with this idea. The table was set out with the best green card cloth and writing materials. On the little chiffonier was a tray with a newly decanted bottle of cowslip wine and some ladies' finger biscuits. Miss Pole herself was in solemn array, as if to receive visitors, although it was only 11 in the morning. Mrs. Forrester was there, crying quietly and sadly. My arrival seemed only to call forth fresh tears. Before we had finished our greetings, which were performed with a lugubrious mystery of demeanor, there was another sharp knock at the door. Mrs. Fitzadam appeared, crimson with walking and excitement. It seemed as if this was all the company expected, for now Miss Pole made several demonstrations of being about to open the business of the meeting. She stirred the fire, opened and shut the door, and coughed and blew her nose. Then she arranged us all around the table, taking care to place me opposite to her. Last of all, she inquired of me if the sad report was true, as she feared it was, that Miss Mattie had lost all her fortune. Of course, I had but one answer to make, and I never saw more unaffected sorrow depicted on any countenances than I did there on the three faces before me. At last, Mrs. Forrester spoke, expressing a wish that Mrs. Jameson was there. But to judge from Mrs. Fitzadam's face, she could not second that wish. Miss Pole then spoke, with just a sound of offended merit in her voice. She insisted that even without Mrs. Jameson, they, the ladies of Cranford assembled in her drawing-room, could resolve upon something. She imagined that none of them were what might be called rich. However, she stated, they all possessed a genteel competency, sufficient for tastes that were elegant and refined, and they would not be vulgarly ostentatious, even if they could. At this point I observed her refer to a small card concealed in her hand, on which I imagined she had put down a few notes. She continued addressing me formally as Miss Smith, though I was familiarly known as Mary to all the company. She explained that this was a state occasion. She had conversed in private with these ladies on the previous afternoon, making it her business to do so. They had discussed the misfortune which had happened to our friend. One and all of them had agreed that while they had a superfluity, it was not only a duty, but a pleasure, a true pleasure. Her voice was rather choked just here, and she had to wipe her spectacles before she could go on. The pleasure, she said, was to give what they could to assist her, Miss Matilda Jenkins. Only, in consideration of the feelings of delicate independence existing in the mind of every refined female, they wished to contribute their mites in a secret and concealed manner. This was so as not to hurt the feelings she had referred to. I was sure she had gotten back to reading from the card now. She said their object in requesting me to meet them this morning was based on their belief that my father was Miss Mattie's confidential advisor in all financial matters. They imagined that by consulting with him, I might devise some mode in which their contribution could be made to appear as a legal due which Miss Matilda Jenkins ought to receive from some source. She suggested that my father, knowing her investments, could probably fill up the blank. Miss Pole concluded her address and looked round for approval and agreement. She asked the other ladies if she had not expressed their meaning, and while I considered what reply to make, she invited me to take some little refreshment. I had no great reply to make. My heart held more thankfulness for their kind thoughts than I cared to put into words. So I only mumbled out something to the effect that I would name what Miss Pole had said to my father, and that if anything could be arranged for dear Miss Mattie, here I broke down utterly. I had to be refreshed with a glass of cowslip wine before I could check the crying which had been repressed for the last 2 or 3 days. The worst part was, all the ladies cried in concert. Even Miss Pole cried, though she had said 100 times that to betray emotion was a sign of weakness and a want of self-control. She recovered herself into a slight degree of impatient anger directed against me for having set them all off. Moreover, I think she was vexed that I could not make a speech in return for hers. If I had known beforehand what was to be said and had a card on which to express my probable feelings, I would have tried to gratify her. As it was, Mrs. Forrester was the person to speak when we had recovered our composure. She said she did not mind stating among friends that she was not exactly poor, but she did not think she was what you might call rich. She wished she were, for dear Miss Mattie's sake. Then she stated her intention to write down what she could give on a sealed paper, only wishing it was more. She told me, my dear Mary, that she truly did wish it was more. Now I saw why paper, pens, and ink had been provided. Every lady wrote down the sum she could give annually, signed the paper, and sealed it mysteriously. If their proposal was acceded to, my father was to be allowed to open the papers under a pledge of secrecy. If not, they were to be returned to their writers. When the ceremony had been gone through, I rose to depart, but each lady seemed to wish to have a private conference with me. Miss Pole kept me in the drawing-room to explain why, in Mrs. Jameson's absence, she had taken the lead in what she was pleased to call the movement. She also informed me that she had heard from good sources that Mrs. Jameson was coming home directly in a state of high displeasure against her sister-in-law. This sister-in-law was forthwith to leave her house and was, Miss Pole believed, to return to Edinburgh that very afternoon. Of course, this piece of intelligence could not be communicated in front of Mrs. Fitzadam. This was especially true as Miss Pole was inclined to think that Lady Glenmire's engagement to Mr. Hoggins could not possibly hold against the blaze of Mrs. Jameson's displeasure. A few hearty inquiries after Miss Mattie's health concluded my interview with Miss Pole. On coming downstairs, I found Mrs. Forrester waiting for me at the entrance to the dining parlor. She drew me in, and when the door was shut, she tried 2 or 3 times to begin on some subject. It was so unapproachable, apparently, that I began to despair of our ever getting to a clear understanding. At last, out it came. The poor old lady trembled all the time as if it were a great crime she was exposing to daylight. She told me how very, very little she had to live upon. This was a confession she was brought to make from a dread, a fear that we should think the small contribution named in her paper bore any proportion to her love and regard for Miss Mattie. And yet that sum which she so eagerly relinquished was, in truth, more than a 20th part of what she had to live upon. With that small income, she had to keep a house and a little serving maid, all as became one who is born a Tyrrell. And when the whole income does not nearly amount to £100, to give up a 20th of it will necessitate many careful economies. It would require many pieces of self-denial, small and insignificant in the world's account, but bearing a different value in another account book that I have heard of. She said she wished so much that she was rich. She kept repeating this wish with no thought of herself in it, only with a longing, yearning desire to be able to heap up Miss Mattie's measure of comforts. It was some time before I could console her enough to leave her. Then, on quitting the house, I was waylaid by Mrs. Fitzadam, who also had her confidence to make, though it was of a nearly opposite description. She had not liked to put down all that she could afford and was ready to give. She told me she thought she never could look Miss Matty in the face again if she presumed to be giving her as much as she should like to do. She recalled a time when she thought Miss Matty was such a fine young lady, while she herself was nothing but a country girl coming to market with eggs, butter, and similar things. For her father, though he was well-to-do, would always make her go on as her mother had done before her. She had to come into Cranford every Saturday and see after sales and prices and what-not. One day, she remembered, she met Miss Matty in the lane that leads to Comhurst. Miss Matty was walking on the footpath, which was raised a good way above the road. A gentleman rode beside her and was talking to her. She was looking down at some primroses she had gathered and was pulling them all to pieces. Mrs. Fitzadam believed she was crying. But after she had passed, Miss Matty turned round and ran after her. She asked, so kindly, about Mrs. Fitz, Adam's poor mother, who lay on her deathbed. When the young girl cried, Miss Matty took hold of her hand to comfort her, with the gentleman waiting for her all the time, and her own poor heart very full of something. Mrs. Fitzadam thought it was such an honor to be spoken to in that pretty way by the rector's daughter, who visited at Arley Hall. She had loved her ever since, she said, though perhaps she had no right to do it. But she asked if I could think of any way in which she might be allowed to give a little more without anyone knowing it. She would be so much obliged, and her brother, she added, would be delighted to doctor Miss Matty for nothing, providing medicines, leeches, and all. She confided in me her surprise that she should ever have come to be a sister-in-law to a ladyship. They all, she insisted, would do anything for her. I told her I was quite sure of it, and promised all sorts of things in my anxiety to get home to Miss Matty. She might well be wondering what had become of me, absent from her for 2 hours without being able to account for it. She had taken very little note of time, however. She had been occupied in numberless little arrangements preparatory to the great step of giving up her house. It was evidently a relief to her to be doing something in the way of retrenchment. As she explained, whenever she paused to think, the recollection of the poor fellow with his bad £5 note came over her, and she felt quite dishonest. Only, if it made her so uncomfortable, what must it not be doing to the directors of the bank, who must know so much more of the misery that would follow this failure? She almost made me angry by dividing her sympathy between these directors, whom she imagined were overwhelmed by self-reproach for the mismanagement of other people's affairs, and those who were suffering like her. Indeed, of the two, she seemed to think poverty a lighter burden than self-reproach, but I privately doubted if the directors would agree with her. Old hoards were taken out and examined as to their money value. Luckily, the value was small, or else I do not know how Miss Matty would have prevailed upon herself to part with such things as her mother's wedding ring, or the strange, uncouth brooch with which her father had disfigured his shirt frill, and other such things. However, we arranged things a little in order as to their financial estimation, and were all ready for my father when he came the next morning. Chapter 15. Before I left Miss Matty at Cranford, everything had been comfortably arranged for her. Even Mrs. Jameson's approval of her selling tea had been gained. That oracle had taken a few days to consider whether by so doing Miss Mattie would forfeit her right to the privileges of society in Cranford. I think she had some little idea of mortifying Lady Glenmire by the decision she gave at last. The decision was to this effect, that whereas a married woman takes her husband's rank by the strict laws of precedence, an unmarried woman retains the station her father occupied. So Cranford was allowed to visit Miss Mattie, and whether allowed or not, the town certainly intended to visit Lady Glenmire. But we were met with surprise, and indeed dismay, when we learned that Mr. and Mrs. Hoggins were returning on the following Tuesday. Mrs. Hoggins, had she absolutely dropped her title? Had she, in a spirit of bravado, cut the aristocracy to become a Hoggins? She, who might have been called Lady Glenmire to her dying day. Mrs. Jameson was pleased. She said it only convinced her of what she had known from the first, that the woman she referred to as the creature had a low taste. But this so-called creature looked very happy on Sunday at church, nor did we see it necessary to keep our veils down on the side of our bonnets where Mr. and Mrs. Hoggins sat, as Mrs. Jameson did. She thereby missed all the smiling glory of his face, and all the becoming blushes of hers. I am not sure if Martha and Jem looked more radiant in the afternoon when they, too, made their first appearance. Mrs. Jameson soothed the turbulence of her soul by having the blinds of her windows drawn down, as if for a funeral, on the day when Mr. and Mrs. Hoggins received callers. It was with some difficulty that she was prevailed upon to continue the St. James's Chronicle, so indignant was she with its having inserted the announcement of the marriage. Miss Mattie's sale went off famously. She retained the furniture of her sitting room and bedroom. She was to occupy the former until Martha could meet with a lodger who might wish to take it. Into this sitting room and bedroom she had to cram all sorts of things which, the auctioneer assured her, were bought in for her at the sale by an unknown friend. I always suspected Mrs. Fitzadam of this, but she must have had an accessory who knew what articles were particularly regarded by Miss Mattie on account of their associations with her early days. The rest of the house looked rather bare, to be sure, all except one tiny bedroom. My father allowed me to purchase the furniture for that room for my occasional use in case of Miss Mattie's illness. I had expended my own small store in buying all manner of comfits and lozenges in order to tempt the little people whom Miss Mattie loved so much to come about her. We had tea in bright green canisters and comfits in tumblers. Miss Mattie and I felt quite proud as we looked round us on the evening before the shop was to be opened. Martha had scoured the boarded floor to a white cleanness, and it was adorned with a brilliant piece of oilcloth. Customers were to stand on this before the table counter. The wholesome smell of plaster and whitewash pervaded the apartment. A very small sign, indicating that Matilda Jenkins was licensed to sell tea, was hidden under the lintel of the new door. 2 boxes of tea, with cabalistic inscriptions all over them, stood ready to disgorge their contents into the canisters. I ought to have mentioned before that Miss Mattie had had some scruples of conscience at selling tea. This was because there was already Mr. Johnson in the town who included it among his numerous commodities. Before she could quite reconcile herself to the adoption of her new business, she had trotted down to his shop, unknown to me. She went to tell him of the project that was being entertained and to inquire if it was likely to injure his business. My father called this idea of hers great nonsense. He wondered aloud how tradespeople were to get on if there was to be a continual consulting of each other's interests, which would put a stop to all competition directly. And perhaps such a gesture would not have worked in Drumble, but in Cranford it answered very well. For not only did Mr. Johnson kindly put at rest all Miss Mattie's scruples and her fear of injuring his business, but I have reason to know he repeatedly sent customers to her. He would tell them that the teas he kept were of a common kind, but that Miss Jenkins had all the choice sorts. And expensive tea is a very favorite luxury with people who are well-to-do, like prosperous tradespeople and rich farmers' wives. They tend to turn up their noses at the Kongu and souchong prevalent at many tables of gentility, and will have nothing else than gunpowder and pekoe for themselves. But to return to Miss Mattie, it was really very pleasant to see how her unselfishness and simple sense of justice called out the same good qualities in others. She never seemed to think anyone would impose upon her, because she herself would be so grieved to do it to them. I have heard her put a stop to the fervent declarations of the man who brought her coals by quietly stating that she was sure he would be sorry to bring her the wrong weight. And if the coals were short measure that time, I do not believe they ever were again. People would have felt as much ashamed of presuming on her good faith as they would have done on that of a child. But my father often says that such simplicity might be very well in Cranford, but would never do in the world. And I fancy the world must be very bad, for with all my father's suspicion of everyone with whom he has dealings, and in spite of all his many precautions, he lost upwards of £1,000 by roguery only last year. I just stayed long enough to establish Miss Mattie in her new mode of life and to pack up the library which the rector had purchased. He had written a very kind letter to Miss Mattie. In it, he expressed how glad he would be to take a library so well selected, as he knew the late Mr. Jenkins must have been at any valuation put upon them. And when she agreed to this, with a touch of sorrowful gladness that the books would go back to the rectory and be arranged on the accustomed walls once more, he sent word that he feared he had not room for them all. He asked if perhaps Miss Mattie would kindly allow him to leave some volumes on her shelves. But Miss Mattie replied that she had her Bible and a copy of Johnson's dictionary, and was afraid she would not have much time for reading. Still, I retained a few books out of consideration for the rector's kindness. The money which the rector had paid, and that produced by the sale, was partly expended in the stock of tea. Part of it was invested against a rainy day, that is, for old age or illness. It was but a small sum, it is true, and it occasioned a few evasions of truth and white lies. I think all of these are very wrong indeed in theory, and I would rather not put them in practice. We did this because we knew Miss Mattie would be perplexed as to her duty if she were aware of any little reserve fund being made for her while the debts of the bank remained unpaid. Moreover, she had never been told of the way in which her friends were contributing to pay the rent. I should have liked to tell her this, but the mystery of the affair gave a piquancy to their deed of kindness which the ladies were unwilling to give up. At first, Martha had to shirk many a perplexed question as to her ways and means of living in such a house. But by and by, Miss Mattie's prudent uneasiness sank down into acquiescence with the existing arrangement. I left Miss Mattie with a good heart. Her sales of tea during the first 2 days had surpassed my most sanguine expectations. The whole country round seemed to be all out of tea at once. The only alteration I could have desired in Miss Mattie's way of doing business was that she should not have so plaintively entreated some of her customers not to buy green tea. She was always running it down as a slow poison, sure to destroy the nerves and produce all manner of evil. Their persistence in taking it, in spite of all her warnings, distressed her so much that I really thought she would relinquish the sale of it and so lose half her custom. I was driven to my wits' end for instances of longevity entirely attributable to a persevering use of green tea. But the final argument, which settled the question, was a happy reference of mine to the train oil and tallow candles which the indigenous peoples of the Arctic not only enjoy but digest. After that, she acknowledged the truth in the old saying that one man's meat might be another man's poison. She contented herself thenceforward with an occasional remonstrance when she thought the purchaser was too young and innocent to be acquainted with the evil effects green tea produced on some constitutions. This was followed by an habitual sigh when people old enough to choose more wisely would still prefer it. I went over from Drumble once a quarter at least to settle the accounts and see after the necessary business letters. And speaking of letters, I began to be very much ashamed of remembering my letter to the Aga Jenkins, and very glad I had never named my writing to anyone. I only hoped the letter was lost. No answer came. No sign was made. About a year after Miss Mattie set up shop, I received one of Martha's hieroglyphics, begging me to come to Cranford very soon. I was afraid that Miss Mattie was ill and went off that very afternoon. I took Martha by surprise when she saw me on opening the door. We went into the kitchen as usual to have our confidential conference. It was then that Martha told me she was expecting her confinement very soon, in a week or two. She did not think Miss Mattie was aware of it and wanted me to break the news to her. Martha continued, crying hysterically, that she was afraid her mistress would not approve of it. She was sure she did not know who was to take care of Miss Mattie as she should be when she herself was laid up. I comforted Martha by telling her I would remain till she was about again. I only wish she had told me her reason for this sudden summons, as then I would have brought the requisite stock of clothes. But Martha was so tearful and tender in spirit, and so unlike her usual self, that I said as little as possible about my own affairs. I endeavored instead to comfort her under all the probable and possible misfortunes which came crowding upon her imagination. I then stole out of the house door and made my appearance as if I were a customer in the shop. This was just to take Miss Mattie by surprise and to gain an idea of how she looked in her new situation. It was warm May weather, so only the little half door was closed. Miss Mattie sat behind the counter, knitting an elaborate pair of garters. They seemed elaborate to me, but the difficult stitch was no weight upon her mind, for she was singing in a low voice to herself as her needles went rapidly in and out. I call it singing, but I dare say a musician would not use that word for the tuneless yet sweet humming of her low, worn voice. I found out from the words far more than from the attempt at the tune that it was the old hundredth she was crooning to herself. The quiet, continuous sound told of content, and it gave me a pleasant feeling as I stood in the street just outside the door, quite in harmony with that soft May morning. I went in. At first, she did not catch who it was and stood up as if to serve me. But in another minute, her watchful cat had clutched her knitting, which was then dropped in eager joy at seeing me. I found, after we had had a little conversation, that it was just as Martha had said. Miss Mattie had no idea of the approaching household event, so I thought I would let things take their course. I felt secure that when I eventually went to her with the baby in my arms, I should obtain that forgiveness from Martha. It was a forgiveness. She was needlessly frightening herself into believing that Miss Mattie would withhold, under some notion that the new baby would require attentions from its mother that would be a faithless treason to Miss Mattie to provide. But I was right. I think that must be a hereditary quality, for my father says he is scarcely ever wrong. One morning, within a week after I arrived, I went to call on Miss Mattie with a little bundle of flannel in my arms. She was very much awestruck when I showed her what it was. She asked for her spectacles off the dressing table and looked at the baby curiously, with a sort of tender wonder at its small perfection of parts. She could not banish the thought of the surprise all day, but went about on tiptoe and was very silent. But she did steal up to see Martha, and they both cried with joy. She then got into a complimentary speech to Jem and did not know how to get out of it again. She was only extricated from her dilemma by the sound of the shop bell, which was an equal relief to the shy, proud, and honest Jem. He shook my hand so vigorously when I congratulated him that I think I feel the pain of it yet. I had a busy life while Martha was laid up. I attended on Miss Mattie and prepared her meals. I cast up her accounts and examined the state of her canisters and tumblers. I also helped her occasionally in the shop. It gave me no small amusement, and sometimes a little uneasiness, to watch her ways there. If a little child came in to ask for an ounce of almond comfits, which was about 4 of the large kind Miss Mattie sold, she always added one more. This was for what she called good measure, although the scale was already handsomely turned in the customer's favor. When I remonstrated against this, her reply was always that the little things liked it so much. There was no use in telling her that the 5th comfit weighed 1/4 of an ounce and made every sale into a loss for her. So I remembered the green tea and winged my shaft with a feather out of her own plumage. I told her how unwholesome almond comfits were, and how ill an excess of them might make the little children. This argument produced some effect, for, henceforward, instead of the 5th comfit, she always told them to hold out their tiny palms. Into these she would shake either peppermint or ginger lozenges as a preventive to the dangers that might arise from the previous sale. Altogether, the lozenge trade conducted on these principles did not promise to be remunerative, but I was happy to find she had made more than £20 during the last year by her sales of tea. Moreover, now that she was accustomed to it, she did not dislike the employment, which brought her into kindly intercourse with many of the people round about. If she gave them good weight, they, in their turn, brought many a little country present to the old rector's daughter. These included a cream cheese, a few newly laid eggs, a little fresh ripe fruit, or a bunch of flowers. The counter was quite loaded with these offerings sometimes, as she told me. As for Cranford in general, it was going on much as usual, The Jamieson and Hoggins feud still raged, if a feud it could be called when only one side cared much about it. Mr. and Mrs. Hoggins were very happy together and, like most very happy people, quite ready to be friendly. Indeed, Mrs. Hoggins was really desirous to be restored to Mrs. Jamieson's good graces because of their former intimacy. But Mrs. Jamieson considered their very happiness an insult to the Glenmire family, to which she still had the honor to belong. She doggedly refused and rejected every advance. Mr. Mulliner, like a faithful clansman, espoused his mistress's side with ardor. If he saw either Mr. or Mrs. Hoggins, he would cross the street and appear absorbed in the contemplation of life in general, and his own path in particular, until he had passed them by. Miss Pole used to amuse herself by wondering what in the world Mrs. Jamieson would do if either she or Mr. Mulliner or any other member of her household was taken ill. She could hardly have the face to call in Mr. Hoggins after the way she had behaved to them. Miss Pole grew quite impatient for some indisposition or accident to befall Mrs. Jamieson or her dependents, so that Cranford might see how she would act under the perplexing circumstances. Martha was beginning to go about again, and I had already fixed a limit, not very far distant, for my visit. One afternoon I was sitting in the shop parlor with Miss Mattie. I remember the weather was colder now than it had been in May 3 weeks before. We had a fire and kept the door fully closed. We saw a gentleman go slowly past the window and then stand opposite to the door, as if looking for the name which we had so carefully hidden. He took out a double eyeglass and peered about for some time before he could discover it. Then he came in. All on a sudden, it flashed across me that it was the Aga himself. His clothes had an unusual foreign cut about them, and his face was a deep brown, as if it had been tanned and retanned by the sun. His complexion contrasted oddly with his plentiful snow-white hair. His eyes were dark and piercing, and he had an odd way of contracting them and puckering up his cheeks into innumerable wrinkles when he looked earnestly at objects. He did so to Miss Mattie when he first came in. His glance had first caught and lingered a little upon me, but then turned, with the peculiar searching look I have described, to Miss Mattie. She was a little fluttered and nervous, but no more so than she always was when any man came into her shop. She thought that he would probably have a note, or a sovereign at least, for which she would have to give change. This was an operation she very much disliked to perform. But the present customer stood opposite to her without asking for anything. He only looked fixedly at her as he drummed upon the table with his fingers, for all the world, just as Miss Jenkins used to do. Miss Mattie was on the point of asking him what he wanted, as she told me afterwards, when he turned sharply to me. He asked if my name was Mary Smith. I confirmed that it was. All my doubts as to his identity were set at rest. I only wondered what he would say or do next, and how Miss Mattie would stand the joyful shock of what he had to reveal. Apparently, he was at a loss as to how to announce himself. He looked round at last in search of something to buy so as to gain time. As it happened, his eye caught on the almond comfits, and he boldly asked for a pound of those things. I doubt if Miss Mattie had a whole pound in the shop, and besides the unusual magnitude of the order, she was distressed with the idea of the indigestion they would produce, taken in such unlimited quantities. She looked up to remonstrate, Something of a tender relaxation in his face struck home to her heart. She stammered, asking if it was him. Oh, sir, if he could possibly be Peter. And she trembled from head to foot. In a moment he was round the table and had her in his arms while she sobbed the tearless cries of old age. I brought her a glass of wine, for indeed her color had changed so as to alarm me, and Mr. Peter too. He kept reassuring her, telling her that he had been too sudden for her, calling her his little girl. I proposed that she should go at once up into the drawing room and lie down on the sofa there. She looked wistfully at her brother, whose hand she had held tight, even when she was nearly fainting. Upon his assuring her that he would not leave her, she allowed him to carry her upstairs. I thought that the best I could do was to run and put the kettle on the fire for early tea. Then I would attend to the shop, leaving the brother and sister to exchange some of the many thousand things they must have to say. I also had to break the news to Martha, who received it with a burst of tears which nearly infected me. She kept recovering herself to ask if I was sure it was indeed Miss Mattie's brother. I had mentioned that he had gray hair, and she had always heard that he was a very handsome young man. Something of the same kind perplexed Miss Mattie at tea time. She was installed in the great easy-chair opposite to Mr. Jenkins in order to gaze her fill. She could hardly drink for looking at him, and as for eating, that was out of the question. She mused almost to herself that she supposed hot climates aged people very quickly. She remarked to him that when he left Cranford, he had not a single gray hair in his head. Mr. Peter only smiled, asking in return how many years ago that was. She seemed to realize the passage of time, sighing that it was true, and that she supposed they were both getting old, but still she did not think they were so very old. Then, a little afraid lest she had hurt him, she added that white hair was very becoming to him. He replied that he supposed he had forgotten dates too. He then asked what she thought he had brought for her from India. He revealed that he had an Indian muslin gown and a pearl necklace for her, somewhere in his chest at Portsmouth. He smiled as if amused at the idea of the incongruity of his presence with the appearance of his sister. This did not strike her all at once, while the elegance of the articles did. I could see that for a moment her imagination dwelt complacently on the idea of herself thus attired. Instinctively, she put her hand up to her throat, that little delicate throat which, as Miss Pole had once told me, had been one of her youthful charms. But the hand met the touch of folds of soft muslin in which she was always swathed up to her chin. The sensation recalled a sense of the unsuitableness of a pearl necklace to her age. She said she was afraid she was too old, but that it was very kind of him to think of it. The gifts were just what she should have liked years ago, when she was young. He told her that was just what he thought, my little Mattie. He had remembered her tastes, which were so like their dear mother's. At the mention of that name, the brother and sister clasped each other's hands yet more fondly. Although they were perfectly silent, I fancied they might have something more to say if they were unchecked by my presence. I got up to arrange my room for Mr. Peter's occupation that night, intending to share Miss Mattie's bed myself. But at my movement, he started up. He announced that he must go and settle about a room at the George Inn, as his carpet-bag was there too. Miss Mattie cried out in great distress. No, he must not go. She pleaded with dear Peter and with me, insisting that he must not go. She was so much agitated that we both promised everything she wished. Peter sat down again and gave her his hand, which for better security she held in both of hers. I then left the room to accomplish my arrangements. Long into the night, and far into the morning, Miss Matty and I talked. She had much to tell me of her brother's life and adventures, which he had communicated to her as they had sat alone. She said all was thoroughly clear to her, but I never quite understood the whole story. When in after days I lost my awe of Mr. Peter enough to question him myself, he only laughed at my curiosity and told me stories that sounded so very much like those of Baron Munchausen that I was sure he was making fun of me. What I heard from Miss Matty was this. He had been a volunteer at the siege of Rangoon and had been taken prisoner by the Burmese. He had somehow obtained favor and eventual freedom from knowing how to bleed the chief of a small tribe in some case of dangerous illness. On his release from years of captivity, his letters from England had been returned with the ominous word dead marked upon them. Believing himself to be the last of his race, he had settled down as an indigo planter. He had proposed to spend the remainder of his life in the country, to whose inhabitants and modes of life he had become habituated. It was then that my letter had reached him. With the odd vehemence which characterized him in age, as it had done in youth, he had sold his land and all his possessions to the first purchaser. He then came home to his poor old sister, who was more glad and rich than any princess when she looked at him. She talked me to sleep at last. Later, I was awakened by a slight sound at the door, for which she begged my pardon as she crept penitently into bed. It seems that when I could no longer confirm her belief that the long-lost brother was really there, under the same roof, she had begun to fear. She feared lest it was only a waking dream of hers that there never had been a Peter sitting by her all that blessed evening, but that the real Peter lay dead far away beneath some wild sea wave, or under some strange eastern tree. This nervous feeling of hers had become so strong that she felt compelled to get up and go convince herself that he was really there. She did this by listening through the door to his even regular breathing. I do not like to call it snoring, but I heard it myself through 2 closed doors. After a while, the sound soothed Miss Matty to sleep. I do not believe Mr. Peter came home from India as rich as a nabob. He even considered himself poor, but neither he nor Miss Matty cared much about that. At any rate, he had enough to live upon very genteelly at Cranford, he and Miss Matty together. A day or 2 after his arrival, the shop was closed, while troops of little urchins gleefully awaited the shower of comfits and lozenges. These came down from time to time upon their faces as they stood gazing up at Miss Matty's drawing-room windows. Occasionally, Miss Matty, half hidden behind the curtains, would plead with them not to make themselves ill, but a strong arm would pull her back, and a more rattling shower than ever would succeed. A part of the tea was sent in presents to the Cranford ladies. Some of it was distributed among the old people who remembered Mr. Peter in the days of his frolicsome youth. The Indian muslin gown was reserved for darling Flora Gordon, who was Miss Jessie Brown's daughter. The Gordons had been on the continent for the last few years, but were now expected to return very soon. Miss Matty, in her sisterly pride, anticipated great delight in the joy of showing them Mr. Peter. The pearl necklace disappeared. About that time, many handsome and useful presents made their appearance in the households of Miss Pole and Mrs. Forrester. Some rare and delicate Indian ornaments graced the drawing rooms of Mrs. Jameson and Mrs. Fitzadam. I myself was not forgotten. Among other things, I had the most handsomely bound and best edition of Dr. Johnson's works that could be procured. Dear Miss Mattie, with tears in her eyes, begged me to consider it as a present from her sister as well as from herself. In short, no one was forgotten. And what was more, every one, however insignificant, who had shown kindness to Miss Mattie at any time, was sure of Mr. Peter's cordial regard. Chapter 16. It was not surprising that Mr. Peter became such a favorite at Cranford. The ladies vied with each other as to who should admire him most. And it was no wonder, for their quiet lives were astonishingly stirred up by his arrival from India. This was especially true as the person who had arrived told more wonderful stories than Sinbad the sailor. As Miss Pole said, he was quite as good as an Arabian Night any evening. For my own part, I had vibrated all my life between Drumble and Cranford, and I thought it was quite possible that all Mr. Peter's stories might be true, although they were wonderful. But when I found that if we swallowed an anecdote of a tolerable magnitude one week, we had the dose considerably increased the next, I began to have my doubts. I especially grew suspicious when I noticed that if his sister was present, his accounts of Indian life were comparatively tame. It was not that she knew more than we did, perhaps she knew less. I also noticed that when the rector came to call, Mr. Peter talked in a different way about the countries he had been in. But I do not think the ladies in Cranford would have considered him such a wonderful traveler if they had only heard him talk in the quiet way he did to the rector. Indeed, they liked him the better for being what they described as being so very oriental. One day, at a select party in his honor which Miss Pole gave, Mr. Peter made a special request. It was a party from which Mr. and Mrs. Hoggins and Mrs. Fitzadam were necessarily excluded, as Mrs. Jameson had honored it with her presence and had even offered to send Mr. Mulliner to wait. At this party, Mr. Peter said he was tired of sitting upright against the hard-backed, uneasy chairs. He asked if he might not indulge himself in sitting cross-legged. Miss Pole's consent was eagerly given, and down he went with the utmost gravity. But when she asked me in an audible whisper if he did not remind me of the father of the faithful, I could not help thinking of poor Simon Jones, the lame tailor. And while Mrs. Jameson slowly commented on the elegance and convenience of the attitude, I remembered how we had all followed that lady's lead in condemning Mr. Hoggins for vulgarity, simply because he crossed his legs as he sat still on his chair. Many of Mr. Peter's ways of eating were a little strange amongst such ladies as Miss Pole and Miss Mattie and Mrs. Jameson, especially when I recollected the untasted green peas and the two-pronged forks at poor Mr. Holbrook's dinner. The mention of Mr. Holbrook's name recalls to my mind a conversation between Mr. Peter and Miss Mattie. It took place one evening in the summer after he had returned to Cranford. The day had been very hot, and Miss Mattie had been much oppressed by the weather, a heat in which her brother revelled. I remember that she had been unable to nurse Martha's baby, which had become her favorite employment of late. The baby was as much at home in her arms as in its mother's, as long as it remained a lightweight, portable by one so fragile as Miss Mattie. On this particular day, Miss Mattie had seemed more than usually feeble and languid. She only revived when the sun went down and her sofa was wheeled to the open window. Although it looked into the principal street of Cranford, the fragrant smell of the neighboring hayfields came in every now and then. It was borne by the soft breezes that stirred the dull air of the summer twilight, and then died away. The silence of the sultry atmosphere was lost in the murmuring noises from many an open window and door. Even the children were still abroad in the street, late as it was, between 10 and 11, enjoying the play for which they had not had spirits during the heat of the day. It was a source of satisfaction to Miss Mattie to see how few candles were lighted, even in the apartments of those houses from which issued the greatest signs of life. Mr. Peter, Miss Mattie, and I had all been quiet for some little time, each with a separate reverie. It was Mr. Peter who broke the silence. He asked little Mattie if she knew that he could have sworn she was on the high road to matrimony when he left England that last time. He declared that if anybody had told him then that she would have lived and died an old maid, he should have laughed in their faces. Miss Mattie made no reply. I tried in vain to think of some subject which should effectually turn the conversation, but I was very stupid. Before I could speak, he went on. He said it was Holbrook, that fine, manly fellow who lived at Woodley, that he used to think would carry off his little Mattie. He supposed I would not think it now, but his sister was once a very pretty girl, or at least he had thought so, and he had a notion poor Holbrook did too. He wondered what business Holbrook had to die before he came home to thank him for all his kindness to a worthless cub like himself. That kindness was what first made him think Holbrook cared for her, for in all their fishing expeditions, it was always Mattie they talked about. He then recalled poor Deborah, and what a lecture she had read him on, having asked Holbrook home to lunch one day. She had seen the Arley carriage in the town, and thought that her ladyship might call. He mused that it was long years ago, more than half a lifetime, and yet it seemed like yesterday. He knew of no fellow he should have liked better as a brother-in-law. He then turned to his sister, suggesting she must have played her cards badly, somehow or another. He teased her, asking if she had wanted her brother to be a good go-between. As he spoke, he put out his hand to take hold of hers as she lay on the sofa. But then he stopped short. He exclaimed, "What was this?" He declared that she was shivering and shaking, Mattie, with that confounded open window. He then gave me a sharp order to shut it that very minute. I did as he asked, and then stooped down to kiss Miss Mattie and see if she really were chilled. She caught at my hand and gave it a hard squeeze. It was unconsciously done, I think, for in a minute or two she spoke to us quite in her usual voice. She smiled our uneasiness away, although she patiently submitted to the prescriptions we enforced of a warm bed and a glass of weak negus. I was to leave Cranford the next day. Before I went, I saw that all the effects of the open window had quite vanished. I had superintended most of the alterations necessary in the house and household during the latter weeks of my stay. The shop was once more a parlor, and the empty, resounding rooms were again furnished, up to the very garrets. There had been some talk of establishing Martha and Jem in another house, but Miss Mattie would not hear of it. Indeed, I never saw her so much roused as when Miss Pole had assumed it to be the most desirable arrangement. As long as Martha would remain with Miss Mattie was only too thankful to have her about her. And Jem, too, who was a very pleasant man to have in the house, for she never saw him from one week's end to the next. And as for the probable children, if they would all turn out to be such little darlings as her goddaughter, Matilda, she should not mind the number, if Martha did not. Besides, the next was to be called Deborah, a point which Miss Mattie had reluctantly yielded to Martha's stubborn determination that her firstborn was to be Matilda. So Miss Pole had to lower her colors, and even her voice, when she later told me that as Mr. and Mrs. Hearn were still to go on living in the same house, we had certainly done a wise thing in hiring Martha's niece as an auxiliary. I left Miss Mattie and Mr. Peter most comfortable and contented. The only subject for regret to the tender heart of the one and the social, friendly nature of the other was the unfortunate quarrel between Mrs. Jamieson and the plebeian Hogginses and their following. In joke, I prophesied one day that this would only last until Mrs. Jamieson or Mr. Mulliner were ill, in which case they would be only too glad to be friends with Mr. Hoggins. But Miss Mattie did not like my looking forward to anything like illness in so light a manner. Before the year was out, however, all had come round in a far more satisfactory way. I received 2 Cranford letters on one auspicious October morning. Both Miss Pole and Miss Mattie wrote to ask me to come over and meet the Gordons, who had returned to England alive and well with their 2 children, now almost grown up. Dear Jessie Brown had kept her old kind nature, although she had changed her name and station. She wrote to say that she and Major Gordon expected to be in Cranford on the 14th. She hoped and begged to be remembered to a long list of friends. Mrs. Jamieson was named first, as became her honorable station. Then came Miss Pole and Miss Mattie, with a question of whether she could ever forget their kindness to her poor father and sister. Then Mrs. Forrester and Mr. Hoggins, with another allusion to kindness shown to the dead long ago. His new wife was also mentioned, whom Mrs. Gordon must desire to make the acquaintance of, as she was an old Scotch friend of her husband's. In short, every one was named, from the rector down to Miss Betty Barker. The rector had been appointed to Cranford in the interim between Captain Brown's death and Miss Jessie's marriage, and was now associated with the latter event. All were asked to the luncheon, all except Mrs. Fitzadam, who had come to live in Cranford since Miss Jessie Brown's days. I found her rather moping on account of the omission. People wondered at Miss Betty Barker's being included in the honorable list. But, as Miss Pole explained, we must remember the disregard of the genteel proprieties of life in which the poor captain had educated his girls. For his sake, we swallowed our pride. Indeed, Mrs. Jamieson rather took it as a compliment, as it put Miss Betty, who was formerly her maid, on a level with the family she referred to as those Hogginses. But when I arrived in Cranford, nothing was as yet ascertained of Mrs. Jamieson's own intentions. Would the honorable lady go, or would she not? Mr. Peter declared that she should, and she would. Miss Pole just shook her head and desponded. But Mr. Peter was a man of resources. In the first place, he persuaded Miss Matty to write to Mrs. Gordon. He had her tell of Mrs. Fitz, Adam's existence, and begged that one so kind, cordial, and generous might be included in the pleasant invitation. An answer came back by return of post, with a pretty little note from Mrs. Fitz-Adam, and a request that Miss Matty would deliver it herself and explain the previous omission. Mrs. Fitz-Adam was as pleased as could be, and thanked Miss Matty over and over again. Mr. Peter had simply told us to leave Mrs. Jameson to him, so we did. This was especially because we knew there was nothing we could do to alter her determination if it was once formed. I did not know, nor did Miss Matty, how things were going on until Miss Pole asked me a question just the day before Mrs. Gordon came. She asked if I thought there was anything between Mr. Peter and Mrs. Jamieson in the matrimonial line. This was because Mrs. Jamieson was really going to the lunch at the George Inn. She had sent Mr. Mulliner down to desire that a footstool might be put to the warmest seat in the room, as she meant to come and knew that their chairs were very high. Miss Pole had picked up this piece of news, and from it she conjectured all sorts of things and bemoaned the situation yet more. She worried what would become of poor dear Miss Matty if Peter should marry, and Mrs. Jameson of all people. Miss Pole seemed to think there were other ladies in Cranford who would have done more credit to his choice. I think she must have had someone who was unmarried in her head, for she kept saying that it showed such a want of delicacy in a widow to think of such a thing. When I got back to Miss Matty's, I really did begin to think that Mr. Peter might be thinking of Mrs. Jameson for a wife. I was as unhappy as Miss Pole about it. He had the proof sheet of a great placard in his hand. It announced that Signor Brunoni, who was described as magician to the King of Delhi, the Raja of Oud, and the Great Lama of Tibet, and so on, was going to perform in Cranford for one night only. This was to be on the very next night. Miss Matty, exultant, showed me a letter from the Gordons promising to remain over for this gaiety, which she said was entirely Peter's doing. He had written to ask the signor to come and was to be at all the expenses of the affair. Tickets were to be sent gratis to as many as the room would hold. In short, Miss Matty was charmed with the plan. She said that tomorrow Cranford would remind her of the Preston Guild, to which she had been in her youth. There would be a luncheon at the George Inn with the dear Gordons, and the signor in the assembly room in the evening, but I looked only at the fatal words written on the placard. It stated the event was under the patronage of the Honorable Mrs. Jamieson. She, then, was chosen to preside over this entertainment of Mr. Peter's. She was perhaps going to displace my dear Miss Matty in his heart, and make her life lonely once more. I could not look forward to the morrow with any pleasure. Every innocent anticipation of Miss Matty's only served to add to my annoyance. So, angry and irritated, and exaggerating every little incident which could add to my irritation, I went on until we were all assembled in the great parlor at the George Inn. Major and Mrs. Gordon and pretty Flora and Mr. Ludovic were all as bright and handsome and friendly as could be. But I could hardly attend to them, for I was watching Mr. Peter, and I saw that Miss Pole was equally busy. I had never seen Mrs. Jameson so roused and animated before. Her face looked full of interest in what Mr. Peter was saying. I drew near to listen. My relief was great when I caught that his words were not words of love, but that, for all his grave face, he was at his old tricks. He was telling her of his travels in India and describing the wonderful height of the Himalaya mountains. One touch after another added to their size, and each exceeded the former in absurdity, but Mrs. Jameson really enjoyed all in perfect good faith. I suppose she required strong stimulants to excite her to come out of her apathy. Mr. Peter wound up his account by saying that, of course, at that altitude there were none of the animals to be found that existed in the lower regions. The game, everything, was different. Firing one day at some flying creature, he was very much dismayed when it fell to find that he had shot a cherubim. Mr. Peter caught my eye at this moment and gave me such a funny twinkle that I felt sure he had no thoughts of Mrs. Jameson as a wife from that time. She looked uncomfortably amazed. She wondered if he did not think shooting a cherubim was sacrilege. Mr. Peter composed his countenance in a moment and appeared shocked at the idea. It was an idea which, as he said truly enough, was now presented to him for the first time. But then, he reminded her, she must remember that he had been living for a long time among savages, all of whom were heathens. Some of them, he feared, were downright dissenters. Then, seeing Miss Mattie draw near, he hastily changed the conversation. After a little while, turning to me, he told me not to be shocked at all his wonderful stories. He considered Mrs. Jameson fair game. Besides, he was bent on propitiating her, and the first step towards it was keeping her well awake. He had bribed her to be there by asking her to let him have her name as patroness for his poor conjurer that evening. He did not want to give her time enough to get up her rancor against the Hogginses, who were just coming in. He said he wanted everybody to be friends, for it harassed Mattie so much to hear of these quarrels. He intended to go at it again later, so I need not look so shocked. He planned to enter the assembly room that night with Mrs. Jameson on one side and my lady, Mrs. Hoggins, on the other. He told me to just wait and see if he did not. Somehow or another, he did. He fairly got them into conversation together. Major and Mrs. Gordon helped at the good work with their perfect ignorance of any existing coolness between any of the inhabitants of Cranford. Ever since that day, there has been the old friendly sociability in Cranford society. I am thankful for this, because of my dear Miss Mattie's love of peace and kindliness. We all love Miss Mattie, and I somehow think we are all of us better when she is near us.